Weatherman had two very serious agendas at Flint. Midway through the gathering, the Weather Bureau announced the plan to go underground. Materials distributed at the conference gave an initial sense of Weatherman's vision of underground combat, stating, "Our strategy has to be geared towards forcing the disintegration of society, attacking at every level, from all directions and creating strategic armed chaos, where there now is pig order." After the announcement, much of the conference focused on the practical aspects of clandestine arms struggle, such as the choice of targets, the procurement of weapons, and the building of secure cells. Equally important, the group's leaders sought to strengthen the resolve of the rank and file in preparation for the descent underground, making Flint, in Kirkpatrick Sale's description, one of the most bizarre gatherings of the decade. The Weathermen transformed the ballroom into an environment to further incubate their enthusiasm for violence. They decorated the walls with posters of their slain heroes, such as Che Guevara and Malcolm X, and pictures of Fred Hampton arranged to form the words "Seize the Time." The Weathermen also displayed images of their adversaries, Nixon and Agnew, certainly, but also pages of The Guardian, over which they drew gun sights and wrote the words "BNOW." At the center of the room dangled a giant papier-mâché pistol. Activities included karate exercises. One session was led, remarkably, by Tom Hayden, performances from a Weatherman songbook that replaced the lyrics of popular songs with variously campy or morbid doggerels, the taking of large doses of LSD, and wild evening dances in which Weathermen chanted, "Explode." Typical of Weatherman's songs was White Riot, sung to the tune of White Christmas, which praised the days of rage. "I'm dreaming of a white riot / just like the 1 October 8th / when the pigs take a beating / and things start leading / to armed war against the state." With a humor that had turned plainly sick, another song derided Chicago official Richard Elrod, paralyzed in the days of rage, to the tune of Bob Dylan's "Lay Lady Lay." "Stay Elrod stay / stay in your iron lungs / play Elrod play / play with your toes a while." The Weathermen also repeatedly invoked the notion of barbarism, as they saw themselves, like the Visigoths, wreaking havoc on a tottering empire. In an especially perverse conversation, the Weathermen debated the ethics of killing white babies, so as not to bring more oppressors into the world, and denounced American women bearing white children as pig mothers. Speeches by Weather leaders most forcefully defined the themes and emotions of Flint. Dorn began by excoriating the white conspiracy trial defendants and the left generally for not tearing up the courtroom when Seal was bound and gagged. According to Dorn, this passivity had encouraged Chicago's police to kill Hampton. She then presented the ideal Weatherman not simply as a determined revolutionary but as an unruly agent of disruption and offense. After relating an anecdote of how she and J.J. had recently torn down the aisle of an airplane, grabbing food from the plates of shocked passengers, Dorn proclaimed, "That's what we're about, being crazy motherfuckers and scaring the shit out of honky America." Dorn then gave praise to an unlikely hero, uttering a phrase she and the Weathermen would come to dearly regret. Referring to the Manson gang's Tate LaBianca murders of the previous summer, Dorn exclaimed, "Dig it. First they killed those pigs, then they ate dinner in the room with them, then they even shoved a fork into Pig Tate's stomach. Wild." For the remainder of the conference, Weathermen greeted each other by holding up 4 fingers to represent a fork and chanted periodically, "Free Charles Manson." In his speech, Mark Rudd stressed the need for a single-minded commitment to revolution by invoking Captain Ahab from Melville's Moby Dick. Rudd was hardly the first leftist in the 1960s to draw on Moby Dick for political metaphors. Several years earlier, Chairman Mao Zedong had written presciently that Southeast Asia was, geopolitically speaking, America's white whale. The U.S. obsession with military victory in the region would cost the country dearly. Eldridge Cleaver had argued that whiteness itself would prove to be America's fatal lure, as it had been for Ahab. But for Rudd, Ahab was less a figure of self-destructive obsession than an object of emulation. Rudd declared himself monomaniacal and demanded that the Weathermen pursue revolution with the same zeal as Ahab in his hunt for the whale. The Weatherman Howie Mochtinger presented a second American icon, Superman's indefatigable nemesis Lex Luthor, as a role model, because he was willing to fight forever. J.J. concluded the conference by explaining that the personal pacifism, in which middle-class white youth are bred reflects how thoroughly they have been sheltered from the violence that victimized American blacks and the world's poor. J. was encouraged, however, by the increasing turn of white youth away from a low-energy culture that robbed people of their passion toward a new culture of high energy and repersonalization through dope, sex, acid, revolution. He boasted that the Weathermen are against everything that's good and decent in honky America. We will loot and burn and destroy. We are the incubation of your mother's nightmare. According to one reporter, J.'s oration left the few non-Weathermen remaining at the conference stunned. Flint devolved into a spectacle of political and emotional fervor, at once disturbing and surreal. Those attending the conference drew on figures of madness in describing it. Jeff Jones characterized Flint in retrospect as the apex of Weatherman's group psychosis. To Wilkerson, who recalls spending Flint in a kind of blur, the event was horrible, total insanity. Another Weatherwoman described Flint as a very sad and alienating scene that seemed like some kind of a nightmare. Carol Brightman, an anti-war activist mostly critical of Weatherman, recalled that the meeting was grotesque, but it was like theater. It didn't seem related to anything real. Jonah Raskin, a radical professor, found the Weathermen at Flint at once cogent and mad, penetrating and ludicrous. One left-wing journalist titled his column on Flint, "Abstract Barbarians?" concluding, "I wanted to write an article on how to think about Weatherman. It can't be done." Another paper used the headline, "The Year of the Fork?" For much of the left, Flint compounded questions about Weatherman raised by the days of rage. Did the group intend to mount a principled campaign, built around comprehensible and potentially popular goals, or would it indulge violence for its own sake? However far-flung its vision, did Weatherman at least represent the promise of a society more just and humane than the one it sought to destroy? Though a gathering of only a few hundred among a movement of hundreds of thousands, Flint also raised important questions about the new left as a whole. Was Weatherman simply an aberration that would burn itself out? A false and dangerous turn, demanding that the group be actively isolated? Or an extreme expression of tendencies present throughout the movement, with which the new left as a whole had to come to terms? Reflecting on Flint in a pacifist magazine, Hendrik Hertzberg asked, "Is this our movement?" and answered, sadly, yes. He saw Weatherman as a logical consequence of intellectual flabbiness and dishonesty of the left, which stripped language of meaning through verbal overkill, as in descriptions of America as fascist, spread the reckless idea that revolution was imminent, and more thoughtlessly endorsed violence. The issue of violence extended beyond political protest. The movement had recently confronted its capacity for brutality in the disaster at Altamont, a California rock festival that shared nothing of Woodstock's magic and ended in the stabbing death of a black man by Hell's Angels, and, to a lesser extent, in Charles Manson, who conceived of his murderous cult partly in countercultural terms. Yet, the challenge the Weathermen posed to the self-conception of the new left was greater. They were neither seasoned rogues like the Hells Angels nor sociopaths like Manson. On the contrary, they were dedicated, well-educated activists, several of whom had been elected the leaders of the new left's most important organization. The Weathermen, looking back on their histories, identify the violence of the state as the ultimate source of the rhetoric at Flint. Gilbert, though denouncing the talk of Manson and killing babies as sick, explained that it had happened in the context of something that was like a complete radical change from anything that we had dealt with before. We were psyched up, freaked out, upset. But it was a very political thing. Panthers were being murdered, most of the white movement was sitting by and letting it happen. Stern insisted that the Mansonite trip was born out of despair and frustration, and in no way corresponded to the quality of the rest of Weatherman politics. Jaffe recalled that by the time of Flint, we were so enraged by the war and by the distance between what we wanted to be able to do and what we were able to do. We weren't interested in mollifying anybody's taste at that point. We really were interested in turning ourselves into effective instruments to destroy imperialism. We weren't going to stick any forks into anybody. Might have been a stupid choice of metaphors, but we were trying to make the leap to be people that could. Could we have made the leap in a way that was more principled and less insane? I don't know. That's what we felt we needed at the time, to say to ourselves we're ready to do anything. And that didn't seem so crazy to me at the time. In addition to stressing outrage and frustration, these accounts allude to the fundamental alienness and traumatic impact of violence for the Weathermen. Todd Gitlin described how new leftists experienced a kind of violence shock as the Vietnam War and physical attacks on dissidents intruded upon their previously safe worlds. Noting that violence was virtually absent from the childhoods of most new leftists, the psychologist Kenneth Keniston reasoned that they could therefore initially see violence as something existing out there. In their adversaries in American Racism and American Foreign Policy. The University of Wisconsin professor Harvey Goldberg, defending in court the bomber of a campus building, described the youth of the 1960s as a traumatized generation. Gilbert's sense of the Weathermen having freaked out in the context of the complete radical change caused by the state's violence affirms these models of trauma. Violence was also disorienting for the Weathermen as they tried to develop their own capacities for aggression. The heavily ritualized atmosphere of Flint seemed designed to help the Weathermen make that transition. The pattern of Weatherman's role models is telling. Two that they honored, Lex Luthor and Captain Ahab, were drawn from fiction and had to be thoroughly recontextualized to serve Weatherman's narrative of armed revolution. The radical abolitionist John Brown, whom the Weathermen also praised at Flint, was the closest thing the Weathermen had to a genuine historical exemplar indigenous to white American culture. Manson could be attractive to the Weathermen of late 1969 at a variety of levels. Lacking precedent or seeming purpose, the murders by his family were nihilistic, summoning Dostoevsky's formula of distinctly modern crime. Nothing is forbidden, everything is permitted. To elevate Manson was to take on the mark of radical otherness, to announce oneself, in Jaffe's words, as at least capable of doing anything, even if the Weathermen had no intention of repeating his acts. Praising Manson, Weatherman rhetorically blurred the revolutionary imperative to use any means necessary for political ends with a fascination with normlessness and total license. The status of the Weathermen as largely middle-class whites was essential to their politics of transgression. The Weathermen were not, like the Panthers, the self-described representatives of poor urban blacks, whose claim that they were oppressed was transparently credible to the American mainstream. To enhance their menacing image, militant blacks frequently played up a host of long-standing stereotypes of blacks as irrational and violent, codified in the image of the crazy nigger. Cleaver exploited racist fears of black male sexuality by infamously describing in Soul on Ice the rape of white women as an act of political rage. In addition, he dubbed Huey Newton the baddest motherfucker ever to set foot inside of history for his audacious, face-to-face confrontations with police on the streets of Oakland. Most provocatively, the Panthers' David Hilliard threatened the life of Richard Nixon from the stage of the massive November 15, 1969, anti-war protest in San Francisco. His obscenity-laced speech concluded, "Nixon is an evil man, responsible for all the attacks on the Black Panther Party. Fuck that motherfucking man. We will kill Richard Nixon. We will kill any motherfucker that stands in the way of our freedom." Indicted for advocating the president's assassination, Hilliard explained that his comments were essentially a metaphor uttered within the language of the ghetto, where profanity and hyperbolic threats are common. Whatever the status of such rhetoric, the government certainly saw the Panthers as a source of peril. In September 1969, FBI Director Herbert Hoover declared the group the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. White radicals, to put it crudely, had comparatively little means of being bad motherfuckers, regardless of their stated hatred of the status quo and the dubious notion, originally asserted by Norman Mailer, that the deviant white was a white Negro. Weatherman's talk at Flint of frightening honky America appears a rather transparent and forced mimicry of a black radical idiom. Manson, however, was a product of white culture, whom the Weathermen could rally around to code their rebellion as genuinely menacing and, through their tortured mediations, narrow their distance from black radicals. The Ann Arbor Argus, while denouncing Manson as a contemptible mindfuck, explained that Manson might lead Americans to fear the counterculture as people who murder and torture with impunity. The LNS stated bluntly that Weatherman digs Manson, because he's a bad motherfucker. By the same token, the increasing hostility of the establishment to the new left encouraged white rebels to see themselves and to celebrate their roles as despised outsiders in their own right. "We are waste material," Jerry Rubin announced in 1969. "We fulfill our destiny by rejecting a system which rejects us." The use of the word freak echoed Rubin's sentiment. An originally derogatory term that condemned the dropout culture as degenerate, freak, became a popular self-description among the young. Daniel Foss explained, "It may disturb some Americans to discover that a number of youths, as of 1967 to 1968, have been referring to themselves with pride as freaks. But that is part of the whole point. As the lines between the hippies and the politicos blurred at the end of the decade, the word freak was worn broadly as a badge of honor. Rock bands did their part in promoting the freak image and giving it a political edge. In 1969, the Jefferson Airplane released We Can Be Together, a lush anthem to the rebel culture on the album Volunteers, whose cover shows the group dressed as a deranged militia. Composing the lyrics from graffiti in Berkeley and other slogans of the left, the Airplane sang, "We are all outlaws in the eyes of America / in order to survive we steal, cheat, lie, forge, fuck, hide, and deal / we are obscene, lawless, hideous, dirty, violent, and young. / and we are very proud of ourselves / up against the wall / up against the wall motherfucker / tear down the walls." Along these lines, some in the movement took apparent pride in the Weathermen as the left's audacious, if crazed, answer to state hostility. A cartoon in an underground newspaper shows Vice President Agnew deliberating over what epithets to hurl at the November 1969 anti-war protesters. He giddily suggests egregious clack of despicable snots and syphilitic morons with shit for brains. In the corner of the cartoon, a wild-eyed freak stomps away from a bomb blast, next to the caption, "Meanwhile, in a series of nighttime raids the sinister and incredible Weatherman strikes again. What's this crazy bastard up to, anyway?" Yet an air of unreality hung over the Weatherman's menacing performances, further confusing just what to make of their message. To Carol Brightman, the theatrical quality of what she called Weathermen's shenanigans at Flint provided some comfort, as she assumed the Weathermen to be play-acting identities they had neither the intention nor the means of realizing. Others were less assured. A reporter for the Berkeley Tribe, after showing how closely Dorn's comments matched the recent court testimony of the alleged Manson gang murderer Susan Atkins, commented indignantly that neither Dorn nor Atkins has any comprehension of the horror they speak of. Both endorse horror in a weird, lame way, straight out of a crumb cartoon. Bernadine is proud of it. Understanding that killing is necessary is one thing. Reveling in it is another. For the reporter, Flint was a spooky episode in an elaborate fantasy life, so dangerous precisely because of Weatherman's detachment from its content. In such moments, the Weathermen seemed to declare themselves the progeny of a sick society now turning on its creators, and to strive, however unself-consciously, to make what was monstrous in American society apparent by themselves becoming monstrous. Attuned to this dynamic, the middle-aged journalist I.F. Stone said of the young radicals, "To understand their irrationality is to become aware of ours." The tribe felt Weatherman's potential for cruelty was signaled also by what it called the horror of inhuman logic. If the country were vanquished before the masses were fully organized into revolutionary consciousness, she argued, then fascism would seem to be required to keep whites in line. The Weatherman Ted Gold replied sharply, "If it will take fascism, we'll have to have fascism." Susan Stern had answered an exasperated friend, "Are you going to fight everyone who doesn't agree with you? Do you really think every white person in this country should die? Susie, do you really? If they're not going to do shit, well, yes, I do. If people won't join us, then they are against us. It's as simple as that. That includes the working class and kids, if necessary. Everybody has to die? Everybody has to die." Gold's and Stern's comments were hardly official statements of Weather ideology. Gold, in fact, was among those who argued shortly after Flint against putting a picture of Manson on the cover of Fire. He felt, and most concurred, that there was ultimately nothing progressive or even political about Manson's violence. Even so, their comments reveal how the group could be bedeviled by a conspicuously instrumental rationality absent any moral compass. Gold had actually lauded fascism, while Stern sanctioned virtually infinite murder. Viewed historically, such inhuman logic echoes Arthur Koestler's grammatical fiction. The cold reasoning used by the Stalinists in Kessler's novel Darkness at Noon to measure the value of individual lives based on how well they objectively served the unfolding of the laws of history. Weatherman, in short, added its own iteration to a dystopian formula, all too familiar to the 20th century, that combines shrewd reasoning with a morbidly transgressive imagination. Marcuse's notion of the Great Refusal offers additional perspective on Weatherman's transgressions. Convinced that administered societies quickly neutralized or assimilated all forms of local resistance, Marcuse counseled the rejection of the whole. Yet neither Marcuse nor the New Left had any fixed sense of when one was being authentically radical, rejecting the system in its totality, truly subverting the mainstream. The escalation in militancy over the course of the 1960s was, in part, an experiment with new and more provocative forms of refusal. The Weathermen appeared intent on being the opposite of everything they felt the dominant culture valued. Years later, Roth described Weatherman's core message at Flint: "We spit on all your values, on all your sensibilities." Stern conveyed the intensity and narcissistic quality of the group's refusal in the threat made at Flint that there would be no peace in America as long as one Weatherman was left standing. From a deconstructive perspective, Weatherman's refusal seems a rather crude strategy of reversal. In opposing chaos to order, destruction to the status quo, the Weathermen simply inverted the hierarchies within a binary structure, leaving the structure intact. In a Marcusian vocabulary, the Weathermen practiced a non-dialectical form of negation that naively equated transgression with transcendence. Marcuse defined negation most broadly as the refusal to accept the rationality and necessity of the given. But according to Marcuse, truly dialectic negation also had to contain a moment of affirmation, a vision, however prefigurative and itself negated by prevailing reality, of liberated utopian possibilities. Marcuse developed this view mostly with respect to aesthetics, but his aesthetic theory provides useful analogies for politics. To Marcuse, emancipatory art must express, through its commitment to form, a beauty that testifies against and transcends the contradictions, ugliness, or even the obscenity of the established order. He therefore praised certain works of high bourgeois art and some of the creativity of the counterculture, such as Bob Dylan's more soulful songs, for pointing toward a transcendent realm. As if in agreement, the folk singer Phil Oakes penned the line, "In such an ugly time, the true protest is beauty." Marcuse was, by contrast, highly critical of the ostensibly radical anti-art of the 1960s that seemed to attack all aesthetic forms as pejoratively bourgeois and tried to dissolve entirely the distance between art and life. Criticizing Antonin Artaud's Theater of Cruelty, which influenced the experimental theater of the decade, he wrote, "Today, what possible language, what possible image can crush and hypnotize minds and bodies which live in peaceful coexistence, and even profiting from genocide, torture, prison? And if Artaud wants sounds and noises and cries, first for their quality of vibration and then for that which they represent, we ask, has not the audience long since become familiar with the violent noises, cries, which are the daily equipment of the mass media, sports, highways, places of recreation? They do not break the oppressive familiarity with destruction. They reproduce it. Beyond a critique of art, Marcuse offers a model of failed resistance as the repetition or mirroring of the very tendencies the resistance seeks to oppose. Flint, as Weatherman's own grisly theater, conformed to this model, insofar as it failed within the terms of Marcuse's analysis to truly shock and gloried in a destructiveness the Weathermen presumably sought to overcome. Marcuse, in addition, suggests the importance of a tension between acting out and working through for the New Left. In their narrowly psychotherapeutic usage, these terms indicate different responses in an individual to trauma. Acting out is a way of remaining within trauma by falling into melancholic inertia or by blindly repeating the source of the trauma. A clear case of the latter would be an abused child then abusing his children or spouse. Working through entails coming to terms with trauma by acknowledging its impact and resisting troubling or dangerous tendencies associated with it, while not aspiring to fully overcome it. The terms, though initially developed by Freud to interpret psychic phenomena in the individual, may illuminate the response of groups to instances of trauma or crises within politics and culture. More generally, they may aid in understanding the relationship of critical modes of thought and action with the objects of their criticism. Kenneth Keniston, in one of the few intelligent psychoanalytical analyses of the New Left, facile tales of Oedipal revolt abounded, implicitly drew on the categories of acting out and working through by describing the genuine agony of the New Left as the discovery that violence lies not only within the rest of American society, but in the student movement itself. Keniston had praised the optimism and vitality of the New Left in his 1968 book Notes on Committed Youth. By 1971, he sought to account for the malaise and relative inactivity into which it had fallen. According to Keniston, that malaise owed not only to the grinding violence of the war and racism but also to the traumatic confrontation of the New Left with its own capacity for violence, typified by groups like Weatherman. Interpreting this violence in psychocultural terms, he surmised that the rebelliousness of the 1960s provided a context for the desublimation of a rage, anger, and destructiveness among middle-class white youth that they had previously denied or channeled into less obviously violent forms. Such aggression, he felt, was no less a symptom of the pathological violence of American life than police repression and the bombings of Vietnam. He counseled that the left neither fall into a melancholic form of political resignation nor plunge deeper into violence. Rather, he urged that new leftists work through their disturbing discovery by renewing their commitment to social change in full recognition of their own destructive impulses. New leftists were at times alert to this danger of assuming the likeness of their enemy. Jerry Rubin complained of the New Left's debilitating competitiveness by asking, "Are we creating a new man? Or are we a reflection ourselves of the bullshit we hate so much?" Dave Dellinger asserted that yippie culture was, in its pronounced egotism, distressingly like the mirror image of the dominant culture. To the Berkeley tribe, Altamont revealed that we were the mother culture, that the horror show is in all of us. The White Panthers proclaimed that their goal was to kill the inner pig. Stern characterized the Manson comment as an expression of the last putrid drop of American poison still flowing in the blood of the Weathermen. A Weather collective admitted, "To change the pear we had to bite into it, but in our overeagerness we often got some bad mouthfuls." The Rolling Stones' "Sympathy for the Devil," sung by Mick Jagger just before the Altamont murder, was widely seen as a kind of negative anthem to demonic tendencies in the movement. Robin Morgan, a leading feminist, charged that the militancy of the New Left reproduced the aggressiveness and will to dominate of the reigning chauvinist culture. Nearly all these formulations cast the left as suffering from a bad imminence, in which features of its adversaries were recognizable in itself and vice versa. There is, however, some variation in the images, conveying different levels of self-awareness. By implicitly arguing that the corruption of the New Left reflected the corruption of America, New Leftists acknowledged that they remained products of their society, inevitably marked by deficiencies such as racism and egoism. By extension, New Leftists saw themselves failing politically to the extent that they did not eliminate or distance themselves sufficiently from those deficiencies. As a corollary, New Leftists were generally loath to credit any of their virtues to their American socialization. Instead, they rooted their strengths in the inspiration of African American and Third World revolutionaries, in the cathartic experience of protest itself, in the devious sensuousness of drug and sexual experiences, and in the new forms of community they created with one another. Some appeared to believe in the possibility of complete self-reinvention, of a kind of purification or exorcism of their Americanness, achieved through transformative rituals such as criticism, self-criticism, and the passage through good otherness. Abby Hoffman gave that otherness figurative boundaries by insisting at the conspiracy trial that he was a citizen not of the United States but of a Woodstock nation. Rubin drew more dramatic lines of separation, stating, "Our search for adventure and heroism takes us outside America, to a life of self-creation and rebellion. In response, America is ready to destroy us." For the left, however, to attribute everything troubling or repellent within it to the dominant culture was to shift the blame for its own failings onto its enemies. The New Left can therefore be accused of participating in at least the logic of scapegoating. Conventionally, scapegoating entails the denigration of the corrupting influence of the outsider, figured as an absolute other, a source of impurity and contagion. But in fact, it is the dominant group that projects its own undesirable qualities onto that other, whose attack or destruction it sees, in sacrificial terms, as enhancing its vitality or even ensuring its survival. In contrast to this model, the New Left remained a minority sub or counterculture, closer in position to the denigrated outsider. New leftists felt less anxious about contagion than about wholesale ruin at the hands of the American mainstream. Their condemnation of America, following the Panthers' lead, as a pig order sought rhetorically to reverse their own outsider status and to cast their enemy, in a typical gesture of scapegoating, as subhuman. For all its fury, the New Left never had the strength to reproduce the power dynamic that makes scapegoating so destructive. Yet even in its weak position, the New Left subtly disavowed responsibility for its own destructiveness and used the awareness of its own limitations to vilify its adversary further. There are problems, however, with Keniston's analysis. Sympathetic to young leftists, Keniston is careful to point out that their violence was dwarfed by that of the state. Nonetheless, he contends that the state's war makers and the militants drew from the same well of violence and rage. Here Keniston fails to acknowledge that violence varies greatly in its origins and function. Most important, he suggests that the New Left's violence was only, or essentially, an unfortunate mirroring of the violence of the larger society. From this premise, it is a small step to a blanket denunciation of protest violence, one that may obscure its complexities and confound judgment of it. New Left violence can be seen as a form of mirroring that resists Keniston's criticisms. Robin Palmer invoked Newton's basic laws of physics to insist that the force of the state, relatively unimpeded by peaceful dissent, met an opposite, though unequal, reaction in the counterforce of its opponents. Protest violence, in this blunt account, was an attempt to answer and ultimately stop the violence of the state. When not entirely rejecting their national roots, New Leftists could also present their violence as a positive expression of their American heritage. Palmer saw armed support for the Viet Cong as an assertion of America's own revolutionary past, captured in the self-description of some radicals as the Maritsong, and an affirmation of the American values of freedom and self-determination. New Left violence, in these formulations, is not reducible to unconscious complicity with the destructiveness of the adversary. Rather, New Leftists explored in violence the utility or even integrity of force as a means of defending themselves and their allies, expressing outrage, and, most broadly, asserting their political principles and interests. Keniston, finally, pays little attention to the efforts of groups like Weatherman to reflect critically on violence. It was they who learned most immediately both its power and its dangers. They struggled to develop a militant practice that was politically coherent, ethically defensible, and existentially self-aware. The Weathermen's reckoning with their excesses was prompted by a tragedy of their own making. It is that event to which we now turn. This wheel's on fire, rolling down the road. Please notify my next of kin. This wheel shall explode. Bob Dylan. This wheel's on fire. Going underground initially meant different things for different Weathermen. In January 1970, Weatherman finally closed the SDS national office in Chicago. Under a plan the Weather Bureau called consolidation, the collectives then engineered emotionally painful purges of those they suspected of being police agents or whose commitment they deemed less than total. Only one informant, the Vietnam veteran Larry Grathwohl, survived the purges. Most dramatically, he passed a Weatherman acid test by, he claims, cleverly feigning taking an LSD tab. Although berated for hours as a homicidal pig, he failed to crack. Though most of the movement wanted nothing to do with Weatherman, some individuals desperately sought to be part of the group and were crushed by the prospect of being told they did not measure up. This intense desire to belong had reasons both bad and good. Dorn conceded that Weatherman did have a cultish quality that made it hard to leave. Yet, she felt most people were in it for authentic and genuine reasons and wanted to be found worthy of participating. Others close to Weatherman, doubting their own courage or the wisdom of armed struggle, or both, never resolved their relationship to the group and remained at its edges. One such activist confessed, "Part of me that thought that maybe I wasn't a good revolutionary, maybe I just wasn't committed enough. I was willing to give up a lot of my life and my time, but I wasn't willing to make bombs. Did I not believe in it, or was it too scary for me? Part of me believed that it was okay to do physical violence where you didn't kill people. Quite a few people believed that killing was part of the program, and I certainly couldn't jump that." Jim Mellon, author of the original Revolutionary Youth Movement statement giving rise to Weatherman, had grown more and more vocal after the days of rage in criticizing the group's direction. He recalls pleading with his friends and comrades, "The important thing to understand about people like Fidel Castro and Ho Chi Minh and Mao Zedong is that they survived. They didn't go out in a blaze of glory. I was always told that I was from the 2 months in the library school of revolution. And I kept trying to tell them that going out in a blaze of glory is just another way of going out. They argued that my approach was too staid, too stodgy. I was constantly trying to figure out where I failed, continue with above-ground political action and long-range planning, and not become personal existential heroes. When talk of consolidation began, he concluded, "This is the limit. This is ridiculous." Unsure of how to exit the group, he simply left a Weatherman house one afternoon and did not come back. Still puzzled years later by the process of his disengagement, he admitted, "I think I probably decided to leave after I left. I mean, it's very hard to leave anything like this. I was very close to. They were my whole world." By the end of Weatherman's consolidation, the group had 150 or so members, fewer than half as many as during the days of rage. The group had no official membership, making it difficult to fix its numbers at any given point. Members of the Weather Bureau, weary of one another after nearly a year of intense collaboration, split the organization into 3 parts. Collectives based in San Francisco, New York City, and Chicago and Detroit were to experiment more or less autonomously in devising underground strategies. Members of the West Coast Collective, headed by Dorn and Jones, spent time in Berkeley and San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury district, but avoided public political activities and quietly plotted bombings. The Midwest Collective, headed by Ayers, built an arms cache and fabricated crude bombs with Grathwohl's help. The most dangerous of the bombs, dynamite with a burning cigarette as its trigger, was placed outside a Detroit police station, putting at risk both police and passers-by, but failed to detonate. The New York Collective was the most militant. Its leaders, J.J. and Terry Robbins, thought that whites would move in a revolutionary direction only through the prompting of dramatic acts of violence, and they were dead set on providing the drama. The collective was headquartered in the fashionable Greenwich Village townhouse of Kathy Wilkerson's father, a broadcast executive, while he was on vacation in the Caribbean. Though not technically underground, members of the collective virtually disappeared from public life and built a large stockpile of dynamite, purchased by weathermen using false names from demolition supply companies in New England. Former weathermen, though generally refraining from talking about personalities in the group, identify Terry Robbins as a main source of the group's most aggressive tendencies. Robbins had been an important organizer in the Ohio-Michigan SDS region and was a contributor to Weatherman's founding manifesto. He had excelled in the organization by virtue of his militant line and fascination with explosives. In his memoir, Ayers describes Robbins as at once a best friend, a partner in mischief, and a dangerously driven figure, smart, obsessive, inhabiting an anarchic solitude, and wedded to a strategy of the bigger the mess, the better. In a private interview, Ayers elaborated, "I don't want to demonize Terry, but Terry did have a very apocalyptic view of himself. I used to say to Terry that if there hadn't been a movement, be the guy up in the Texas Tower, a deranged sniper who opened fire on university students, killing over a dozen people." Ayers added, "But it wasn't just Terry. Terry's extremism was an impulse in all of us." Palmer recalls that Robbins scared the shit out of him when they first met in early March 1970 in a recruiting session for Weatherman. Listening to Robbins talk wildly with an embarrassed J.J. present of plans to bomb an army dance, Palmer responded, "I don't agree with what you're saying. You're going to get yourself killed." To Palmer, Robbins appeared a victim of gut check, and what he proposed was crazy. Days later, Palmer's prediction would come true. On March 6, 1970, a massive explosion leveled the Wilkerson townhouse. Kathy Boudin, entirely naked, and Kathy Wilkerson, clad only in jeans, emerged in a daze from the wreckage. On the street, they met Anita Hoffman, Dustin Hoffman's wife, whose house was next door, and Susan Wagner, Henry Fonda's former wife, who took the women to the Fonda house. Clothed by their hosts, Wilkerson and Boudin then vanished. 3 dead bodies lay among the wreckage. The police soon identified 2 as Diana Oughton, age 28, and Ted Gold, age 23, from New York City. Pieces of another body could not be identified, but the weathermen later announced that Robbins had also died in the blast. Among the rubble, police found more than 80 sticks of dynamite. Experts estimated that had it detonated, it would have leveled everything on the entire block. The weathermen have refrained from disclosing in detail what the internal life of the collective had been and for years concealed the intended target of the bombs, leading to rampant speculation among the authorities and the left alike. Yet an outline of events can be gleaned from official communications of the group and the recent comments of former members. In late February, New York weathermen had bombed the New Jersey home of the judge presiding over the trial of the Panther 21. A group of New York City Black Panthers spuriously accused of a conspiracy to blow up department stores, city landmarks, and police and subway stations. With Robbins likely in the lead, the 4 insisted that the action had not been extreme enough. Injuring no one, it did only symbolic damage. Planning what weatherman would confess was a large-scale, almost random bombing offensive. They built anti-personnel devices, explosives wrapped in nails, and persuaded the collective to bomb a dance at an army base at Fort Dix, New Jersey. Robbins apparently crossed live wires while preparing the bombs in the townhouse basement, causing the blast. The townhouse explosion was one of the crucial junctures in an era full of dramatic turning points. It certainly frustrates any attempt to give a narrowly structural account of new left violence in the United States and would likely fascinate anyone trying to determine the role in history of chance events. One can begin to assess its importance by speculating on what might have unfolded had it not occurred. If the collective had succeeded in its plan to kill army officers and their dates, the war at home would have instantly become more volatile. The bombing might have inspired some small number of weathermen and others to commit similar acts. The government, which often disregarded civil liberties in pursuing dissidents, and 2 months later at Kent State would again break the taboo against killing white demonstrators, might have abandoned all restraint in its efforts to destroy weathermen. Mass arrests or even murders of suspects might have been followed, in turn, by movement reprisals, conceivably kidnappings or assassinations. In short, had Fort Dix been attacked, it is possible that Americans would now speak of the 1970s as a decade of terrorism, as do people in countries like Germany and Italy, where red armies clashed with their governments in grim cycles of lethal violence. By the same token, those responsible for the murderous plan might have been denounced and marginalized by other weathermen, effectively stopping the escalation of the group's violence. The consequences of the explosion that can be determined in less speculative ways are also immense, but tangled in a complex chronology made more complicated by the differences between the weathermen's public acts and their private deliberations. The media and the public reacted with shock and outrage. The New York Times scrambled to provide background stories on the weathermen, printed timelines of recent bombings, reported extensively on the March 12th explosions perpetrated at 3 Manhattan buildings by Revolutionary Force 9, a collective that apparently took its name from the Beatles' song Revolution 9, noted the hundreds of idle bomb threats made that week, and tracked the efforts of officials to tighten restrictions on the sale of dynamite. Echoing indignant politicians, the Times pronounced the weathermen to be criminals, not idealists. Thomas Powers elaborated that view in a series of Pulitzer Prize-winning articles that chronicled what he saw as Oughton's transformation from a sensitive, Midwestern child of privilege to a zealous assassin. For much of the country, the blast turned the weathermen into an instantaneous symbol of the antisocial violence into which the New Left had apparently descended. For historians, it has provided the seemingly perfect bookend for narratives of the New Left, beginning with the earnest optimism of SDS's founders and ending with the movement's fiery self-annihilation. Law enforcement increased its efforts to eliminate weathermen. A month before the explosion, FBI Director Hoover had characterized weathermen as the most violent, persistent and pernicious of revolutionary groups, a distinction usually reserved for the Panthers. The FBI immediately began to search for Wilkerson and Boudin, as well as for weathermen who were free on bond or under consideration for prosecution. Nearly 24 weathermen were named as targets for intensive investigation, in which designated field offices were to report weekly on their whereabouts or efforts to locate them. A memorandum explained that identification of all weatherman activists, which permitted sustained surveillance and the preparation of charges, is the key to smashing the movement. The discovery in late March of a stash of dynamite in Chicago and fears that the weathermen would react to pending indictments with a final, desperation outburst of violence increased the FBI's sense of urgency. A measure of paranoia seemed to accompany the FBI's efforts. In late March, the Bureau informed Nixon's aide John Ehrlichman that a federal employee had a daughter in Weatherman, who had allegedly told him that the group planned to bomb airline passenger planes. On April 2nd, Attorney General John Mitchell personally announced a 15-count federal indictment of 12 weather leaders and named 28 unindicted co-conspirators for the Days of Rage, making many of the elusive weathermen fugitives from U.S. law. In late December 1969, a Cook County grand jury had issued 37 indictments against 64 weathermen for alleged breaches of Illinois law. The main federal charges were for conspiracy and interstate travel to incite riots, the same charges brought against the Chicago 8 defendants. Each charge held a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison. In May, the FBI publicized that one of the most intensive manhunts in history was underway for 9 of the weather leaders. To aid in its pursuit, the Bureau schemed to have Richard Starnes of the Scripps Howard News Service write a special visual feature story on the 9 fugitives, making use of the FBI's own identification orders and emphasizing the weathermen's violent nature. On May 7th, Starnes's article appeared in the Washington Daily News, replete with descriptions of the fugitives provided by the Bureau. Hoover personally thanked Starnes for his excellent article, and the FBI noted with satisfaction that a congressman, unaware of the story's origin, had placed it in the congressional record. The FBI was, however, unable to locate most weathermen. It complained, with unintentional humor, that their degenerate living habits, their immoral conduct, and their use of drugs made it extremely difficult to find informants who fit this mold and are willing to live as they do. It also recognized that hundreds of communes throughout the country provided potential havens for the weathermen. Desperately needing an arrest, on April 15th, the FBI captured 2 weatherwomen, Diane Dongi and Linda Evans, but in the process blew the cover of its sole deep informant, Larry Grathwohl. As part of the deception, Grathwohl had been arrested with the others, but was observed in the police station talking on friendly terms with police. Weathermen who were more heavily sought escaped the FBI's grasp, as dozens of sympathizers throughout America provided them with safe housing, disguises, and money. For the left, the townhouse explosion was another chilling eruption in a climate of escalating confusion and violence. I.F. Stone, at the liberal end of opinion, saw in the blast a cautionary tale for a society apparently willing to sacrifice its youth in a war they had rejected. Left-wing critics took the blast as decisive proof of the poverty of Weatherman's approach. Detroit's Fifth Estate offered a eulogy for SDS, accusing Weatherman of having finally lost touch with political reality altogether. Andrew Kopkind, still ambivalent about Weatherman, concluded that the budding arms struggle was far too small and disorganized to actually threaten state power. Yet he suggested that it might enhance the current sense of crisis that would force real, existential choices upon Americans. Other radicals, closer still to the Weathermen, memorialized the dead in anonymous poems. The most evocative began, "How does it feel to be inside an explosion was there time to flash upon the way we came." For all the acrimony heaped on Weatherman, enthusiasm for revolution had been building for months and would rush toward a crescendo in the spring of 1970, just as the group met disaster. A May 1969 graphic in DeKalb's News from Nowhere captured Radical's sense of the inexorable march toward violence. It begins by showing 2 kaleidoscope eyes next to a hand holding a sunflower under the label 1966. The image for 1967 has peace signs in the eyes. By 1968, the eyes bear the Ohm symbol for resistance. 1969 features blackened sunglasses next to a revolver and the ominous caption, "Mine eyes have seen the coming." In November, New York City's Leviathan announced its goal of transforming itself from a magazine of the movement into one of the revolution. It explained, "We began life as Jonah, inside the great whale that devours us all. We're still not sure exactly how to get out, but we're going to learn how to rip that whale's guts apart." The following month, 22-year-old David Huey, recently captured for involvement with the Melville Collective, issued his own cosmic call to arms. Our little individual consciousness, whose main concern is to be protected, has to start giving way to a collective consciousness, where the individual, rather than constantly escaping life and death, lets go and flows into life and death. And in the context of repressive America, this flow into life and death amounts to a very deep and strong desire to fight. As such rhetoric proliferated, so too did the means for acting on it. In December, the Berkeley tribe wove together the militancy, exuberance, and conceit of radicals, as well as their international outlook. The cover of its late February, early March issue pictures a snarling globe topped by Cleaver's proclamation, "We call for total chaos in the capitalist countries. We will have war." Dotting the globe are reports of violence: the bombing of a select service office in Arizona, the destruction of a municipal building outside of Cleveland, the attack by Venezuelan guerrillas on a mobile oil pipeline, and the trashing of the U.S. Embassy in Manila. An editorial called for the immediate building of a people's militia to combat what it described as the final crackdown allegedly planned against local radicals. Later in the month, radicals answered the conviction of the Chicago 8 defendants on charges of contempt of court. They were acquitted of the more serious charges, but still potentially faced years in prison, with semi-planned rioting throughout the country. In both word and deed, echoes of Weatherman seemed everywhere. Nixon's announcement on May 1st of the hitherto secret bombings of Cambodia and the subsequent shooting of students at Kent State and Jackson State universities threw the nation's campuses into chaos. Students shut down hundreds of universities and for a week bombed or burned ROTC buildings at a rate of 4 a day, amid calls for revenge or civil war. According to government figures, there were 281 attacks on ROTC buildings alone and a staggering 7,200 arrests on American campuses from June 1969 to June 1970. In a special issue on guerrilla warfare in the United States, Scanlan's magazine documented close to 500 acts of arson or bombings, attempted or successful, of government, corporate, police, military, and university targets in the first 6 months of 1970. In August, the New Left took its first life when 4 radicals bombed the Army Math Research Center at the University of Wisconsin at Madison, accidentally killing a postdoctoral student, Robert Fasnacht. A month later, Susan Sachs and Kathy Power were sought for the murder of a Boston police officer during a bank robbery meant to secure funds for radical activities. Activists of every sort fleeing prosecution or imprisonment fed the burgeoning underground, among them Jane Alpert and Patricia Swinton of the Melville Collective. The former SNCC President Rap Brown, wanted for incitement to riot; Angela Davis, suspected of involvement in the bloody takeover of a Marin County courthouse by Jonathan Jackson, brother of the Soledad inmate and author George Jackson; the radical pacifists Daniel Berrigan and Mary Moylan, convicted of anti-draft activities; the Madison bombers; and Sachs and Power. By October, Sachs, Power, and Bernardine Dorn were on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list. The release from prison of Huey Newton following his acquittal of murder charges and the Black Panthers' convening of the Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention in the summer of 1970 promised to provide leadership and focus for the left. In September, the Weathermen helped break Timothy Leary, serving a 10-year sentence for possession of small amounts of marijuana, out of a California prison. An exultant Leary exclaimed in a Weatherman communique, "There is no compromise with a machine. You cannot talk peace and love to a humanoid robot whose every federal bureaucratic impulse is soulless, heartless, lifeless, loveless. Resist lovingly, passively, physically, To shoot a genocidal robot policeman in the defense of life is a sacred act. Leary then fled to Algeria, where he and Eldridge Cleaver forged an apparent alliance, fueling new hope of a merger of cultural and political radicals, the revolutionary marriage of acid and guns. Back in the United States, the Black Liberation Army, which had evolved from the Black Panther Party and was supported by its international section, headed by Cleaver, became increasingly active. Its clandestine cells robbed banks, attacked police stations, and engaged on occasion in deadly ambushes of police. In a nonviolent vein, the growing feminist and gay rights movements drew more young people into activism and radically expanded the meaning of revolution. The Weathermen, long denounced as poison in the New Left's waters, marveled at the rising tide of militancy. Taking refuge there, Dorn recalls, "We became part of a sea of us. We were not at all the only ones." The Weathermen initially gave little public indication that either their goals or tactics had changed after the townhouse explosion. Most immediately, the explosion both hastened and made more total the move underground. Those living semi-underground or awaiting indictments vanished overnight. Braley explained, "Every FBI agent for 1,000,000 miles was on every person. Everybody had to be grabbed off the streets and put somewhere. In the panicked process, some members were simply left behind." News of the blast reached some Weathermen in surreal ways. Johnny Lerner was in Cuba on a Venceremos brigade with 3 other borderline Weathermen when he heard reports of the explosion. The stranded Weathermen then went to Europe with fake IDs and returned to the United States. Though initially meaning to reconnect with the underground Weathermen, Lerner never completed the last step. Another of the stranded members, long conflicted about the group, did meet with weather leaders when back in the United States. If anything, her experience in Cuba cutting sugarcane increased her distance from the group. She explained, "It was very hard work and I liked it. You had the satisfaction of a big pile of sugarcane at the end of each row. It felt very satisfying after the life I had been living with the Weathermen." At the meeting, she told the Weathermen that she was going to find a different direction in life, and left the organization. Russell Neufeld had long been bothered by Weatherman's inability to connect with real people's lives, concluding that it was ultimately mass movements that changed society. He quit the group when it submerged more deeply underground. Neufeld was walking in New York City to meet a friend when he learned of the townhouse explosion, and he then watched the details unfold on television in a hotel room with his parents, in town for a professional conference. His brother called from an apartment in Madison, Wisconsin with Grathwell present, leading to his spurious arrest for having allegedly bought the dynamite in the townhouse. Like other Weathermen, he had no idea of the existence of the New York Collective, let alone its plan to attack human targets. The explosion and the arrest, Russell confessed, left both him and his parents in shock, and took a long time to accept and internalize. And then there was Bill Ayers, already underground, waiting for 2 days near a dusty truck stop in rural America for some word from the Weather Bureau, learning finally that his best friend, Terry, and his girlfriend, Diana, were dead. His mind reeled with fantasies of consolation. Robbins, he convinced himself, was the group's demon who had pushed for the reckless assault. His beloved Diana, in his guilt-racked imaginings, was the group's angel who had pleaded with Robbins and the others to stop. Underground did not mean inactive. On May 21, 1970, Weatherman issued its first communiqué in which Dorn, now the group's main leader, made a declaration of war. Describing all efforts at reform as futile, Dorn announced that revolutionary violence is the only way for American rebels. The Weathermen also flaunted their success at hiding, taunting the FBI to find them in every tribe, commune, dormitory, farmhouse, barracks, and townhouse where kids are making love, smoking dope, and loading guns. Praising the growing militancy of the youth culture, they proclaimed, "All freaks are revolutionaries, and all revolutionaries are freaks." The communiqué concluded with the warning that within 2 weeks, Weatherman would attack a symbol of American injustice. A few days past the deadline, Weatherman claimed responsibility for the bombing of New York City Police Headquarters in retaliation for police violence against blacks and other minorities. In July, the Justice Department issued a new round of federal indictments based on the Flint War Council, of 12 weather leaders for weapons possession and a conspiracy to commit bombings and murders. The weathermen responded by warning Attorney General Mitchell, "Don't look for us, dog. We'll find you first." Subsequent communiques in the first 9 months of Weatherman's underground existence accompanied the bombing of the National Guard headquarters following the shootings at Kent State, bombings of the Marin County and Long Island City courthouses, the bombing of the rebuilt Haymarket statue in Chicago, and the Leary escape. In the communiques, the weathermen were as brash as ever. That accompanying the Haymarket bombing, which a Chicago police superintendent denounced as an insane act perpetrated by psychopaths, ran, "Students and hippies who now hear peace talk from the white man must remember how talk of peace was used against the Indians and preached to the blacks. Don't be tricked by talk. Arm yourself and shoot to live. We are not attacking targets. We are bringing a pitiful giant to his knees. Ward your planes. Guard your colleges. Guard your children. Crimson flames tied through my ears. Rollin' high and mighty traps. Pounced with fire on flaming roads. Using ideas as my maps. We'll meet on edges soon," said I, proud 'neath heated brow. "Ah, but I was so much older then. I'm younger than that now." Bob Dylan, My Back Pages. Behind their bravado and audacious bombings, the weathermen were deeply affected by the townhouse explosion. In late April, many weathermen, including Boudin and Wilkerson, made their way to a secluded location in Northern California for a meeting to discuss what had happened in New York and what the future of the organization should be. This would be Weatherman's first crucial reckoning with its initial vision of armed struggle. Jeff Jones had gone home after the explosion to assure his parents that he had not been killed and to say his goodbyes before completely vanishing underground. He came to the Weatherman Summit intent on defeating the more extreme politics in the group or leaving and taking others with him. For Jones, the weathermen had strayed far away from the essential humanity and commitment to democracy that had fueled us in the first place. He, with Dorn and several others, successfully argued that radical politics wasn't about big bombs and terrorist acts. Dorn recalls that the meeting was different also in how the weathermen argued. Not by staying up for 72 straight hours and seeing who was still on their feet, but actually trying to bring everybody back to how you change hearts and minds. J. in charge of New York operations, was held responsible with the late Robbins for the townhouse catastrophe and sent on indefinite leave, never to rejoin the group. He wandered for a couple years in Northern California and Mexico, eventually settling under an assumed name in Vancouver, Canada, where he died a natural death in 1997. Once a great champion of the revolutionary motto audacity, audacity, and more audacity, he confessed to Rudd in an unsent letter that he had lost, killed, alienated, or driven away all his friends, and that life was sad and lonely, whether he was a fugitive or not. Other weathermen voluntarily made what Ayres described as an honorable retreat from the craziness, and left the organization, paring it down to well below 100. On December 6, 1970, Weatherman made public the results of its self-evaluation in a lengthy communique, signed by Dorn, titled New Morning, Changing Weather. It began, "We want to express ourselves to the mass movement, not as military leaders but as tribes at council. It has been 9 months since the townhouse explosion. In that time, the future of our revolution has changed decisively. A growing illegal organization of young men and women can live and fight and love inside of Babylon. The FBI can't catch us. We've pierced their bulletproof shield. But the townhouse forever destroyed our belief that armed struggle is the only real revolutionary struggle. Admitting that something had been wrong with our direction besides technical inexperience. The weathermen then tried to account for their misdirection. New Morning chiefly criticized the military error, which Weatherman defined as the tendency to consider only bombings or picking up the gun as revolutionary, with the glorification of the heavier the better. Under the influence of the military error, and racked by sleeplessness and fear, the New York collective acted as if only those who die are proven revolutionaries. Weatherman frankly admitted confusing martyrdom with commitment and reducing radical politics to a fatalistic endgame, consummated in death. In a striking revision of its ideology, Weatherman then urged the movement to engage in above-ground activities such as demonstrations. Echoing earlier communiques, The statement also proclaimed the fundamental progressiveness of the youth movement and described grass and organic consciousness expanding drugs as weapons of the revolution. In praising the youth culture, the Weathermen both expressed a more expansive concept of radical politics and reasserted their roots. In conversations after the explosion, members reflected on their first demonstrations, their early efforts to persuade friends, and their talents, interests, differences. Abandoning notions of being America's zero children striking out at a society that had misshaped them, they now saw themselves as part of a robust, if still naive counterculture. In this spirit, Weatherman memorialized Oten and Gold as teachers. They had taught in Guatemala and New York City respectively, and Robbins as a community organizer. He had worked with SDS in a Cleveland ghetto. The Weathermen also revised their appreciation of other revolutionaries, lauding the Vietnamese not as abstract guerrilla fighters, slugging it out with U.S. imperialism, but as people with parents and children and hopes for the future. Finally, New Morning reflected the growing feminist consciousness in the organization. It concluded with a list of exemplary women revolutionaries throughout the world. And, after Weatherwomen protested the sexism of the name Weatherman, the group renamed itself in the communiqué the Weather Underground. New Morning conveyed both the tragicomic aspects of Weatherman and how much the group had matured since going underground. Weatherman conceded virtually all of the major charges of its critics since its founding, its glorification of violence, its dismissal of conventional protest, and its dangerous belief that a revolutionary group can succeed or even survive without any kind of genuine popular base. Yet, even in confession, the Weathermen spoke with a conspicuous arrogance, as though the revolution were somehow theirs to lead and as though they alone could assert the widely held truths that they had recently discovered. Particularly awkward was their declaration in the name of the movement of a faith in the value of public, nonviolent protest, a faith that most activists had never fully lost. By the same token, the Weathermen could lay claim to an authority that comes with having learned certain things themselves, from beyond a boundary others could only imagine. The group was, in a sense, the new left's canary in a coal mine, alerting others to the dangers of at least a certain approach to armed struggle. The Weathermen now sought to lead largely by example. New Morning intended only to correct for the military error, and not, as one might infer, to signal the group's withdrawal from violence altogether. Crucially, Weatherman had decided, following the townhouse explosion, not to engage in actions aimed at killing police. Actions Jaffe has recently indicated that the group could have and would have done had it not been forced into sober self-reflection. In addition, teams of Weathermen toured the country to persuade independent radical collectives not to engage in the kinds of all-out assaults Weathermen had once favored. Dorn, who took part in this effort, explained that the basic goal was to turn people away from thinking the more damage the better, from thinking that it was okay to hurt or kill civilians, and to argue that kidnapping and assassinations were off the table. The Weathermen gave political, practical, and ethical reasons in urging restraint. Attacks on property were another story. Shortly after New Morning, the Weather Underground planted several small bombs in the capital to protest the recently announced U.S. invasion of Laos. Ayres explained that the attitude among the group was, "We've corrected for the townhouse, now take this, boom." Weatherman's change of approach was already evident in its bombings since the townhouse. In each, the Weathermen issued a warning to prevent injury, a practice they continued throughout their existence. Capturing the universal sentiment among former members, Jaffe said, "We were and continue to be very proud of the fact that we didn't injure anybody in any of those actions. Not everyone on the left was pleased with New Morning, including some Weathermen," Braley confessed. "I did think it was backpedaling on armed struggle, but I wasn't all that clear on what we should do." Though he counted himself as one of the organization's hippies, he was less than enthusiastic about Weatherman's effort to bust Leary out of jail and the group's newfound love of the counterculture. Equally important, some of Weatherman's apparent allies sharply criticized the statement. 2 months after the publication of New Morning, members of the Panther 21 issued an open letter to the Weathermen. By February 1971, the situation of the Panther 21 was doubly desperate. Arrested in April 1969, the members had been given extremely high bail, such that most of the group had been in prison for 18 months as their trial for attempted murder and other serious charges slowly unfolded. The trial, ending in the acquittal of the defendants, lasted until May 1971, making it the longest trial in New York State up to that point. In addition, the New York Panthers were in the process of being expelled from the National Black Panther Party by its increasingly paranoid West Coast leadership for alleged breaches of solidarity. In their statement, the Panther 21 singled the Weather Underground out for praise among white groups because it had gone beyond lip service and related to action, the unequivocal truth by which revolutionaries gauge one another. Yet they also expressed strong misgivings about the direction outlined in New Morning. In particular, the Weather Underground's praise of the counterculture and apparent retreat from violence. Their criticisms echoed Weatherman's own earlier grievances about the counterculture, that it was escapist, indulgent, and racist because it was more concerned with the individual freedom of whites than with the group freedom of African Americans. Though acknowledging the need for political education, the Panthers rejected as naive the belief that transforming the consciousness of young whites would have any impact on the conduct of the Panthers' oppressors. And, reminding the Weathermen that blacks were suffering daily, the Panthers insisted that violence remained the only viable strategy for black liberation. In ways principled, desperate, and heavy-handed, they implored the Weathermen not to abandon the armed struggle. The Panthers' letter was one of the few direct public communications between black and white revolutionary groups. It is hard to overstate the significance of the dilemma it posed for the Weathermen, given the status of race in Weatherman ideology. The Weathermen had justified their violence largely by asserting the need for whites to join blacks and other people of color at the front lines of combat. Disidentifying with much of the New Left, the Weathermen had declared themselves accountable, in effect, to the most militant of militant blacks. With the Panther 21 statement, the Weathermen finally received the kind of endorsement that most radical blacks had previously withheld. But the statement, by insisting that violence was the essential ingredient of revolutionary politics, potentially tempted the Weathermen back to the narrow conception of radicalism behind the military error, an error to which black militants were hardly immune. For the Weathermen to curtail their violence was, however, to risk losing their identity as exceptional whites and undermine their ethic of solidarity. Striking a balance between the two impulses proved difficult. On December 4, 1970, 2 days before the publication of New Morning, and exactly 1 year after the murder of Fred Hampton, Robin Palmer led 5 others in an ill-fated attempt to avenge Hampton's murder by firebombing a First National City Bank office in New York City after business hours. The group had also planned to attack 2 police stations, the Bolivian consulate, a research building at New York University, and a New York law firm with which President Nixon was affiliated. The Weather Bureau, doubting the security of the action, urged Palmer not to go through with it. Its sense of caution proved well-founded, as Palmer had unwittingly recruited a police agent, who had the cell arrested. The Weather Underground did not respond publicly to the letter from the Panther 21, a decision many Weathermen later regarded as a horrible mistake. Gilbert recalls that the Weathermen privately concluded that the Panthers had misinterpreted New Morning by failing to see that they retained an armed struggle strategy. The group's continued bombings would make that plain, and the Panthers were not owed further clarification. But the Weather Underground's new modus operandi did represent a step back from the kind of violence favored initially by the Weathermen and still by the Panther 21, designed to instigate a civil war. In effect and likely intent, the group's armed actions in the 1970s were transparently symbolic. Most notably, the Weather Underground bombed the California Department of Corrections in August 1971 in response to the killing of George Jackson during a prison escape. The New York State Department of Corrections following the massacre at Attica Prison a month later, and the Pentagon in May 1972 after the U.S. bombing of Hanoi. In each case, the Weather Underground reacted to instances of state violence against people of color, violence it felt compelled to censure with more than just words, but that it was powerless to prevent. New Morning, in this light, represented the Weathermen's reassessment of what was possible given the political climate and what kind of action was valid and desirable for white radicals. Some in the group felt that the Weathermen redrew the bounds of race too sharply. Gilbert explained, "There's a way in which the Weather Underground was still the white middle-class underground. It wasn't a situation in which our own communities being killed. And so there was a way in which we comfortably also limited the level of violence we took on, which limited the amount of solidarity we provided third world struggles. The group's restraint in this view partly reflected political weakness and the retreat into race and class privilege. Others, likely the majority, saw the group's moderation more positively. In the early 1990s, Dorn described the Weather Underground's violence as an extremely restrained and highly appropriate response to the state's violence. Gilbert's and Dorn's comments outline, beyond poles in a tactical debate, very different ways of negotiating a politics of solidarity. Praise for restraint, when read as a muted commentary on issues of race, implicitly signals the acceptance of certain limitations imposed by one's identity. Part of the difficulty Weatherman had in attracting whites to violence reflected precisely the experiential barriers dividing the worlds of black and white and the very different kinds of adversity each community faced. Attempts to artificially collapse those differences could be disastrous. Larry Weiss recalls being briefed that the New York City Townhouse Collective had believed that to use safety mechanisms on its bombs would be to assert its white skin privilege. With this ludicrous assumption, Weatherman looked past the fact that the vast majority of American blacks hardly joined the Black Panthers and the BLA in picking up the gun. The Weather Underground never settled on a single conception of the ideal role for white revolutionaries or of the form that their violence should take. Positions such as Gilbert's and Dorn's were enunciated by various members at various times, with every view subject to intense internal debate. Over the course of the 1970s, the clear trend was towards the de-escalation of violence and support for a wide range of political activism, much of it nonviolent and legal. The group not only developed an above-ground support group, but also engaged in conventional forms of political agitation on such issues as unemployment and the racial integration of northern schools through busing. As the 1970s ground on, underground members even questioned the wisdom of maintaining a clandestine organization whose military capabilities and political effectiveness were severely limited, and whose raison d'etre in an era of waning militancy was increasingly tenuous. Though I could not caution all, I still might warn a few. Don't lend your hand to raise a flag atop no ship of fools. The Grateful Dead, Ship of Fools. Lyrics by Robert Hunter. For all their Sturm und Drang, the Weathermen were most notorious for something they had planned to do but did not: take the lives of others in a deliberate act of political murder. Their political and historical significance, by extension, lies not only in the extremes to which they went but also, if less often acknowledged, in the boundaries they never in fact crossed. Seen in this double light, the townhouse explosion looms so large in the history of the New Left both as an emblem of going too far and as the catalyst for pulling back. In political terms, New Morning came too late to salvage SDS or make up for Weatherman's role in its destruction. Too late to win the Weathermen a sufficient following to make them a broadly influential force in American politics. And too late, as the social movements of the 1960s declined and new ones gained strength, to do much more than shift the emphasis of an armed struggle that in any version was destined to fail in its goal of toppling the U.S. government. Yet, as an articulation of limits, New Morning shaped the group's fundamental identity for most of its existence. Central to Weatherman's transformation was its meditation on the ethics of violence, whom it was willing to harm and to what ends. By the decade's end, these questions set the ultimate stakes in the tension within the New Left between acting out and working through, transgression and transcendence. Young radicals received eloquent counsel from their elders as they struggled over how to channel their outrage. Daniel Berrigan, while himself a fugitive in 1970, wrote an open letter to the Weathermen, cautioning, "The mark of inhuman treatment of humans is a mark that also hovers over us. It is the mark of the beast, whether its insignia is the military or the movement. No principle is worth the sacrifice of a single human being." That's a very hard statement. At various stages of the movement, some have acted as if almost the opposite were true, in that we got purer. A revolution is interesting only insofar as it avoids, like the plague it hopes to heal, and will be no better and no more truthful than those who it brought into being. Berrigan begged the Weathermen to see themselves as givers of hope, like Che Guevara or even Jesus, and to view their lives as about something more than sabotage. Dave Dellinger similarly implored compassion, rejection of violence, refusal to treat other human beings as objects or as means to our own good or bad ends. These are all necessary virtues. To reject them during the struggle to create a good society is to reduce dangerously the possibility of achieving them after the revolution has apparently triumphed. Marcuse was no pacifist. Beyond defining a natural right of extralegal and even violent resistance, he distinguished between reactionary and emancipatory violence, white and red terror, based on their differing goals, and emancipatory violence's quality of implying its own abolition. While all forms of terror, he insisted, were equally condemnable from a moral standpoint, in terms of their historical function, much separated the violence of the oppressed and the oppressors. The terror employed in the defense of North Vietnam, for example, he thought essentially different from the terror used against it. Yet in his 1969 An Essay on Liberation, Marcuse discussed the creation of a new sensibility, instinctively resistant to cruelty, ugliness, and brutality, as both the means and the end of liberation in the developed Western world. Our goals, our values, and our own new morality must already be visible in our actions, Marcuse explained to an approving New Left audience in 1969. The new humans who we want to help to create, we must already strive to be these human beings right here and now. Marcuse never wavered in his belief that the New Left's most urgent tasks were political education and the creation of this new sensibility, and he never saw the development of a military capability as an appropriate or desirable goal for white American radicals. Advocates of violence countered by describing pacifism as the luxury of privilege and by arguing the futility of peaceful protest. For some, revolution required the creation of a shrewdly instrumental or even callous subjectivity. Criticizing Marcuse for emphasizing the new, humane consciousness and sensibility, Harold Jacobs, a sociology professor at Berkeley, insisted, "We indeed have to remake ourselves, but not only in the humane ways we might wish. We have to learn to discipline ourselves, to hate, to destroy, and to kill. This society will be liberated, but at the cost of much blood." Such sentiments echoed, consciously or not, the 1869 Catechism of a Revolutionist written by the Russian student radical Sergei Nechayev, perhaps the best-known text of a generation of Russian anarchists widely regarded the pioneers of modern-day terrorism. Within a global rebel culture, it has functioned for decades as a psychological and existential template for aspiring guerrillas seeking to train themselves in the cold science of destruction. The townhouse explosion prompted the Weathermen to reflect on how dehumanizing their experiences had been and to consider whether inhumane conduct was a valid or necessary dimension of revolutionary politics. Evaluating their histories, former members stressed the importance and also the difficulty of balancing competing imperatives. One demanded militant, even violent responses to injustice. The other required conscientiousness and compassion. For Gilbert, the townhouse explosion indicated that it isn't a game, it is real. I mean, yes, we had seen that the Panthers. But then there was someone very close. It is life and death, and it's a big, big decision to try to be a revolutionary. It's not just this romantic thing of being in the mountains or this morally pristine position. And part of the risk of being a revolutionary is not just personal harm, but making mistakes that will hurt. But to me, the risk of not doing anything when so many people are being destroyed. That's even worse. But there's no neat, sort of easy choice there. Gilbert described the Weather Underground's restraint. It's not accidental that over 20 or 30 no one got hurt. There are some situations of revolutionary struggle where people do get hurt, but the point is that revolutionary morality has a very high standard. You don't want innocent bystanders hurt. You try to minimize casualties. It's not like reactionary violence, ruling class violence, that's napalm on villages. Naomi Jaffe, reflecting on the townhouse, confessed, "I was a little dazed by that time. I must have been repressing a lot of my feelings because it was really years before I even cried about it. I didn't really experience it when it happened. It seemed like what we had to do was so hard. We had to put aside everything else, repress everything else. We were young. It doesn't seem like that to me now. I feel more vulnerable than I've ever been to all the pain of what's going on in the world. But at that time, I didn't know how you could be vulnerable to all that pain and still do the work." For Jaffe, militant action seems to have required psychic and emotional numbing, which robbed her of the ability to mourn even the death of her friends, let alone the potential targets of their violence. With distance from armed combat, Jaffe now rejects the trade-off she once felt necessary. Still an activist, she praises the vulnerable and sentient warrior, however she may fight, whose very conviction that every life is precious guides her efforts. When asked if the Weathermen had considered the political and moral consequences of their early vision of armed rebellion, Larry Weiss answered, "Hell no. To actually have killed somebody else, you can't grasp it. The group," he insisted, "was prepared only in the stupid adrenaline sense, ready in. That you don't actually think about what it means in any real sense, any human sense." Other new leftists gearing up for violence appeared equally unprepared. One message the Weathermen privately conveyed to radical collectives throughout the country following the townhouse explosion was, in Dorn's words, that you can't do political kidnappings, as some Latin American guerrillas had recently done and American radicals imagined doing with figures like Kissinger. Unless you're willing to kill somebody, so if you're not willing to kill somebody, don't even play around with it. Whether heeding such pleadings or their own consciences, American New Leftists never made kidnapping part of their arsenal. In retrospect, Bill Ayers contrasted the Weathermen to the Vietnamese revolutionaries and to the South Africans who had toppled apartheid, whose achievements had been forged in generations of political struggle. We were a group of very half-cocked 20-year-olds. We had no past, no history, no knowledge. I don't think we thought it through, no, and had we continued down a certain road, not only all of us would have died, but the things we believed in would have been set back deeply. Reflecting on what it might in fact mean to kill, Ayers stressed the importance of mourning one's own violence. I often think and wonder, to be the guy who slips into the general's tent and slit his throat. Can you do that and still grieve about what you're doing? About what a horrible, hideous asshole you are? It seems to me to not be able to act, even in an extreme way, is a kind of paralysis. It's okay if they fight, but I can't possibly because I'm too good. On the other hand, to get yourself to the point where it means nothing to you, where you just say, fuck it, is to sell out the revolution. Struggling to find a middle ground between passivity and callous violence in the service of a just cause, Ayers invokes a language of morality, long explored by philosophers and ethicists, that tries to reconcile rebellion and restraint, the imperative to act against injustice and the limits on action that the commitment to justice imposes. Albert Camus, though not a direct influence on Weatherman, was one such thinker. In his play Les Justes, translated as The Just Assassins, Camus used the experiences of a Russian anarchist cell in 1905 to explore precisely the conditions in which a political murder may be regarded as just. The anarchists eventually kill a wicked nobleman, while going to great lengths to avoid harming his children. Once captured, the assassin, Stepan, refuses the Grand Duke's wife's offer of clemency and spiritual absolution, provided that he renounces his act and condemns his comrades. He then goes willingly to the scaffold. The point of the play, in Camus' words, is to show that action itself has its limits. There is no good and just action, but recognizes limits and, if it must go beyond them, at least accepts death. Camus' concept thus has nothing to do with terrorist martyrdom. Stepan dies to repay a debt to humanity, not to express the depth of his sacrifice, nor to serve any god in hope of a divine reward. Here Camus goes to the heart of his understanding of rebellion. In his philosophical writings, he describes rebellion as an act of radical solidarity, an affirmation of a principle or value that transcends the self and implicitly unites all human beings. The true creed of the rebel is, I rebel, therefore we exist. Killing another human being, however, is a breach of that solidarity, a shattering of the human bond that negates one's identity as a rebel. To accept one's own death is to accept the loss of the claim of solidarity, even as one rebels in its name. Alluding to the violence of the 20th century, Camus lamented, Our world of today seems loathsome to us for the very reason that it is made by men who grant themselves the right to go beyond those limits, and first of all to kill others without themselves dying. These may appear tortured constructions from Ayers and Camus. Grief for one's own violence, compassion for the victim, and even the acceptance of one's own death do not, in themselves, make violence just. That determination depends also on the motivation, target, kind, and consequences of the violence. Conversely, Camus may appear to make impossible demands of rebels. Accepting that violence is valid means accepting that people will be killed. For combatants to dwell on that loss, let alone cede their lives, would cripple their struggle. Yet Herz's and Camus' reflections can be read less as a literal code of conduct and more as an injunction that political violence, whatever its aim, not be conceived of as a purely instrumental act or as something that ennobles and redeems its perpetrator. Robert Roth, also reflecting on the townhouse explosion, spoke directly to the question of limits. Absorbing the deaths of his friends and comrades as a tragedy, he conceded that it also would have been a tragedy if they had succeeded in their plans. Their deaths led Roth and the Weathermen to ask, if you're going to fight, how are you human as you fight? How do you treat people who have doubts, fears? How do you examine who you are fighting against and who you're not? What's your own morality? Do you have morality? Do you care about other people? Do you think really long and hard before you put people in danger? Who do you put in danger? If you try to change the society, how are you changing yourself? How are you becoming more human? If moving towards armed activity means steeling yourself and hardening yourself in this way that cuts out all human feelings and emotion and care, then what kind of movement are you going to build? Are you going to build a real community? Are you going to build a culture of resistance? Without turning on each other, without burning to a crisp within a second. Roth's commentary provides a striking counterpoint to Nechaev's Catechism. As against Nechaev's cold-hearted certainties, which judge everyone and everything based on utility to the revolution, Roth offers a series of questions driven by concern for others, which amount to a catechism of the rebel in a Camusian sense. Conviction is complicated by doubt, and the ultimate standard for judging action is how well it both serves and reflects the values in whose name one rebels. How deeply the Weathermen should be credited for drawing sane conclusions from a disaster of their own making is debatable. At least some in the group had sought to attack civilians, and it was only their recklessness that spared them from becoming killers. Even after the townhouse explosion, the Weathermen minimized but did not eliminate the risk of injury. Luck intervened to ensure that only property was harmed. In addition, in the mid-1970s, the Weather Underground lent support, rhetorical and perhaps more, to the Black Liberation Army, BLA, and the Puerto Rican independence group Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional, FALN, each of which engaged in lethal actions. However, one may judge these groups, whose violence was very different from that of white radicals in its causes and character. The Weather Underground's support for them potentially reveals that the Weathermen wanted to have it both ways. On the one hand, to continue to claim an exceptional status among whites by backing the militancy of people of color. On the other hand, to steer clear of the greatest hazards of armed struggle and to claim as their greatest defense that their own violence did no real harm. And some Weathermen, unwilling to abandon violence when the group disbanded in 1976, participated with remnants of the BLA in armed actions, such as a 1981 robbery of a Brinks armored truck to secure funds for revolutionary activities that had deadly results. Finally, the political concept behind the Weather Underground's armed struggle may appear so flawed, so drastically out of touch with political reality, that it would seem hard to speak of the morality of the Weathermen's violence. As Ayres repeatedly asserts in his memoir, metaphors may matter, and the Weather Underground may ultimately have functioned as one giant metaphor or symbol. But bad metaphors, ones that reduce the world to a comic book morality, can be destructive, and some metaphors, to the extent that they serve as calls to arms, can wound and kill off the pig, as opposed to we shall overcome. Furthermore, societies and governments are not simply monsters, even when they do monstrous things, and the struggle against them is not just a matter, as Ayres described Weatherman's metaphorical understanding of the world circa 1970, of playing heroic Odysseus against the great Cyclops. Wilkerson, in a sharply critical response to Ayres's memoir, focused precisely on the confusion in the group over what to make of the extreme language of its leaders. Ayres himself, she charges, was one of the architects of much of the insanity he blames on others, by virtue of his incendiary speeches during Weatherman's formative months. Wilkerson now believes that he never took seriously language himself, but she says that most of the Weathermen did not realize that he meant it only as talk. The Weathermen did, nonetheless, assert the value of limits and restricted their violence accordingly. In this, they set a constructive example. The importance of limits is everywhere and tragically evident. In the tendency of revolutionary movements to perpetrate violence serving no emancipatory end or to perpetuate violence long after liberation has occurred. In the mass murders of the 20th century, driven by the reduction of the victim to a thing and the exaltation of killing as a way of purifying the individual or the group, and in the recent rise of global terrorisms, executed with increasing brutality. The question of limits has relevance for Germany's RAF, which in the 1970s embraced forms of violence that the Weathermen had long rejected. It has great relevance, finally, for U.S. conduct in Vietnam, which must figure into any comprehensive assessment of the Weathermen's actions. The U.S. military and its political commanders institutionalized normlessness in the frequent commission of atrocities in Vietnam. The bombing of civilians, the use of chemical weapons such as Agent Orange, and still uncounted melees. Much of the world judged the war criminal, and part of the private struggle of many Vietnam veterans has been to grieve over their own violence. That struggle became public through the efforts of some veterans to convince the nation that an aspect of their post-traumatic stress was what the war had turned them into. In one of the most disturbing protests of the era, some veterans actually tried in 1971 to turn themselves in for war crimes to the Pentagon. A nervous Pentagon official referred them to the Justice Department. It took America years to recognize the multifaceted suffering of the veterans. And the prosecutors of the war and their supporters, so concerned in the last years with achieving peace with honor, failed to acknowledge, let alone memorialize, the Vietnamese victims. Tom Hayden, in defense of New Left radicalism, commented in early 1970 that its combined violence did not equal that of one bomb dropped from a B-52. Dellinger responded angrily that Hayden's remark missed the point, that the left should hardly be proud that it had never developed the resources to do more damage. But here Dellinger dismisses Hayden's point too quickly. The violence of the Weathermen and other new leftists consisted, by and large, of bombing buildings, destroying offices, and breaking a great many windows. The death toll resulting from the thousands of violent acts stood at 3: Robert Fastnacht, killed in the Madison bombing, the Boston policeman killed in 1970, and a prison guard killed in 1972 by the small California-based group Venceremos. In all 3 cases, the deaths were unintentional. In contrast, the state violence that new leftists opposed involved countless deaths, the toppling of governments, and deliberate assaults on domestic dissidents. Even if, as Dellinger suggests from his principled pacifist standpoint, the far greater violence of one's adversary does not justify one's own, Dellinger misrepresents the new left's relationship to violence. Overwhelmingly, new leftists restricted their violence by choice and showed concern for the victims. The deadly Madison bombing led to a public declaration of grief by Carl Armstrong, the main perpetrator of the act. On the witness stand, Armstrong defended the bombing and, to his lawyer's dismay, insisted that under similar circumstance, believing as he had that the building was clear of people, he would do it again. But Armstrong also confessed that his mind was literally devastated by the death of Fastnacht, which he felt could never be justified. With Fastnacht's death, the virtue of doing no harm had vanished. The last honor left to Armstrong was a public expression of sorrow and the private torment of regret. In his reaction lies a piece of the new left's honor. The triumphant Weathermen, now in charge of the Students for a Democratic Society, at the podium of the June 1969 SDS National Convention. Bernardine Dorn is in the center. Mark Rudd and Susan Stern are to her left. Arrest photos of Bill Ayers, Bernardine Dorn, and Jeff Jones. Weathermen marching at the October 1969 Days of Rage. JJ, the main author of the Weatherman Statement, is at the center wearing a helmet. Terry Robbins, who died in the townhouse blast in March 1970, is to his left. Weatherwomen marching through Chicago's Grant Park during the Women's Militia action at the Days of Rage. Kathy Wilkerson is on the left, wearing a white helmet and holding a Viet Cong flag. Weatherwoman being arrested during the Days of Rage. Assistant Corporation Counsel Richard Elrod just after suffering a paralyzing injury on October 10, 1969, the most violent of the Days of Rage. Illinois Black Panther Party Chairman Fred Hampton addresses a Chicago rally in 1969. Bobby Rush, who later became a U.S. congressman, is to his right. The bed in which Fred Hampton was shot and killed by Chicago police on December 4, 1969. Hampton's assassination prompted the Weathermen to go underground in the weeks following. Anonymous weatherwoman during the Days of Rage. Chicago Police Department poster from April 1970 identifying 8 Weatherman fugitives. Sought for charges stemming from demonstrations the day the Chicago 8 trial began and for the Days of Rage. Left. Benno Ohnsorg after being shot by police on June 2, 1967. At a demonstration against the visit of the Shah of Iran to West Berlin. He soon died from his wounds, and his death instantly radicalized the West German New Left. Bottom, Horst Sondlein, Thorwald Prohl, Andreas Bader and Gudrun Ensslin, left to right. In court on October 31, 1968. To hear the verdict in their trial for the Frankfurt department store arsons of April 1968. Bader and Ensslin would go on to form the RAF. Photographs of Ulrike Meinhof, Andreas Bader, and Gudrun Ensslin used by police in its search for RAF fugitives. RAF wanted poster. Andreas Bader, Ulrike Meinhof, Holger Mainz, Gudrun Ensslin, first row, left to right. Jan Karl Raspe, Ilse Stahoviak, Axel Achterath, Ronald Augustine, second row. Bernhard Braun, Heinz Brockmann, Albert Fichter, Klaus Junschke, third row. Irmgard Mahler, Brigitte Monhaupt, Ralph Reinders, Ingeborg Bars, last row. Damage from the RAF's bombing of the headquarters of the U.S. Army Supreme European Command in Heidelberg on May 24, 1972. 3 U.S. military personnel were killed in the attack, the deadliest of the RAF's 1972 May offensive. March following the funeral on November 18, 1974, of Holger Mainz, 9 days after his death in prison as the result of a hunger strike. Gudrun Enslin's father, Pastor Helmut Ensslin, is second from the left. The sign reads, "The guerrilla Holger Mainz was murdered by state security and justice." Left. Jean-Paul Sartre visiting Stammheim prison on December 4, 1974, to discuss the treatment of RAF prisoners with Andreas Bader. The RAF attorney Klaus Croissant is on Sartre's left. Bottom. Weapons seized by West German police in a raid on RAF cells in Frankfurt am Main and Hamburg on February 2, 1974. The cell, known as the Gruppe vom 4.2, the date of its capture, was plotting to free RAF prisoners. Ulrike Meinhof's funeral on May 15, 1976. Authorities said that Meinhof had hanged herself in her cell in Stammheim prison, but many on the left believed that she had been murdered. Some of the mourners are wearing masks to avoid identification. Hans Martin Schleyer, photographed on October 13, 1977, 38 days after being kidnapped by the RAF. 6 days later, following the deaths in Stammheim prison of Andreas Bader, Gudrun Ensslin, and Jean Karl Raspe, Schleyer was found murdered near the French-German border. Chapter 5. Deadly Abstraction. The Red Army Faction and the Politics of Murder. Over the course of the 1970s, what turned out to be West Germany's only war, that between the Federal Republic and self-styled urban guerrillas, seeking its overthrow, grew dramatically in intensity. By 1976, the year the Weather Underground dissolved, the RAF's leaders had been in prison for nearly 4 years. They were charged with bombings, attempted murders, and murders, stemming mostly from the 1972 May Offensive, in which the RAF targeted officials of the West German state and U.S. military personnel. Several dozen more members of the RAF and other guerrilla groups were in prison, accused or convicted of acts of terrorism. Their capture and the passing of the Vietnam War hardly served to quell the conflict. As opposition to the war and imperialism receded, the focus of the guerrillas' strongest anger shifted to the criminal justice system, in particular to the systematic abuse inmates alleged they suffered in prison. Prisoners from the RAF and other groups engaged in a series of hunger strikes to protest their treatment, culminating in the death by starvation in November 1974 of the RAF's Holger Mainz and a new explosion of anger on the left. In the mid-1970s, the RAF and other groups committed brutal acts of violence, most often aiming to win the release of jailed members. These include the June 2 movement's killing in 1974 of a West Berlin judge just after the death of Mainz, its kidnapping in February 1975 of the Christian Democratic official Peter Lorenz, ending with the exchange of Lorenz's for 10 imprisoned guerrillas, and the RAF's brief seizure in April of the same year of the German embassy in Stockholm, Sweden, during which 2 diplomatic staff and 2 RAF members died. The conflict further escalated in May 1976 with the death of Ulrika Meinhof by hanging in her cell in Stamheim prison. State officials, playing up speculation that she was in bitter conflict with the rest of the group, insisted that her death was a suicide. Many on the left contended that she had been murdered, giving rise to the great Mord oder Selbstmord, murder or suicide, debate that raged for years in Germany. In retaliation, the RAF killed the federal prosecutor Siegfried Buback and Jürgen Ponto, chairman of the board of Dresdner Bank. In April 1977, the 2-year-long trial of the RAF's Andreas Bader, Gudrun Ensslin, and Jan-Carl Raspe ended, with the defendants being found guilty of 4 murders, of 27 attempted murders, and of forming a criminal association, for which they were given life sentences. With legal options for the prisoners' release exhausted, RAF commandos committed their most desperate and provocative acts. On September 9th, the RAF kidnapped Hans Martin Schleyer, president of the Employers Association of the Federal Republic and of the Federation of German Industry. It demanded the release of Bader, Ensslin, Raspe, and 8 other RAF guerrillas. To his captors, Schleyer was a doubly appropriate target. Not only was he an embodiment of capitalist oppression, he had been a member of the Nazi Party and an SS Hauptsturmführer in Czechoslovakia, where he served under the direction of the Sicherheitsdienst chief Reinhard Heydrich, one of the architects of the final solution, until Heydrich's assassination by Czech partisans in May 1942. Schleyer appeared, in short, to be a living symbol of what the RAF asserted was the continuity between the Nazi Reich and the Federal Republic. Chancellor Helmut Schmidt refused to meet the kidnappers' demands. Facing an apparent stalemate, RAF raised the stakes 5 weeks later. On October 13th, in alliance with the RAF, a Palestinian commando hijacked a Lufthansa Boeing 737 departing from Majorca for Frankfurt. The hijackers took 91 hostages, including the crew, and demanded the release of the German prisoners, as well as of 2 Palestinians held in Turkey. After traveling to Italy, Dubai, and Bahrain, the plane went to Aden, Yemen, where, on October 16th, the hijackers shot and killed the plane's pilot, dumping his body on the tarmac. It then traveled to Mogadishu, Somalia. Schmidt chose to end the standoff by force 6 weeks after the kidnapping of Schleyer. On the evening of October 17th to 18th, the Special Security Force, Grenzschutzgruppe 9, GSG 9, raided the plane in Mogadishu, killing 3 hijackers and wounding the 4th, with no loss of life to their captives. In the wake of the raid, what would be called the 44 days in autumn rushed toward a chilling crescendo. The evening after the raid, Bader and Raspe died of gunshot wounds in their Stamheim cells, Ensslin died by hanging, and a 4th RAF inmate, Irmgard Mahler, was nearly killed by a stab wound to her chest. The government, as with Meinhof's hanging, claimed their deaths were suicides and voiced indignation that guns had apparently been smuggled into the prison. And, again, RAF supporters and others charged the government with murder, a claim some maintain to this day. On October 19th, Schleyer's kidnappers announced that they had killed their hostage, whose body was later found in the town of Mulhouse along the French-German border. At Schleyer's funeral, Bundespräsident Walter Scheel declared that the 6 weeks of the kidnapping have clearly been the worst in the history of the Federal Republic. The events of the fall of 1977, however evidently dramatic, only begin to convey the bitterness of the conflict. Statistics of the dead and injured belie that intensity. By late 1978, 43 people had been killed. Of the dead, 28 were victims of left-wing violence, including 10 policemen and 4 members of the judiciary, and 15 guerrillas had lost their lives. The number of people killed in a single year in auto accidents, a cliched observation ran, dwarfed this 7-year tally of casualties. Nor did the intensity of the conflict derive from any military threat the RAF posed. Pleading publicly for mercy for Meinhof shortly before her arrest in June 1972, Heinrich Böll, the winner of the 1972 Nobel Prize in Literature, described the RAF struggle as that of 6 against 60 million. His estimate was not that far off. A year into its existence, 14 of the group's 30 or so members were incarcerated. By the end of 1972, Only one person considered by police to be a member of the RAF's hardcore, Hartkern, was still at large. The RAF would rebuild itself several times during the next 2.5 decades, but only a few dozen RAF guerrillas in all its generations participated directly in the most destructive of its armed actions. The meaning and intensity of the West German conflict must be sought neither in its body count nor in the roster of destruction, but in its symbolic impact and how it functioned as a symptom of larger political, social, and historical tensions. To recognize that both the threat the RAF posed and the response to it were largely symbolic, psychological, and not physical, in a common formulation, is to assert an interpretive axiom, one acknowledged by the guerrillas themselves, those charged with defeating them, countless German commentators and scholars of political violence or terrorism in general. Determining just how the RAF's violence functioned symbolically is a formidable task, however, because the conflict involved competing symbolic logics, articulated by a host of actors. The RAF's violence was by design symbolic, insofar as it meant primarily to convey a spirit of resistance, which the RAF hoped would spread. Its bombs were to detonate also in the consciousness of the masses. More broadly, the RAF saw itself as a positive expression of the political situation, both globally and in West Germany. It attributed its own existence to what it saw as the weakness of imperialism, the discontent pervading German society, and the growing determination of the left to finally do what was necessary to seriously challenge state power. The state, in sharp contrast, perceived the RAF not only as a threat to internal security, but also as a broader, largely figurative challenge to its legitimacy and to the democratic principles for which it stood. The RAF represented a political poison, intolerable in any dose, that was reminiscent of the militarism and contempt for pluralism characterizing fascism. The state thus did battle with the RAF as Hitler's children, haunting post-war society. Independent observers throughout the political spectrum assessed the symbolic stakes very differently. Though the RAF never remotely enjoyed broad public support for its armed struggle, its members did for a time elicit some sympathy as underdog outlaws persecuted by an overbearing state. In a widely publicized 1971 poll, taken during the first great hunt for RAF fugitives, but before the deadly 1972 May offensive, 40% of respondents described the RAF's violence as political, not criminal, in motive. 20% indicated that they could understand efforts to protect fugitives from capture, and 6% confessed that they were themselves willing to conceal a fugitive. Interpreting these data, Sebastian Scherer explained that the RAF became less a symbol of popular aspirations than a victimization by the state's security apparatus and by authoritarian measures that were felt to be highly problematic. In 1977, Walter Bailich invoked a deeper sense of the symbolism inherent in the conflict. Hitler's children aren't the political criminals, but rather Schleier's children. It isn't what happened under Hitler that motivates them, but what the Schleiers of this world do today. That they represent a democratically organized society just as easily as they did a fascistic society. That they have remained in the new Germany where they were, namely, on top. That they are implicated in a continuity which wouldn't be the case if fascism had been apprehended as the horrendous crime that it was. Rejecting the RAF's charge of the thoroughgoing similarities between the Nazi state and the Federal Republic, Bailich nonetheless presented the RAF as a symptom of the confusion, shame, and outrage of a generation coming of age politically in a society that had too comfortably asserted its distance or even redemption from Nazism. Horst Mahler broke with the RAF in 1974 and affiliated with traditional Marxism-Leninism. Following the events of 1977, he described the RAF as a symbol of the weakness of the socialist left, insofar as its violence made apparent the left's failure to develop power through legitimate and politically constructive means. Mahler ultimately lumped terrorism with unemployment, alcoholism, drug addiction, and criminality as expressions of a society in crisis. Far from being the cure for capitalism's pathologies, the RAF was itself one of capitalism's pathologies. Mahler has since become a nationalist reactionary of the far right. To the philosopher Gunter Rohrmoser, speaking from the political center, terrorism was a disturbing manifestation of a different sort of estrangement, that of the German people from the state. That the RAF existed in a democratic society made it a symptom of a profound loss of reality and a new, radical form of alienation. At root, The Federal Republic had failed to establish or maintain the full, positive identification of the population with its authority and its founding principles. Terrorism was therefore a signal, a sign, of the extent to which collective ethos has eroded, requiring, above all, the renewal of a near-spiritual sense of West German unity. Hitler's children, Schleier's children, Lenin's children, Nixon's children, Guevara's children. Such were the labels that explicitly or implicitly attached to the RAF during its early history. Protecting or itself endangering democracy, repudiating or sustaining the fascism of the past. Such were the competing views of the conduct of the state. The question of what would have happened if is ambiguous, pacifistic, moralistic. RAF, Das Konzept Stadt Guerilla, the concept of the urban guerrilla. To capture their sense of the form that protest violence should take, West German militants of the late 1960s voiced the slogan, "Violence against things, yes, violence against people, no." Honoring the slogan meant restricting violence to small-scale destruction of property at street demonstrations and occasional attacks on buildings, such as Berlin's America House. When militants did appear to target people, their actions were often merely theatrical. In April 1967, members of Berlin's Commune 1 had planned to attack U.S. Vice President Hubert Humphrey while he was visiting West Germany. Uncovering the plot, police arrested several members of the radical collective with much fanfare. What the authorities had originally alleged were bombs, however, prompting the conservative media to denounce the plotters as terrorists, turned out to be harmless sacks of pudding. Commenting on the episode in concrete, Meinhof castigated the outraged reaction to the phantom assault. Dropping napalm on women, children, and the elderly is not criminal, but protesting against it is. It is considered impolite to aim pudding and oatmeal at politicians, but not to roll out the red carpet for politicians who have villages wiped out and cities destroyed. Napalm yes, pudding no. Commune 1 soon added a sardonic twist to its provocative brand of political humor. On May 22, 1967, arson in a department store in Brussels killed 253 people. 2 days later, two Commune members, Rainer Langhans and Fritz Teufel, whose name, perfect for his role as troublemaker, means devil, issued a leaflet asking, "When will Berlin's department stores burn?" It explained, "The Yanks have been dying for Berlin in Vietnam. We were sorry to see the poor souls shed their Coca-Cola blood in the jungles of Vietnam. So we started by marching, throwing the occasional egg at America House, and we would have liked to see HHH die smothered in pudding." A burning department store with burning people conveys for the first time in a major European city that crackling Vietnam feeling that we in Berlin up to now have missed. Brussels has given us the only answer. Burn, warehouse, burn. Langhans and Teufel were arrested for their incendiary rhetoric. 10 months later, a Berlin judge found that the leaflet, however offensive, was a literary statement designed to shock, not a literal threat, and cleared the two of the charges. The department store arsons committed in Frankfurt by Andreas Bader and Gudrun Ensslin 8 days after the acquittal of the communards may appear a chilling effort to answer the leaflet's grim query, to bridge the gap between imagination and action and make the militant metaphors of the new left real. Bader and Ensslin had, in fact, visited Commune 1 just prior to the action to see if anyone wanted to join them. Only Thorwald Prohl, a friend of the two, agreed. The arson was partly that bridge. Meinhof praised the assailants for having broken both the law and internal restraints. Ensslin, in a perfect echo of American militants, defended the arson by proclaiming, "We have found words are useless without actions." But the arson, examined in its specifics and the justifications provided for it, was much more an instance of symbolic violence, rooted in the injunction against harming people than an attempt to act out the kind of genuine terror the communards had rudely envisioned. At their trial, Bader, Ensslin, Prohl, and Sondlein confessed to having committed the arson as a protest against the Vietnam War and contrasted their destruction of a few commodities in a small fire set after hours with the use of napalm against civilians. They also indicted, in ways both playful and defiant, what they charged was the wholesale corruption of the West German justice system and the society it defended. In court, they declared that they would not defend themselves against a justice that in 1933 unapologetically threw itself into fascism and in 1945 equally unapologetically rose from fascism, that did not dismantle authoritarian structures, but instead built them anew, that protects property and wealth more than it does human beings, and that speaks in the name of the people, but acts in the name of the ruling class. Berward Vesper, Enslin's one-time fiancé and a budding counterculture author, issued his own diatribe following the announcement of sentences of 3 years imprisonment for the arsonists. To him, the prosecution defended commodities, while implicitly condoning violence in Vietnam against humans. Commodities, he asserted, take on human traits, while the dead, once and for all destroyed and never interchangeable, are denigrated by being considered mere statistics. Vesper also charged that indignation at the arson was evasive or disingenuous if it ignored the violence that was permanently and everywhere manifest in West Germany. For him, the real threat was the violence in the family, the violence in the schools, the violence in the factories, the violence in the home, the violence in the prisons, the violence of suicide, the violence of the violent criminals, the violence of the police, the pervasive violence that destroys countless lives and diminishes all lives. The motive for the arson, in light of statements by the defendants and their supporters, appears to have been this. By eliciting outrage at a small act of destruction, it was meant to turn critical attention to truly damaging forms of violence and, ideally, expose the hypocrisy of its denouncers. It sought, in short, to transform consciousness while permitting leftists, in their minds, to take the moral high ground. To Meinhof, the protests following the May 11, 1968, attack on Dutschke were of a piece with the arson. Supporting the transition from protest to resistance, evident in the injury of scores of police in street battles, she wrote, those who from their positions of political power condemn the throwing of stones and acts of arson, but not the bombing of Vietnam, terror in Iran, or torture in South Africa. Hypocritical. Meinhof held fast to the basic formula of her response to the pudding attack, even if pudding had since given way to stones, fists, and fire, determining what drove some radicals to cross the line from violence against things to forms of armed struggle, whether arsons, bombings, or armed robberies, that intended or held a great risk of injury is an imposing challenge. Frustration with peaceful protest, the escalating conflict with police, the attraction to third world struggles, and perceptions of the Federal Republic as quasi-fascist. All these played roles in that transformation. These causes did not, however, render armed actions simply a next step in a linear progression toward terrorism. Rather, armed struggle represented a radical leap, a fundamental shift in one's politics and sense of self, taken as the pressure of events, beliefs, and feelings built to a breaking point. An article in the West Berlin anarchist paper 833, printed just a week before the freeing of Bader, conveys how radicals experienced that pressure. In mid-April of 1970, 833 ran a lengthy piece on the American movement, highlighting the early history of Weatherman. Mirroring the rhetoric and imagery of America's underground press, the article was headlined in English, "Blow Up America? Blow Up Berlin," and surrounded by pictures of Weathermen fighting police and drawings of dynamite. From the rash of bombings in America, the authors concluded that the Weathermen and other radicals there had succeeded in threatening the capitalist establishment where it is most vulnerable, at its center. Unaware of Weatherman's efforts to rethink its approach following the townhouse explosion, the authors insisted, the political debate over the Weathermen will continue, but their commitment and devotion force every American revolutionary to examine his own relationship between who he is, what he thinks, and what he does. In chiding and even aggressive tones, the article put the challenge to German radicals. Remember the good old days of the movement when we talked up Mao, Che, the Viet Cong, and revolution without ourselves being Mao, Che, the Viet Cong, or revolutionaries? Do you remember the nice, comfortable, bourgeois, hippie-ish, counter-revolutionary, anti-communist, boring, empty, deadly, disgusting days? Those days are, thank God, over. For us, movement people, there are only two possibilities. Either we press on to become fighters in the global revolution or we slink back into our bourgeois holes and become anti-communist swine. This passage is striking in the assumptions it makes and the urgency it conveys. The movement and the world had moved rapidly through whole phases, such that what had made sense even a few months before was no longer adequate. Some fateful hour had been reached at which revolutionaries faced the stark duty to fight. The alternative, presented with self-disgust approaching self-hatred, was to lapse into the misery of counter-revolutionary complacency. Salvation from this wretched condition ultimately meant one thing: to pick up the gun. The choice was no real choice at all, but an act of political and existential necessity. The decision to move from resistance to armed struggle brought new, more destructive forms of violence, and with them the sharper challenge of arguing their legitimacy. The RAF faced this challenge in its founding act, the freeing of Badr on May 14, 1970, from a Berlin research institute, during which 2 security guards were shot and an elderly staff member, George Link, was nearly killed. The shooting of Link, though clearly not analogous to the violence in Vietnam, was nonetheless an injury to a civilian, making the RAF vulnerable to the charge that it had engaged in the same kind of callous victimization of ordinary people, of which the left accused capitalism. For Badr and his comrades, the sense of triumph at pulling off the audacious act overshadowed the problems raised by the shooting. In its founding communiqué, printed in the May 22 issue of 833, the RAF lauded Badr's liberation as the first crucial step in the building of a bona fide Red Army, and made no direct mention of the injury to Link. The statement, printed under an image of a Black Panther taken from the Black Panther Party logo, ran, "Did the pigs really believe that we would let Comrade Badr sit in jail for 2 to 3 years? Did the pigs really believe that we would forever fight with paintballs against bullets? Did any pig really believe we would talk about the development of class struggle without arming ourselves at the same time? Did the pigs who shot first believe that we would allow ourselves to be gunned down like slaughter cattle? Gandhi and Martin Luther King are dead. The bullets that killed them, the bullets that hit Rudy, have ended the dream of nonviolence. Whoever does not defend himself will die. Whoever does not die will be buried alive. In prisons, in reformatories, in the hovels of Kreuzberg, Wedding, Neukölln, in the stony wastelands of the new housing developments, in the overcrowded kindergartens and schools, in the perfectly furnished, newly built kitchens, in the mortgaged bedroom palaces. Start the armed struggle. Build up the Red Army. In a tape-recorded message printed in Der Spiegel on June 5, Meinhof brazenly defended the RAF's conduct during the escape. Those in uniforms are pigs, not human beings. There is no use in talking to them, and naturally they can be shot. In a second communiqué, which appeared 2 weeks later in 833, the group confronted its critics. It makes no sense to tell the wrong people what is right. We have been doing that for too long. We do not have to explain the Badr liberation action to the intellectual windbags, nervous Nellies, and second-guessers, but only to the potentially revolutionary portions of the population, those who understand the action immediately because they understand themselves to be prisoners as well. Not the petit bourgeois intellectuals. You owe the explanation that enough is enough, that the time for action has come. Behind the supervisors stand the shop foreman, the personnel office, the security force, public relief, the police. Behind the janitor stand the building manager, the owner, the marshal, the eviction notice, the police. Without a buildup of the RAF, the bastards and pigs can do what they want and go on doing it. Incarcerate, fire, fine, take kids away from parents, intimidate, shoot, rule. To bring the conflict to a head means stopping them from doing what they want and making them do what we want. It is hard to know quite how to assess these statements. Whatever their claims, the authors were certainly conscious that they were speaking to multiple audiences and that what they said about their acts was integral to the acts themselves and to how the group was perceived. But if the statements were composed with some care, they also seem born of the heat of the violent moment, suffused with an associative mixture of defiance, exhilaration, and foreboding. The communiques reversed the logic of earlier militancy. If, for example, the moral substance of the department store arson lay in the gaping distance between it and the violence the arsonists protested, the value of Badr's freeing lay precisely in the use of equivalent force against the enemy, bullets and not paintballs against bullets. The RAF piles up the justifications, as if it is at once explaining itself to the world and convincing itself of the virtue of its act. The liberation action, it insists, conveys the depth of its commitment to revolution and its loyalty to its comrades, aimed at a subhuman adversary who seeks the annihilation of all who resist, It is also an act of self-preservation and a way of claiming dignity. In an echo of Weatherman's slogan "Kill or be killed," following the days of rage, the RAF declared that the choice now was to fight or die. The indictment of German society, finally, is total, mandating its destruction. Wherever the RAF looks, whether at prisons, schools, bureaucracies, or workplaces, it sees only coercion, violence, and living death. The statement's aggressive tone counts for more than braggadocio. According to Mark Juergensmeyer in his study of religious terrorism, virtually all terrorist violence, especially that which is horribly destructive, is at root symbolic. That is, it offers its assailants primarily forms of symbolic empowerment in the place of more tangible political gains. This grant of the illusion of power defines terrorism, even when it does achieve some limited strategic purpose or temporarily changes the political and psychological landscape by exposing the vulnerability of the power it attacks. Juergensmeyer's model suggests that there was a symbolic or compensatory aspect to the RAF's actions, no matter the group's stated goals and self-understanding. The RAF's language oozes with self-aggrandizement, from the gloating over the action to the taunting of the police and the claim that the system must now bend to its will. The intent behind the RAF's call to build a literal guerrilla army may well have been to transcend symbolism and turn the illusion of power into real power by waging a popular campaign of violence. Yet the great danger the RAF faced was that this symbolic empowerment, far easier to achieve than a genuinely popular revolt, would become an end in itself. In the absence of such a revolt, violence of an increasingly destructive sort would be required to sustain the illusion of power. The RAF did not issue its first extensive manifesto, Das Konzept Stadt Guerilla, the concept of the urban guerrilla, until nearly a year after its formation. Meinhof had privately confessed regret for having said, following the freeing of Bader, that the police were mere pigs, not human beings, and the RAF sought with the new statement both to clarify its position and to improve its image. Written by Meinhof working day and night in a Hamburg apartment, the lengthy tract finally addressed the shooting of Link. As for the question, asked often enough, whether we would have liberated Bader if we knew that Link would be wounded, the answer to this question can only be no. The question of what would have happened if is ambiguous, pacifistic, moralistic, and whoever asks it is just sitting on the fence. It is an attempt to trivialize the question of revolutionary violence and give and bourgeois morality a common denominator, which isn't possible. There was no reason to believe that a civilian would intervene. The idea that one can perform an unarmed prison liberation is suicidal. We shoot only when someone shoots at us. The pig who lets us go, we let him go as well. Meinhof's statement is grossly ambivalent. On the one hand, it articulates limits to violence, such as a prohibition against needlessly endangering civilians. Had the RAF known it would violate this limit, it would not have tried to free Bader. On the other hand, Meinhof obscures the fact that in the action, the RAF had violated its own creed. Even if the security guard had shot first, the unarmed Link, hardly a pig, had not shot at them. In addition, the statement denounces any inquiry by outsiders into the legitimacy of the act as an expression of a bourgeois worldview that has no right to judge the group's conduct. The RAF thus declared itself to be the sole arbiter of the morality of its actions, accountable only to itself. Finally, Meinhof suggests that concern with the ethics of violence is a sign of indecisiveness about the validity of armed struggle. In the RAF's unforgiving judgment, indecisiveness on this question virtually amounted to complicity with oppression. By equating scrutiny of the morality of violence with betrayal of the struggle, the RAF further invalidated the reservations of its critics and pushed aside ethical questions. For capitalists, profit is everything, and the people who produce it for them are no better than dirt. RAF Communiqué, Erklärung vom 20. May 1972, Commando 2. Juni. In its first 2 years of existence, the RAF, along with other urban guerrilla groups in West Germany, appears to have broadly adhered to the principles Meinhof had laid out. In a series of bank robberies in the fall of 1970, the RAF stole more than 220,000 marks without firing a shot. From late 1969 on, radicals committed dozens of bombings and arsons of banks, police stations, administrative buildings, and U.S. military facilities. Some were carried out by established groups like the Tupamaros, West Berlin, which soon became the June 2nd movement, but others were committed by anonymous ad hoc collectives. In virtually all these attacks, the damage was limited to property. The early serious injuries and deaths associated with the armed struggle occurred in shootouts between police and suspected terrorists, with the guerrillas claiming that they had fired only in self-defense. A gunfight in Berlin in February 1971 prompted the first nationwide hunt for RAF fugitives. A second security operation 6 months later, in which 3,000 heavily armed police patrolled cities in northern Germany, produced the armed struggle's first martyr. On July 15th, in Hamburg, police shot and killed the RAF's Petra Schelm, a 20-year-old hairdresser from Berlin. Her death, captured in a newspaper photo of blood pouring down her face, outraged the left and led some among the broader public to question the aggressive tactics used in pursuing suspected terrorists. In October, the RAF killed its first policeman, 33-year-old Norbert Schmid, in a shootout in Hamburg from which the gunmen, Gerhard Müller and Meinhof, narrowly escaped. Margaret Schiller was captured, quickly becoming a lightning rod for the public's growing hostility to the RAF. In the next 6 months, police shot and killed 2 more radicals, 24-year-old George von Rauch in Berlin and Thomas Wiesbecker, age 23, in Augsburg. Both had been leading figures in the rebel youth scenes in their cities, and their deaths spurred small protests throughout West Germany. In Hamburg, on the day of Wiesbecker's shooting, the RAF and police exchanged gunfire, during which the RAF's Manfred Grashoff and Police Commissioner Hans Eckardt were severely wounded. Both soon died from their injuries. The plight of the RAF fugitives gained even greater notoriety when in January of 1972, the author Heinrich Boll wrote an article in Der Spiegel addressing Ulrike Meinhof's fate. Boll asserted that Meinhof has declared war on this society. She knows what she is doing and what she has done, but asked, who can say what she should do now? Though pleading that she suspend her futile struggle, he nonetheless expressed some understanding of her motives and painted the RAF as victim of the demagoguery of the Springer press. He then suggested that German society extend to Meinhof the offer of forgiveness or at least safe return, Nades oder Wenigtens phrase Geleit. Boll was immediately condemned by some as a sympathizer of the RAF and himself put on public trial to defend his controversial views. The radicals resolved to shoot only when fired upon progressively crumbled, despite leftists' claims to the contrary. Bami Baumann, a member of the June 2nd movement who was present when police killed von Rauch, originally alleged that the police had fired without provocation. Though von Rauch was armed, Baumann insisted that his gun had not been drawn. The left took this version as the truth and depicted von Rauch as a defenseless victim. Years later, however, Baumann confessed, "I no longer know who first pulled the trigger." One thing that I find really shitty is that the left simply begins with the assumption that George didn't pull the trigger at all. The left has made a real Christian martyr. The guy wasn't like that. He was the kind of guy who said, "Of course we'll shoot. We had the guns so that we wouldn't be arrested anymore." The climate among the bulls had gotten to such a place that they always knew that we would be armed and that there would be shooting. In Baumann's account, a relationship of hunter and hunted and a shared ethic of shoot or be shot prevailed between the police and the guerrillas. Confirming this view, an officer of a special commission pursuing the RAF later admitted that the police's attitude also was, "If you shoot first, you survive." On 2 occasions, police in fact killed people erroneously suspected of being RAF fugitives. The first victim was Richard Eppel, a 17-year-old driving without a license who had sped nervously past a checkpoint. The second was a Scottish businessman, Ian MacLeod, gunned down in June 1972 as he stood naked behind a bedroom door in a Stuttgart apartment that the police mistakenly believed harbored RAF members. In both cases, as in the many shootouts between fugitives and police, judges and investigators ruled that the police had acted in self-defense and should not be subject to legal penalty. For the guerrillas, the imperative of survival and the simple desire to avenge fallen comrades appeared to take precedence over ideological and moral considerations. Much of the early violence of RAF and other guerrillas was therefore oddly depoliticized, driven not by any grand design but by the pressures of illegality and the intense loyalties the underground bred. In the shootouts, the guerrillas interacted with the police as their lethal pursuers, reinforcing their image of the state as essentially predatory and its agents as their chief enemies. In this way, street confrontations hardened the ideological conflict between the guerrilla movement and the state. The RAF gave its violence a decidedly political and deadly cast in its 1972 May offensive. In a span of 2 weeks, the group bombed 2 U.S. military bases, police stations in 2 cities, and offices of the Springer Press. The attacks, carried out by commandos bearing the names of slain guerrillas, were audacious in their design and grimly spectacular in their destruction. To begin the campaign, on May 11th, the Commando Petroschelm, consisting of Bader, Enslin, and Holger Maines, bombed the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Army in Frankfurt, killing an officer and injuring 13 American servicemen. The following day, the RAF set off a bomb outside the Augsburg police station, injuring 1 person. Later that day, a blast in front of the Bavarian Federal Police headquarters in Munich demolished 25 cars. For days after that, the RAF bombed the car of Wolfgang Buddenberg, the Karlsruhe judge who had signed most of the arrest warrants for RAF members. His wife, and not he, was in the car and suffered serious injuries. Then, on May 19th, the RAF bombed the Hamburg offices of the Springer Press, injuring 17 workers. To conclude the offensive, on May 24th, 2 RAF members drove a car carrying more than 400 pounds of TNT onto the site of the headquarters of the U.S. Army Supreme European Command in Heidelberg. Cars with U.S. license plates were let through, and the RAF had obtained such a car. The car later exploded near an officer's clubhouse, killing a captain and 2 GIs and wounding 5 others. In its communiques, the RAF offered a variety of justifications for its bombings and, if only implicitly, for the deaths and injuries they caused. The attacks on the military bases were responses to the United States' recent mining of North Vietnamese harbors and stepped-up bombings of North Vietnam. Acts that hurt Vietnamese civilians, escalated with harrowing intensity, a war the United States insisted was winding down and drew international condemnation. The RAF denounced the U.S. bombings as genocide, the murder of the people, annihilation, Auschwitz. Its message to the United States was clear. West Germany and West Berlin will no longer be safe bases for the U.S. military. The RAF demanded the immediate withdrawal of U.S. troops from Vietnam and threatened continued attacks against the mass murderers in Vietnam until the Viet Cong are victorious. The RAF similarly presented its assaults on the police and the judiciary as forms of counterviolence. The bombing of the offices of the Springer Press raised the greatest difficulty. Injuring workers clearly violated the RAF's insistence that urban guerrilla actions are directed against the institutions of the class state, imperialism and capitalism against the working people. Immediately after the bombings, some radicals in fact speculated that it must have been the work of police agents, intent on discrediting the left. So the RAF blamed the injuries on Springer, arguing that its urgent pleas to have the building cleared, phoned in shortly before the bombs detonated, had been willfully ignored. The initial communique explained that Springer would rather take the risk of his workers and clerical staff being injured by bombs than risk losing a couple of hours working time. For capitalists, profit is everything, and the people who produce it for them are no better than dirt. For the RAF, the injury to the workers only strengthened the validity of the Springer Press as a target. The May actions illustrate that the RAF's violence was not, as common denunciations of the group as fanatic, nihilistic, or sociopathic suggested, entirely without scruple or rationale. It had chosen its targets with precision and defended the bombings in strongly political terms. American military bases in Germany were important staging points for the shipment of troops and material to Vietnam and provided tactical support for operations there. To attack them was to strike at the American war machine. More broadly, the RAF intimated a logic of reciprocal force, in which U.S. soldiers on foreign soil, trained for violence and members of an imperialist army, were appropriate objects of lethal attacks, especially as the Vietnam War persisted. By potentially chipping away at the U.S. military's confidence, the bombings transcended symbolism and had practical value both as a blow to the American empire and an act of solidarity with the Vietnamese. The RAF's tacit model was that of a just war fought by unconventional methods and within borders the RAF defined. This war, as the RAF presented it, drew its legitimacy from the moral ends it served and its restriction of violence to military targets. The RAF's evocation of Auschwitz suggested that Germans had both a special imperative and right to protest the Vietnam War by drastic means. With the bombings directed at the police and the judiciary, the RAF extended the notion of reciprocity to its conflict with the state. Violence against state agents no longer needed to be strictly self-defensive. Retaliation was a sufficient motive. No matter their stated rationale, the May actions posed serious problems for the group. The RAF's model of anti-imperialist struggle always presupposed that the West German masses, however defined, would applaud armed actions. Extending this assumption, the RAF confidently announced that the people in West Germany do not support the security forces in their search for the bombers. Because they know that the bomb attacks against the mass murderers in Vietnam are just, and because they know from experience that words and demonstrations against the crimes of imperialism are no use. But here the RAF erroneously interpreted the limited and largely fleeting public sympathy for RAF fugitives in prior police hunts as an endorsement of its violence. Overwhelmingly, the May bombings produced outrage and fear among the public, whose great majority now saw the RAF's violence as decidedly criminal and not revolutionary. The RAF, in addition, remained evasive on the issue of the human toll of its violence. Its communiques, which scarcely even acknowledged the victims, failed to specify the political value of injuries and deaths or define precisely whom it considered a legitimate target. Did the group consider any American serviceman or official in West Germany fair game by virtue of the war in Vietnam or U.S. imperialism in general? Did anyone associated with West Germany's security forces or judicial system bear criminal guilt, punishable by injury or death, for the state's pursuit of the RAF? And who or what empowered the RAF to make such judgments, especially in the absence of any popular mandate? To the extent that the ethics of the RAF's violence was connected to its political consequences, the RAF courted additional hazards. If, as it hoped, its violence were to serve as an example to others and contribute to America's defeat in Vietnam, then the casualties would have served some political goal, however one may judge either the ends or means. If, however, this scenario did not come to pass, the deaths of people like the American military personnel, who bore no direct responsibility for U.S. aggression in Vietnam, would be rendered politically meaningless. The ethical calculus, in short, could not be separated from the political future, and this future, though subject to speculation, could not be known in the present, when the RAF made the decision to kill. The RAF also failed in other ways to recognize that violence was a precarious enterprise, not easily controlled by force of the good intentions it insisted it had. Its silence about the accidental injury to Judge Buddenberg's wife, along with its specious blaming of the Springer Press for the injury to workers its bombs had caused, signaled the group's inability to assume true responsibility for its actions. The May offensive was a turning point for the RAF in additional senses. The West German left sharpened its objections to a program of violence that now included planned political murder and, if unintentionally, injuries to civilians. In separate conferences in late May and early June, leftists debated the current state and future course of liberation struggles in Germany and abroad. The near-unanimous view of the RAF was one of condemnation. The first and more radical of the conferences was held by the Frankfurt chapter of Rote Hilfe, an organization that formed in Berlin in 1970 to offer legal aid to leftists, among them RAF members. Rote Hilfe took its name from the KPD's legal aid organization in the 1920s and 1930s. Described as a teach-in against state repression, the conference was banned at the last minute from the University of Frankfurt by university and city officials who objected to materials issued in preparation for the meeting. When the conference took place at a new Frankfurt location, student groups, Marxist-Leninist organizations, and independent radicals heatedly discussed the RAF's recent bombings and the issue of violence more broadly. Rote Hilfe gave the most charitable assessment of the RAF. In a pre-conference flyer, the group defended the bombings directed at the U.S. military, asserting, "If imperialism is a worldwide system, and that it is, then the struggle against it must be waged worldwide. It will and must be a violent and armed struggle, or it will not be waged at all." Rote Hilfe also described the IG Farben headquarters in Frankfurt, once a center for the financial leaders of the Nazi Reich and now used by the U.S. military in its strategic planning, as a doubly appropriate target of RAF's May 11th bombing. In a final show of solidarity, Rothhilfe played at the conference a tape-recorded message from the underground by Meinhof encouraging leftists to continue the struggle. Yet Rothhilfe balanced its praise for the RAF with sharp, if comradely, criticisms. It insisted that the attacks in Augsburg and Karlsruhe had been driven by emotion, not political sense, and that the May actions as a whole hindered the growth of the West German left. In defending the RAF, Rothhilfe was in the distinct minority. Most participants denounced the RAF for alienating the masses and prompting greater repression of the legal left. Typical of the criticisms by the K-groups was that of the Kommunistischer Studentenverein, which said that the RAF's violence was neither practiced by the masses, nor is it understood by the masses as an expression of their interests. The masses, on the contrary, perceive the actions as a threat and therefore identify with the reactions of the state apparatus. This violence is not revolutionary. It sabotages the struggle against state repression in that it helps to conceal the class character of this repression and encourages the isolation of communists. In making the response of the masses the ultimate measure of the RAF's credibility, communists judged the RAF a grievous failure. The Angela Davis Conference, held on June 3 to 4 at the University of Frankfurt, featured less dogmatic but no less forceful indictments of the RAF. As in the United States, new leftists in West Germany saw radical African Americans as a vanguard of the global movement. Angela Davis, on trial at the time for the Marin County courtroom takeover, was a hero among German leftists as well. The purpose of the conference was to express support for Davis and the Black movement, but also to explore the meaning of solidarity. Oskar Negd, one of several prominent left-wing intellectuals at the conference, used part of his address to denounce the RAF. Describing its actions as unpolitical, he warned, "Whoever turned politics into a test of individual courage, without being able to specify its goals and program for change, becomes more and more a victim of his own illusions. Whoever believes that he can, with exemplary action, spectacular prison breaks, bank robberies, and bombings, create a revolutionary situation, erects an impenetrable wall between himself and social experience." According to Negd, the RAF had committed the May bombings on the basis of horribly mistaken premises. That the current situation in West Germany was one of open fascism, that violence against individual policemen or Springer executives could weaken capitalism, and that the group's violence expressed the popular will. At root, the RAF had lost touch with the lived experience of human beings, and therefore had no objective corrective for the evaluation of the political effectiveness of its actions. Negd concluded by voicing the essence of socialist criticism of the RAF, that without the active support of the working class, there can be no fundamental change in our society. In the wake of the May actions, the RAF suffered a double marginalization. First, from the mainstream of German society, and second, from the very movement to which it looked for support. The May offensive ultimately spelled the doom of the RAF's founding generation. The bombings prompted a massive hunt for RAF fugitives, in which more than 130,000 police patrolled West Germany's highways, checked its borders, and combed key quarters of its cities. Up to this point, the public had experienced the terrorist conflict almost exclusively through the media. As citizens now encountered roadblocks and checkpoints, endured searches, and responded to pleas for information to aid state investigators, they became direct participants in the drama. The police generally enjoyed the public's cooperation. Baumann, underground at the time, reports that after the injury to the Springer workers, even liberal sympathizers withheld support from fugitives, and some threatened to turn them in. In late May, a Frankfurt resident became suspicious of 3 male neighbors as they mixed some unknown materials outside their house. He alerted police to what turned out to be the hiding place of Bader, Mainz, and Jan Karl Raspe, who had been preparing explosives. The 3 were arrested on June 1, following a firefight during which Bader was shot in the leg. On June 7, a clerk in a Hamburg boutique grew suspicious of a nervous-looking young customer who had what appeared to be a heavy object, in fact, a gun, in her bag. The clerk called the police, who arrested fugitive Gudrun Enslin. 2 days later, police captured the RAF's Brigitte Monhaupt and Bernhard Braun in Berlin. Shortly after midnight on June 14, a young woman knocked on the door of a left-wing teacher and trade union member and asked if 2 people could stay with him. Though he agreed, he suspected that the visitors were RAF fugitives. He called the police, who lay in wait at his house and on the 15th captured two suspects, Gerhard Mahler and a woman whom they believed was Ulrike Meinhof. Unable to verify initially the suspect's identity, investigators took an X-ray of her skull and compared it to an X-ray of Meinhof's skull. Tucked in a Stern magazine article about the RAF found in the apartment, showing evidence of a brain surgery she had undergone years earlier. The X-rays matched. When the police captured Irmgard Mahler and Klaus Junschke 3 weeks later, virtually everyone in RAF's hardcore was now in custody. The people had spoken by rejecting their self-appointed leaders, and the career of the RAF's first generation as a clandestine armed struggle group was over. Clear awareness that your chances of surviving are none. Ulrike Meinhof, Brief einer Gefangenen aus dem Totentrakt, Letter of a Prisoner from the Dead Tract. The incarceration of the RAF's founding members brought about the formation of new underground cells and a decisive shift in the means and ends of the guerrilla movement. In one commentator's description, the anti-imperialist struggle transformed into a battle against the federal prosecutor's office and federal police. The scene shifted accordingly from the networks of the underground to the prisons and the courtroom. Virtually all the major acts of violence of the mid and late 1970s had one main goal: the freeing of imprisoned guerrillas. These actions were frequently brutal, signaling another escalation in the intensity of left-wing violence. The immediate cause of this escalation was RAF and other political inmates' insistence that they were being subjected to systematic mistreatment in prison. Though often ignored or minimized in histories of the RAF, the controversy over prison conditions was among the most important aspects of the conflict. The charge of abuse, which the state resolutely denied, dominated the RAF's politics for much of the 1970s and 1980s. The issue of the prisoners' treatment was also among the most vexing dimensions of the conflict. The RAF and the state made wildly different claims of fact and interpreted the same facts very differently. So divergent were their perceptions that it seemed as if they were describing fundamentally different realities, with no mediating force able to settle which version was truer. The prison controversy thus serves as a microcosm of the ambiguities and even inscrutability characterizing the conflict more broadly. The overarching complaint of RAF prisoners was that they were subject to special, highly punitive handling, Sonderbehandlung, on account of their politics. Their chief objection was to being held for months or even years in isolation both from one another and from the general prison populations in the various facilities in which they sat. These conditions could apply even while they were in pretrial detention, Untersuchungshaft. Contact with lawyers and relatives was also severely restricted. At an extreme, some prisoners languished in dead tracts, Tottrakte, prison floors almost entirely lacking in stimuli and on which they were the only inmates. The RAF decried a host of other measures: the denial or heavy censorship of reading materials, the inspection of personal and legal correspondence, acoustic isolation from external sounds, fluorescent lights left continually burning in the cells, frequent cell and body searches, and meticulous, around-the-clock surveillance of their actions, including by cameras, spion or spies, peering into their cells. To the RAF, these practices amounted to deliberate, modern, and hygienic forms of physical and psychological torture. To buttress their claims, the RAF and its support groups cited the findings of American and German researchers concluding that isolation was in fact an effective method of manipulating and seriously degrading the psyche, the emotions, and the will. Though the accusation of isolation torture, Isolationsfolter, was intentionally provocative and hotly contested, the toll of isolation on some prisoners appears to have been very real. The RAF's Astrid Prohl was arrested in May 1971 on charges, from which she was later cleared, stemming from a shootout with police. In 1971 to 72, she spent a total of more than 5 months of near-complete isolation in the women's psychiatric section of the Kohl-Nassendorf prison. The attorney Ulrich Preuss, who represented Prohl and her fellow inmate Ulrike Meinhof, complained that his clients lived practically 24 hours a day in a completely undifferentiated environment. Utterly silent, nearly all white, and entirely unadorned, it was acoustically and visually desolate, with the inmates totally bereft of social contact. Save brief encounters with corrections officers at mealtimes, He likened their treatment to shock therapy used on psychiatric patients. The attorney Henning Spangenberg described Prohl's ordeal in more sadly poetic terms, insisting that the only contact had was with her torment. The conditions proved so debilitating to Prohl that a judge ordered her release from prison altogether and suspended her trial. For years thereafter, confined spaces and perfect silence brought back terrifying memories of her cell. Meinhof, kept for 8 months in 1972 to 73 under similar conditions in the same facility, wrote from her cell a poem, Aus dem Totentract, from the Dead Tract, that conveyed the sensory confusion, dementia, and consuming rage that isolation wrought. You can no longer identify the meanings of words, only guess. Guards, visits, the yard seem as if they are on celluloid. Raw aggression for which there is no outlet. That is the worst. Clear awareness that your chances of surviving are none. Visits leave behind no trace. The feeling that time and space are interlocked. That you move in a time loop. Meinhof's poem, widely circulated by the RAF, induced other inmates to fear extreme isolation. Margaret Schiller, incarcerated in Lübeck prison in 1974, came to the horrifying conclusion that she too was on a dead tract as the other inmates were removed, one by one, from her floor, surrounded only by a vast emptiness. She, like Meinhof, became unable to distinguish internal perceptions from external reality. In a 1973 report widely cited by the RAF and its advocates, the Dutch psychiatrist Chef Toons asserted in scientific language what the inmate's testimony intimated, that isolation and sensory deprivation induced the progressive disorientation, the deformation of the personality, and, ultimately, the destruction of the sense-deprived individual. His report concluded ominously, sensory deprivation, because it can only be produced through human manipulation, is at once the most human and inhuman method for the protracted degradation of life. Applied for months or years, is the proverbial perfect murder for which no one or everyone except the victim is responsible. An even more damning perspective came from Heinz Brandt, an Auschwitz survivor who had also suffered extended periods of solitary confinement in an East German prison. In a 1973 interview, he asserted, "As crass and paradoxical as it may sound, my experiences with strict, radical isolation were worse than my time in a Nazi concentration camp. And the camp, I still had the basis for human life, namely communication with my fellow inmates. We were able in the camps to see not only outrageously fascistic and sadistic mistreatment, but also the possibilities for resistance and collective life among the prisoners, and, with this, for the fulfillment of the fundamental need of a human being's social existence." The self-described political prisoners charged that the practical intent of their mistreatment was to induce confessions, force betrayal within their ranks, and, in keeping with Dr. Toons's research and Brandt's testimony, literally destroy individual prisoners. The state's larger purpose, as they saw it, was to dispirit and destroy anti-imperialist resistance. The inmates protested by engaging in a series of well-coordinated hunger strikes, starting in January 1973. Dozens of prisoners from the RAF and other groups participated in the first 3 major strikes, carried out over a 20-month period. The strikers were supported by their attorneys, legal aid organizations such as Rothhilfe, and the Committees Against Isolation Torture in the prisons of the FRG, which formed in 1973-74 in Berlin, Hamburg, Frankfurt, Stuttgart, and other cities. The hunger strikes sought most immediately to improve prison conditions, chiefly by ending the isolation of inmates and related deprivations. Though they gained considerable attention and some public support, they generally failed to win the inmates any of their core demands. With each new strike, the resolve of both the inmates and the government grew, as did the stakes. The first strike had 40 participants and lasted a month. In the second, running nearly 7 weeks in the spring of 1973, officials introduced the controversial practice of force-feeding the inmates in an effort to break the strike. The strike ended with isolation being lifted for only 2 inmates. That winter, responding to their clients' enduring despair and the media's skepticism about their complaints, the RAF's attorneys organized a controversial teach-in at the Technische Universität, Berlin titled Torture in the Prisons of the FRG. Family members of the inmates spoke out as well, holding press conferences in which they blasted the government for the inhumane treatment of their loved ones. The third strike, beginning in September 1974, involved 80 inmates and lasted a grueling 140 days. Some inmates suspended their strikes as others joined. Determined to win their demands, but anticipating the state's intransigence, the inmates squarely faced the prospect of their deaths. A month into the strike, 35 mostly young activists occupied the Church of the Holy Cross in Berlin's Kreuzberg neighborhood as an act of solidarity with the inmates. Marathon discussions took place, yielding a resolution, signed by 27 pastors, that described the occupation as an act of conscience and called for an impartial inquiry into prison conditions. Berlin's Justizsenator Horst Korber dismissed RAF's reports of torture in Berlin's Mobit prison as fairy tales, Märchen, prompting bitter demonstrations against him. As the strike wore on, several dozen people engaged in brief solidarity hunger strikes. Among them the author Peter Schneider and the renowned German-Swedish prison advocate Brigitta Wolf, while many others publicly endorsed the strikers' demands. On the 54th day of the strike, the seemingly inevitable happened. An inmate, the RAF's Holger Mainz, producer of a notorious 1968 film showing how to make a Molotov cocktail, died of starvation in Wittlich Prison Hospital. His death prompted a level of outrage on the left not hitherto seen during the RAF's existence. Mainz had been something of an exception in the RAF. As a student in Berlin, he had shown considerable promise as a filmmaker, and as the youth movement grew, he was drawn most strongly to its graphic expressions. A poster of his depicting a flower with a grenade at its center and the names Viet Cong, El Fatah, Black Panther, and Weatherman shooting from the petals, with the words "Free all prisoners" below it, had been widely used in the 1970 May Day demonstration in Berlin. The poster was also left at the site of an anonymous bombing of an IBM office, and it was soon condemned as a criminal incitement to violence, leading to the prosecution of its publishers, 833. Former friends and associates uniformly describe Mainz as sensitive, sympathetic, and warm, quite unlike SDS's ideologues and the others in the RAF, who seemed obsessively focused on their dangerous work. As if alluding to his character, in prison the RAF gave Mainz the nickname Starbuck from Melville's Moby Dick. Described by Melville as earnest and conscientious, Starbuck had tried in vain to keep Ahab from seeking revenge against the whale. Though Mainz's experience in the RAF and in prison hardened him, he apparently retained a certain softness and abstract longing, evident in his art. Beside his deathbed sat a very accomplished collage he had made in prison in which simple colored shapes floated over a black background. In response to Mainz's death, angry protests took place in Frankfurt, Cologne, Hamburg, Stuttgart, and other cities, in which demonstrators charged that Mainz had been murdered by the state. Central to this claim was the charge that Mainz had deliberately been force-fed an insufficient amount of calories. Medical evidence marshaled by the RAF's defenders suggested that the intake of small amounts of nutrients was actually more debilitating than no intake at all, and that force-feeding had therefore hastened his death. In West Berlin, up to 2,500 people gathered in university auditoriums to discuss possible responses, while demonstrations, despite being officially banned, choked sections of the city. A resolution circulated at the Technische Universität asserted, "The motive behind the special treatment of political prisoners in the FRG is clear: to silence them, to make them renounce their political beliefs and, as a necessary means to that end, to destroy their souls and rob them of their identities." Rudi Dutschke, though not a supporter of the RAF's violence, attended Mainz's funeral and, standing over the grave, exclaimed, "Holger, der Kampf geht weiter. Holger, the struggle continues." More radical voices still, such as the Committees Against Torture, insisted that Mainz died for the liberation of the people from imperialist exploitation, and unequivocally endorsed the RAF's armed struggle against the imperialist system of the multinational corporations, which sustains itself through open fascism and genocide. At the extreme, guerrillas responded to Mainz's death with violent retaliation. For the prisoners, the ultimate purpose of the hunger strikes was to sustain their political struggle with the only mode of resistance left to them. The RAF described the strikes as the last weapon of our prisoners for the propagation, mobilization, and organization of anti-imperialist politics. Underlying this assessment of the strikes was the RAF's belief that repression inside prisons epitomized the oppressiveness of the West German state and imperialism as a whole. The RAF inmate Siegfried Haag charged that the direct violence of the state is carried out in your cell. To resist in prison was therefore to take on the state in the most direct manner possible. The RAF and its supporters also linked the campaign against prison conditions to a larger sense of struggle in other ways, by attributing Mainz's death to class justice, by portraying Stammheim, the high-security prison where the RAF's leaders were eventually lodged, as the densest concentration and most vivid symbol of state power, and by lauding Mainz, Bader, Meinhof, et al. As heroes of the international class struggle for their defiance in prison. The RAF thus asserted the continuity of its resistance in prison with its founding vision of revolutionary anti-imperialism and of the guerrilla as an icon of unending resistance. Far from destroying the RAF's sense of collective purpose, the prison experience provided a new context in which it carried its politics forward and crafted a heroic self-image. The state and its defenders dismissed the RAF's allegations of mistreatment as exaggerations or outright fabrications, whose shrewdly instrumental purposes were to draw new recruits into terrorism, manipulate public opinion, and provide justifications for more acts of terror. The state defended any special treatment of the prisoners on the basis of its suspicion that they conferred from their cells about violent plots on the outside. Much evidence supported the state's skepticism about the complaint of torture. Only small numbers of prisoners experienced severe isolation and only for limited periods of time. After objecting to the absence of stimuli, inmates were allowed to have radios, phonographs, and television sets in their cells. They were also permitted newspapers and extensive libraries, which included even manuals on the technical aspects of guerrilla war. At the start of 1975, Bader had more than 400 volumes in his cell. Neither was human contact in short supply. Bader had 58 meetings with lawyers in January 1975 alone, and more than 500 such visits from November 1974 to January 1977. According to one account, imprisoned terrorists, convicted or alleged, received a staggering 12,664 visits from lawyers and others between 1975 and 1977, during which charges of isolation torture raged. Moreover, RAF members in Stammheim and other facilities were eventually allowed to meet with one another for portions of the day. One conservative commentator, observing all this, remarked wryly that if RAF inmates were subject to any special treatment, it consisted of the enjoyment of immense privileges. The liberal news weekly Der Spiegel, which investigated prison conditions in advance of an interview it conducted with prisoners during the Third Hunger Strike, came to a similar conclusion. The prisons themselves proved quite porous. Through the semi-secret info system, lawyers shuttled messages among RAF inmates and from the inmates to the world outside. With these, the group was able to engage in collective discussions of political and strategic matters, maintain some sense of cohesion, and, for a time and to a degree still unknown, give instructions to the underground. The most dramatic security breaches took place in Stammheim prison. Starting in 1974, officials began moving RAF's leaders, among them Meinhof, Enslin, and Bader, into the newly refitted, high-security wing of the Stuttgart facility. The state also built, at a cost of millions, a special courthouse next to the prison capable of handling what officials saw as the stringent security demands of the impending trial. Eerily drab and designed for maximum efficiency, Stammheim earned the reputation of being West Germany's most secure prison, in which techniques for the control of inmates had been perfected. Yet the RAF's attorneys managed to bring in all manner of contraband. First, messages from other prisoners, then cameras with which the inmates photographed their Spartan cells to document their alleged abuse, and finally, the Colt revolvers that Bader and Raspy presumably used to commit suicide. In addition to misrepresenting the extent of their isolation, RAF members made what seemed incompatible accusations against the state. They denounced, for example, both the denial of water to and the forced feeding of inmates as inhumane attempts to break the hunger strikes. Drinking water, the inmates claimed, greatly enhanced the ability to survive without food. Moreover, RAF members in prison had in fact conferred, at least in 1973 and 1974, with those on the outside about possible violent acts to win their freedom. And to those in the underground, Their freedom was initially thought essential to the continuation and strengthening of the armed struggle. Finally, some on the radical left contended that the campaign against torture was politically driven deception, more or less as the state had asserted. In 1978, Horst Mahler, who had split from the RAF while in prison, described the charge of torture as a propaganda lie intended to morally blackmail the left and legitimate the brutal form of struggle employed by guerrillas trying to extort the prisoners' release. With the chiding and, some prisoners felt, condescending remark that an Indian brave doesn't cry, Mahler recommended that imprisoned guerrillas accept the consequences of their actions without specious complaints. The government's position had, however, its own profound biases and blind spots. The state consistently downplayed or dismissed outright the damaging effects of isolation broken only by intermittent visits and highly mediated contact, such as that which radio listening offered. It refused to accede to demands for more conventional conditions of confinement whose fulfillment, while hardly threatening national security, would have alleviated the prisoners' hardships and might have prevented the prison deaths. The state also failed to understand the hostility that its techniques of discipline and punishment bred in the prisoners. In force-feeding, doctors strapped inmates to their beds, pried their mouths open with painful clamps, and pumped nutrients into them through tubes running through their nostrils or down their throats. Some force feedings, Schiller alleges, were administered with deliberate brutality, leaving the mouths of the inmates bloodied. The inmates found more subtly offensive such things as the placement of extra locks on their cell doors, the mandatory taking of meals in isolation, the barring of timepieces from the cells, and the maze of procedures described in numbing detail in official prison documents distributed by the prisoners' advocates, governing their confinement, observation, and movement. Such practices formed the experiential basis of the prisoners' denunciations of the Federal Republic as a terroristic state, determined to destroy them by means of torture. There was, in short, a Foucauldian subtext to the inmates' broadly Marxist charge that their treatment showed the lengths to which a capitalist society would go in liquidating militant communist resistance. More than anything else, the prisoners seemed to resent and rebel against the highly nuanced and invasive ways that power functioned in the prisons as total institutions. Betraying no appreciation of the ordeal of the prisoners and how it might affect their mindset, the Christian Democrat leader Helmut Kohl announced before the Bundestag, just after Schleier's murder, that the suicides in Stammheim were no admission of defeat. They were only an expression of the boundless fanaticism driving the terrorists' assault on every humane and peaceful order. The RAF's dubious presentation of its campaign against isolation torture, as the epitome of an anti-imperialist politics, testifies, in part, to the group's self-absorption. Consumed by the issue of prison conditions, the RAF failed in the mid-1970s to address imperialism in anything other than a highly general sense. Nor did it articulate exactly how its battle against prison conditions would help the peoples of the Third World. For the most part, the RAF simply asserted that since it was, in its self-description, an anti-imperialist group, support for the group necessarily advanced the anti-imperialist cause. By this logic, RAF prisoners virtually equated their fate with the destiny of global anti-imperialism. The shift in the RAF's language was an index of the group's involution. By the mid-1970s, the RAF had virtually ceased producing anything approaching a systematic geopolitical analysis or program of action. Its statements had become increasingly shrill, defensive, fragmentary, repetitive, and jargon-laden. Asked by a Der Spiegel interviewer in 1975 to describe the Federal Republic, RAF prisoners responded, "Imperialist center, U.S. colony, U.S. military base, leading imperialist power in Western Europe, of the European community, second greatest military power in NATO," and so on. Speaking in this blunt, semi-private language, the RAF increased its internal cohesion at the expense of its ability to apprehend and communicate effectively with the outside world. In broadly political terms, the RAF's self-absorption in prison was an outgrowth of a problem that had long afflicted the New Left in both West Germany and the United States: its lack of a strong connection to the masses or the people. In developing a radical politics not rooted strictly in class conflict, new leftists in both countries sought to liberate themselves and their movements from narrow Marxist conceptions of how social change happens. Yet in this freedom, They faced the prospect of operating without the benefit of a sizable and energized base, of being self-appointed leaders without a large mass of followers. Efforts to make their revolts fully popular ones repeatedly failed, however much they may have tapped into common dissatisfactions and desires. The more dogmatically or desperately new leftists insisted upon their connection and service to the people, the more awkward their separation from the people became. Revolutionary internationalism allowed new leftists to reconceive what popular struggle meant, such that solidarity with the global masses, the world's majority, could take priority over winning mass appeal at home. But new leftists in First World societies had very few direct links with liberation movements in the Third World. Those that did exist, such as the relationship between West German and Palestinian guerrillas, were often strategic, revealing perhaps more a mutual interest in tactical alliances than any deep and enduring political kinship. The solidarity new leftists offered, in sum, was for the most part ideological and moral, predicated on an intuitive but under-elaborated sense of being involved in a single global struggle against imperialism. The internationalism of the West German New Left was particularly attenuated, as it was based largely on a critique of U.S. power and a view of the Federal Republic as a proxy for U.S. interests. Moreover, most new leftists in West Germany and elsewhere seemed to agree that building a mass socialist movement at home was the key to building socialism internationally. The New Left's inability to convert its democratic and egalitarian ideals into an unambiguously popular domestic revolt could not, in the last instance, be rationalized through appeals to internationalism. The RAF pursued a decidedly unpopular brand of radicalism, as it came, on occasion, close to acknowledging. Asked in a prison interview to account for its absolute lack of influence on the masses and connection to a base, the RAF replied that there remained within West German society at least the trace of the politics of the RAF. At other times, RAF inmates tried to work against this isolation by making a metaphor of themselves, by presenting their fate as conjoined with that of the forces with which the RAF insisted it was aligned. In so doing, the RAF sought to compensate for its chief political failure, the absence of a socio-political referent beyond itself. Yet, as the RAF's near-exclusive focus became the freeing of its prisoners, its self-referentiality became all the more apparent. The RAF's self-image while in prison reflects the effects of isolation in a more literal sense. For activists, one's location in a particular environment can dramatically affect one's perceptions. What might be called the politics of location had a profound impact on the New Left. Activists' more or less total immersion in radical organizations and in highly politicized settings, such as universities and anarchist scenes, fed their belief in their own power. But it also led them to overestimate popular dissatisfaction in their own countries and to exaggerate their strength. Conversely, their segregation in self-enclosed worlds, whose boundaries were reinforced by public and state hostility, fed a sense of isolation and the conviction that desperate measures were required in the face of the overwhelming power of the adversary. The very emergence of the violent underground testifies to both this extreme optimism and fatal pessimism born, in part, of isolation. Life underground enhanced the distorting effects of location. Members of the underground were estranged from normalcy, cut off from much of the legal left, and radically dependent on one another. As a result, they lacked external checks on their perceptions. Comparing left-wing violence in Germany and Italy, Donatella Della Porta spells out the hazards of the underground. The organizational model of the underground groups evolved towards more centralized forms, thereby increasing the vicious circle of increasing isolation. The risks of being discovered induced members to concentrate decision-making in the hands of a small group of clandestine leaders. When repression increased and support from social movements decreased, the organizations withdrew into themselves. Even in front of several signs of defeat, the choice of clandestinity remained imprinted on these groups. They virtually ensured that their development would be shaped by internal dynamics rather than interaction with a broader environment. Survival and solidarity rather than political effectiveness. Mahler put things more starkly, in clandestinity, you see the world only from within a military model, as a free zone or as a dangerous territory. You do not see human beings so often anymore. Prison was a total, rarefied, and highly constricting environment that further limited the guerrillas' already narrow worldview. The conditions of extreme hardship and absence of external points of reference reinforced the tendency of the guerrillas to use their own circumstances as a basis for claims about their society as a whole. Herein lies the paradox of the RAF in the mid-1970s. With imprisonment, the boundaries of its world literally and drastically shrank. The group's isolation became complete with the contact spare, or contact ban, initially imposed on 72 inmates from the RAF and other groups 2 days after the kidnapping of Schleyer in September 1977. Under the contact spare, the inmates were placed in solitary confinement, stripped of reading material, and deprived of all human contact, including meetings with their attorneys. This practice, whose constitutionality was not at first certain, drew sharp criticisms from the RAF and others. The Bundestag soon sanctioned the ban by passing the Kontaktsperregesetz, contact ban law, which made legal the total isolation of prisoners in response to conditions of national emergency. The Kontaktsperre, ostensibly put into place out of fear that the inmates were orchestrating violence outside the prison, highly implausible at this point, declared the RAF to be so dangerous that it demanded quarantine. With the ban, the state sought literally to excise the RAF from the body politic by totally depriving its members of visibility, publicity, community, and voice. Yet, in the face of isolation, the RAF expanded its own significance by presenting its experience as illustrative of the essential reality of West German society. Since its inception, the RAF had practiced a kind of anti-carceral politics, distributing at least its verbal assaults among institutions and settings whose ultimate function, it felt, was to constrain, control, and oppress prisons, certainly, but also schools, reformatories, factories, bureaucracies, even places of middle-class comfort. Actually, being in prison enhanced RAF members' sense of the purpose and reach of the system's power. In their perception, the abuse they suffered in prison epitomized the state's disdain for radical dissent. The meticulous regulation of their lives in prison bespoke the perniciousness of the administered society, which made everyone an object of social control, and the alleged attempt at their destruction laid bare the fascistic nature of the Federal Republic. In short, prison became the dominant metaphor for society as a whole. At the 1974 trial for her involvement in the freeing of Bader 4 years earlier, Meinhof described the act as exemplary, because anti-imperialist struggle is really about liberation from the prison that the system already is for the exploited and oppressed. From the prison of total alienation and self-estrangement. Seen in this light, Schiller's comment that isolation had blurred the distinction between internal perceptions and external reality is a broad description of the RAF's politics. In making a metaphor of itself, the RAF developed an oddly immaterial caste, even as its imprisoned members experienced the most material operation of power, the infliction of physical suffering, holding the body in a constant state of pain, and even as its active commandos murdered and injured to win the prisoners' release. The operation of the metaphor depended on the RAF's prisoners successfully representing their situation as one of true abuse. But this is precisely what was so difficult, given that the prisoners were concealed behind the veil of the prison walls. The state, by virtue of this circumstance, held a distinct advantage in its war of representation with the RAF. Chiefly, the prisoners could never confirm forensically that their alleged suffering, always described as mental as much as physical, was real. Skepticism could parry every public charge. Did the state do with the prisoners what they claimed, and were the effects of their special handling really so dire? When the inmates' suffering was undeniable, as from the hunger strikes, just who was to blame remained unclear. Did the inmates, as the government and its defenders asserted, willfully misrepresent prison conditions in order to justify the hunger strikes and ultimately coerce the prisoners' release? Against this wall of doubt, the prisoners' rhetoric pulsed with the desperation of their being subject to some grotesque, private horror that the world was largely unable or unwilling to see. The concealment of the prisoners' experience did not, however, guarantee the state's victory in the battle over the public's perceptions. If the RAF's allegations could not be proved, neither could they be definitively disproved. Some among the public greeted the state's defense of its conduct, often expressed in the bureaucratic language of the official denial, with skepticism of their own. The more the prisoners claimed to suffer and the more the state denied their charges, the greater that skepticism grew. The facts, themselves indeterminate and intensely politicized, hardly seemed capable of settling the matter. One's judgment hinged, it seemed, on how one was inclined to view the state and with whom one identified. Elaborating for Der Spiegel what it meant by the trace of its politics, the RAF stated, "It isn't a matter of supporters, fellow travelers, and allied organizations. The issue is the RAF and the impact of its politics, in the sense that the measures the government has taken against us are changing many people's perception of the state and pushing them to recognize it for what it is, the imperialist bourgeoisie's apparatus for oppressing the people, in the sense that many people identify with our struggle and change the way they think about, feel about, and ultimately act toward the power of the system which they once perceived as absolute, in the sense that people have the power to act, that a feeling of impotence does not conform to objective reality, in the sense of proletarian internationalism, the awareness of the connection between liberation struggles in the Third World and those here, the awareness of the possibility and the necessity of joint action, joint work, legal and illegal, on the level of praxis, that it is not enough to debate but that it is possible, necessary, and feasible to act." This pronouncement appears most obviously emblematic of the RAF's heavy-handed, highly projective, and even wishful thinking in the mid-1970s. The RAF plainly failed to instigate the kind of broad-based revelation of capitalism's oppressiveness and of the glories of class solidarity. Its example hardly empowered its sympathizers to engage en masse in revolutionary action. But the RAF did become the occasion for some indeterminate number of West Germans to question more rigorously the identity of their state and to strengthen at least their attitude of resistance to it. Understood in these terms, the trace the RAF left cut deeply into the psyche of Germans, especially of the young, giving substance to the RAF's conspicuously symbolic and even ethereal politics. In essence, the RAF redefined its place in German politics by asserting that despite its apparent marginalization, it was at the nerve center of state power. It in fact proved irrepressible while in prison. The more intensely the state tried to isolate the group, the more the RAF became a matter of public concern and controversy, a symbolically dense object of national fixation. Tellingly, the RAF's apparent self-annihilation, the alleged suicide of its leaders in Stammheim, was in ways the group's most provocative, public, and visible act. As the media, investigators, and West German citizens endlessly debated whether the ambiguous deaths were suicides or murders, the RAF continued to haunt and even dominate public dialogue. The close relationship between experience and perception helps to account for what critics of the RAF have described as the group's Realitätsverlust, its distancing from or loss of reality. That distance widened greatly in the mid-1970s, when the RAF's leaders were literally cut off from the conventional world. Most disturbingly, the prisoners seemed incapable of seeing past their pain and remotely acknowledging that they had themselves caused immense suffering through violence that killed and maimed. Their isolation also helps to explain the tremendous defiance they displayed in prison. Behind that defiance lay both a political and, one can assume, personal sense of despair. With their impending convictions, they faced lifetimes of confinement in miserably lifeless institutions such as Stammheim. Their desolation also powerfully affected the RAF's internal dynamics. Whatever the image of unity, RAF prisoners were beset by schisms and recriminations, especially during the hunger strikes. Through the infosystem, RAF practiced a crude and at times vicious form of self-criticism, in which its leaders, above all batter, accused the others of being traitors, collaborators, bulls, and swine. Those wavering in their commitment to the strikes risked being denounced. Those abandoning the strikes risked being formally shunned by the others, deepening the misery of their isolation. One exasperated participant in the prison dialogue pleaded, "The purpose of our questions is not to conduct an inquisition. In light of these grim circumstances and crushing prospects, the deaths of RAF inmates, whether by starvation or apparent suicide, can be seen as acts of self-sacrifice or martyrdom." In an analysis of the role of suicide in religious terrorism, Juergensmeyer describes martyrdom as a rite of destruction designed to ennoble death and make the dying holy. It accomplishes this by integrating death into a vision of cosmic war, a conflict conceived as a great encounter between cosmic forces, order versus chaos, good versus evil, truth versus falsehood, as well as a defense of basic identity and dignity. The saga of suffering and death is made ultimately meaningful within the terms of cosmic war. Though the martyr may be vanquished in the here and now, His or her death nourishes that larger struggle, settled in some greater scale of time. Martyrdom, in converting the failure of death into a victory, is therefore a form of symbolic empowerment, much like terrorism itself. Though the RAF certainly had no overtly religious dimension, the group did assert the utter corruption or fallenness of the capitalist world and promoted socialism as a near-redemptive ideal of perfect justice. It likewise gave its struggle a near-sacred cast as a battle between good and evil, between the great defenders and enemies of life. The RAF's sense of being locked in a cosmic struggle intensified as its real power diminished and its situation grew more desperate. Nearly delirious from starvation, Maines wrote from his deathbed, "The only thing that matters is the struggle now, today, tomorrow, whether we eat or not. Either a pig or a man / either survival at any price or struggle unto death / either problem or solution / there is nothing in between. Everyone dies anyhow. What matters is how and how you lived. The simple. Fighting the pigs as a human being for the liberation of man. Fighting to the last, loving life, disdaining death." With these variously sad and severe pronouncements, Maines makes his own struggle unto death the ultimate sign of the triumph of his humanity and his limited victory over death. The apparent suicides of Batter, Enslin, and Raspy, though denounced by some in the mainstream as cynical ploys to make the state appear murderous, may also be viewed in sacrificial terms. By taking their own lives, the inmates potentially sought both to affirm and symbolically overcome their powerlessness in the face of a hopeless situation. That their deaths, and by extension their lives, were locked in a struggle over the sacred was confirmed by their fate in death. Public contempt for Batter, Enslin, and Raspy was so great that some Stuttgart residents clamored that their bodies be left to rot or thrown into sewers. Gudrun Enslin's father encountered great difficulties as he searched for someone in the city willing to provide a burial plot for a proper funeral. Behind the desire to deny the RAF's dead a conventional burial, it seems, lay a wish to deny them, not only whatever sanctification and forgiveness the grave might bring, but their humanity. Stuttgart's mayor, Manfred Rommel, son of the famous World War II General Erwin Rommel, feared an extended debate over the matter, and so he quickly decided to have the three buried in a cemetery just outside the city's limits. This compromise appeared to have its own ritual purpose, to ward off whatever impurities their bodies represented. At the funeral, police mounted on horseback chased angry mourners through forest roads, while police helicopters circled overhead. At the actual burial, surrounded by a thicket of police, the caskets of Batter, Enslin, and Raspy were unceremoniously dumped in the ground, while Gudrun's sister and young child looked grimly on. The death of Holger Maines and the decision to take up arms were one and the same. Volker Speitel, were Wollten alles und gleichzeitig nix. We wanted everything and nothing simultaneously. Whatever the objective merits of the prisoners' complaints, their fate had a powerful subjective impact on those forming new guerrilla cells. Some in these cells were established RAF members who, having been successful in hiding, or been themselves released from prison, were intent on freeing their friends and comrades. Remarkably, within months of serving more than a year in prison, Schiller rejoined the underground, where she conspired to engage in liberation actions. But others among the re-emergent underground, called RAF's second and third generations, were younger than the RAF's founders and had not passed as thoroughly through the activism of the 1960s. To a great extent, they became radicalized through the issue of the prisoners' treatment. Siegfried Haag had by no means endorsed the RAF's methods when he began working on the long-awaited trial of the RAF's leaders in the mid-1970s as a court-appointed attorney. Immersion in the plight of his hunger-striking clients, and Holger Maines especially, soon changed his views. Haag, who was at Maines's bedside just before he died, described his sense of powerlessness. "I shall never be able to forget this experience all my life. I was so intensely involved at the time, and I felt that, as a lawyer, I could not defend him the way he needed to be defended. Do anything to prevent death." 9 months after Maines's death, Haag was arrested for allegedly trying to procure arms for the RAF. He promptly fled Germany, after which he conspired to free RAF members. Hans Joachim Klein came from the working class and became politicized while serving in the late 1960s as a conscript in the army. In the mid-1970s, he went from working with Rote Hilfe to joining the semi-clandestine Red Cells, with whom he engaged in violent actions. He too described the death of Mainz as a trigger that forced him to see the impotence of legality. Thereafter, Klein carried in his wallet the grotesque autopsy photograph of Mainz, who at his death weighed less than 100 pounds. Klein confessed keeping the picture with him so as not to dull the edge of my hatred. Volker Speitel, born in 1950, entered the anti-authoritarian rebellion on the countercultural side. In the early 1970s, he lived with his wife Angelica in an alternative house, where he took drugs, read Timothy Leary and Wilhelm Reich, not Dutschke or Marcuse, and dreamt of a farmhouse in the country of nature, love, and freedom. Though he knew little of the RAF, he felt oppressed by the pressure to conform. So he cheered the group's assaults on the established order. Speitel eventually began working in Stuttgart with Rote Hilfe, whose members' intense political convictions deeply impressed him. Soon he became involved with the Stuttgart Committee Against Torture, run out of the office of the RAF's lead attorneys, and began carrying messages between prisoners. Years later, he described how this work led him underground. I saw prisoners in silent cells being literally tortured and slowly destroyed through scientifically researched methods. One felt one was in enemy territory. The opponent was no longer just Buback, but practically anybody who did not actively protest these methods. I saw only the hunger strike and did nothing else. Then agitate for 14 to 16 hours a day with leaflets, press releases in support of it. Then came the day Holger Mainz died. For us, his death was a turning point, partly because we had never been so close to such drastic misery and death, and, more important, truth be told, because we felt morally responsible for his death. Responsible because our strenuous activities to help him could not prevent his death. The death of Holger Mainz and the decision to take up arms were one and the same. Reflection was no longer possible. One simply reacted to the emotional power of the prior months. In addition to describing vividly his sense of despair, Speitel indicates the extent to which the focus of the armed struggle had narrowed. Speitel employs the near-standard trope by which new left radicals describe their turn to illegality. He recounts working tirelessly through legal means to stop a perceived injustice, sensing himself encircled by the state and isolated within the left, turning contemptuously against anyone not equally consumed by concern, and, crucially, feeling personally responsible for suffering and death he was unable to prevent. His decision to adopt violence, at which point emotion replaced reflection, came with the piercing recognition of the apparent inadequacy of conventional forms of protest. Yet the object of Speitel's outrage differed from that of radicals, including the RAF's founders, of just a few years prior. It was not the persistence, in spite of peaceful protest, of great global injustices, such as the war in Vietnam. It was not prompted by the murder of an innocent protester, such as Ohnsorg in 1967, or the shooting of a leader, such as Dutschke in 1968. Rather, Speitel's rage stemmed from the circumstances of a small number of prisoners who had been captured after committing lethal acts in what they saw as conditions of war. Merely working on behalf of the prisoners, Speitel suggests, reproduced some of the peculiarities of underground existence, by which the world both was and wasn't the way it appeared. Baptist Ralph Friedrich, who was also involved with the Committees Against Torture, explained that surveillance of underground activities was such that one couldn't take a single step without the police knowing. For us, the Federal Republic was in fact a police state. By the same token, the intensity of the work deformed his perceptions. We were a closed circle, he allowed. It was always the same people talking about the same things. A group dynamic set in that blocked certain ways of thinking. We were no longer able to apprehend reality. The violence designed to free imprisoned guerrillas signaled not only the narrowing of the politics of armed struggle, but also the further loss of its moral ballast. The killing on November 10, 1974, of West Berlin's Kammerschriftspräsident, Supreme Court President Gunter von Drenkmann by the June 2 movement in a botched kidnapping attempt was a chilling case in point. Von Drenkmann was a liberal SPD judge who had had no judicial dealings with guerrilla groups. The day after Mainz's death, His killers came to his house posing as flower deliverers. He had just celebrated his 64th birthday and shot him when he resisted capture. Von Drenkman's role as a leading member of the judiciary and, hence, his exchange value as a hostage would appear to account for his having been the J2M's target. After the shooting, the J2M insisted that its violence hurt only those who exploit, deceive, and betray the people, and portrayed von Drenkman as a villain who deserved to be murdered. To the J2M, he was among the hardcore of those responsible for Mainz's death simply because he was West Berlin's highest-ranking judge. It added by way of justification that, like his father, he had been a judge during the Nazi period, which presumably made him an embodiment of the persistence of fascism. Other grisly acts of violence followed. The occupiers of the German embassy in Stockholm on April 25, 1975, called the Kommando Holger Mainz, executed 2 diplomatic staff members and pledged to kill a hostage every hour to convey the seriousness of their demand that 26 prisoners be released. The raid ended abruptly when bombs the RAF had placed in the embassy accidentally exploded, killing 2 RAF members. On May 9, 1976, Ulrike Meinhof was found dead by hanging in her Stammheim cell. Though officials stated that she had committed suicide, leftists charged that she had been murdered by the state. The RAF's Jan Karl Raspy, standing trial in Stammheim Stuttgart with RAF's other leaders, announced in court, "I don't have much to say. We believe that Ulrike was executed. We don't know how, but we know by whom, and we can imagine the nature of the method." Demonstrations both larger and more militant than those following Mainz's death took place across West Germany. On May 15th, some 7,000 people, many with heads covered to avoid identification by police, attended Meinhof's funeral in West Berlin. The following April, the RAF exacted revenge. In Karlsruhe, the Kommando Ulrike Meinhof assassinated Chief Federal Prosecutor Siegfried Buback, the official broadly responsible for the prosecutions of the RAF, also killing his driver, Wolfgang Goebel, and a justice official, George Wuster. With its murder in late July 1977 of Dresdner Bank's Jürgen Ponto, the RAF reached new levels of shocking aggression. Suzanne Albrecht and 2 male companions came with flowers to the door of the Pontos, who were friends of Suzanne's parents. Once inside the house, she and her companions pulled guns in an effort to take Ponto hostage. When he resisted, Albrecht and her accomplices shot him 5 times. His wife watched him die. The fall of 1977 brought more victims. On September 5th, in an attempt to free 11 prominent guerrillas from prison, RAF's Commando Siegfried Hausner kidnapped in Cologne Hans-Martin Schleyer, the current president of the Employers Association of West Germany and a former SS Hauptsturmführer. In the process, the RAF killed Schleyer's driver, Heinz Marsisch, and 3 police guards, Reinhold Brandl, Roland Peeler, and Helmut Ulmer. Schleyer had feared he might be a target for the RAF and traveled with a special security detail. Following the GSG raid in Mogadishu of the hijacked plane and the deaths in prison of Badr, Enslin, and Raspy on the evening of October 17th to 18th, the RAF executed its prisoner, shooting him 3 times in the head in a forest on the German-Belgian border. Pine needles were found in Schleyer's mouth. In a communiqué sent to the French newspaper Libération on October 19th, Schleyer's killers declared that they had ended his miserable and corrupt existence and instructed police where they could find his body. Schleyer's corpse was recovered the following day in Mulhouse, France, from the trunk of a green Audi. Public statements issued by the commandos committing these acts are striking in their near-total absence of explicit political content. Those accompanying hostage-takings mostly listed demands, made threats, and discussed the mechanics of the proposed exchange of the hostages for the prisoners. Ponto's killers remarked, "In a situation where the federal prosecutor's office and secret services are preparing to murder their prisoners, we don't have much time for long statements. As for Ponto and the bullets that hit him, we will say that we didn't realize clearly enough how powerless such characters, who instigate war in the Third World and wipe out whole nations, are in the face of violence when it confronts them in their own homes." This statement starkly reveals the mindset of the most brutal among the armed struggle's new generations, whose actions even the prisoners did not necessarily support. It describes the West German state as literally murderous and the situation of the prisoners as so desperate that it constitutes a self-evident justification for Ponto's murder. It employs a perversely general standard of political guilt, whereby Ponto's status as a prominent banker made him an agent of genocide. With their evasive construction of the bullets that hit him, the RAF members fail to properly name or assume responsibility for their act. Finally, Ponto's killers appear to take morbid pleasure in their victims' powerlessness. The RAF began its armed struggle with exalted, if impossible, ambitions. It had hoped to instigate an uprising in West Germany that, in concert with revolutionary movements worldwide, would usher in a global socialist utopia. Its violence was to be discriminating in its targets and strictly guided by principles, winning the public's acclaim. Yet the group received little support and was overmatched by security forces. Its violence, even in its early phases, was not nearly as circumspect as its rhetoric suggested. Over the course of the 1970s, the struggle against imperialism became more and more a private war against the state, and the noble anti-imperialist fighter, always in part a figure of RAF's myth-making, gave way to the Free the Guerrilla, whose modus operandi was hostage-taking, extortion, and murder. Following the kidnapping of Schleyer and the murder of his driver and 3 guards, Johann Reich asserted that the people of West Germany now fear, no longer without justification, being killed by those who once sought to free them. Throughout the 1970s and into the 1980s, individual guerrillas experienced doubt about the value and legitimacy of armed struggle. Some renounced violence and spoke out about the need for a comprehensive reconciliation of the conflict between the guerrillas and the state. Among an enduring hardcore, however, the sense of the validity and even holiness of the armed struggle persisted. In the 1975 RAF trial, Meinhof repeated the group's mantra that the actions of urban guerrillas are never directed against the people. They are always directed against the imperialist machine. The terrorism of the state. The RAF's history, with its deaths of civilians and moments of heedless cruelty, belied her self-righteousness. The June 2nd movement illustrates just how strong the guerrillas' powers of denial and rationalization could be. The group was composed mostly of West Berlin anarchists, some of whom had working-class backgrounds. Like America's Yippies, they combined an absurdist hippie sensibility with militant politics. Horribly out of place in the colorless world of West Berlin and chronically disgusted with German society, J2M members nicknamed themselves the Blues. With the name, they seemed to admit the futility of armed struggle and the doomed nature of their lives as improbable urban guerrillas. Even while underground, some members wore flamboyant clothing and long hair, as if to tempt police to capture them. The J2M felt that the RAF, despite its socialist rhetoric, was essentially a group of elitist intellectuals. The J2M fancied itself, by contrast, the champion of the common man and woman and made on occasion special gestures to demonstrate its populist bent. In the wake of the RAF's murderous Stockholm embassy takeover, J2M bank robbers gave chocolates to the frightened bank customers to indicate that they meant them no harm. The J2M kidnappers of the CDU official Peter Lorenz treated him with respect in captivity, for which he publicly thanked them after his release. Just days after Lorenz was let go, dozens, if not hundreds, of West Berliners risked arrest in distributing 50,000 copies of the J2M pamphlet Die Entführung US unser Sicht, The Kidnapping as We See It. The statement was styled as a tribute to everyday people and to the resentment of the rich by the poor and the working classes. The J2M explained, "We believe that words and arguments are no longer of any use in changing what is rotten in our society. Hat does it mean when a man toils all day and comes home so exhausted that all he can do is sit in front of the TV? Where do child abuse, domestic violence, and suicide come from? And why don't we find such things in Berlin's wealthy suburbs, but in its low-rent districts?" The pamphlet then publicized, based on documents found in Lorenz's briefcase, his considerable salary, 20,000 marks a month, earned mostly through his corporate dealings, and the plight of a poor, single woman with a handicapped son whose pleas for help Lorenz had ignored. In Robin Hood-like fashion, the J2M sent the woman the 700 marks Lorenz had in his wallet. Yet it was the J2M that killed the German shipbuilder Erwin Berlitz, when it bombed the British Yacht Club in Berlin in February 1971 in protest of the Bloody Sunday killings by British forces in Londonderry. Though treating Lorenz with respect, his captors had planned to execute him should the government refuse to release imprisoned guerrillas. Following its killing of Justice von Drenkmann, the J2M had charged that the outcry at death is the outcry of the ruling class over the death of one of its own. With this claim, it ignored the fact that the act drew sharp criticism from across the political spectrum, including the far left. Young radicals massing in Berlin following Mainz's death typically denounced both the state and von Drenkmann's killers. The left-wing newspaper Berliner Extradienst insisted, "The death of Holger Mainz demands from every leftist unconditional solidarity with a victim of bourgeois class justice. The attack on the president of the Berlin court demands unconditional protest against the exercise of violence against a human being." Finally, on the night of June 4th to 5th, 1974, a J2M cell murdered a 22-year-old student, Ulrich Schmucker, as a traitor, for allegedly having given some mildly sensitive information to the police while in custody. After a cursory review of the evidence, a J2M tribunal found Schmucker guilty and sentenced him to death. Schmucker's body was found in a forest outside of Berlin, where he had been shot in the back of the neck. Echoing the RAF's rhetoric, a J2M flyer denounced left-wing criticism of the act as whiny, moralistic, pacifistic, and divisive. The goal, free human beings, must already be evident. In the means, Herbert Marcuse, Mord darf kein Waffe sein, murder cannot be a weapon. For much of West German society, the guerrilla movement evoked fear, intense loathing, and concern for the nation's security. The overarching imperatives were to find, indict, prosecute, and imprison its members, while incapacitating their networks of support. For leftists sharing some of the guerrillas' broad goals, the RAF and similar groups posed a different set of challenges and questions: how to turn political and moral outrage to constructive ends, how to develop a militant practice that was consistent with one's values, and how to maintain the integrity of one's resistance. As they debated these questions, leftists discerned not only the strategic failure of the armed struggle but also its problems as a politics and ethics of resistance. Leftists of all kinds denounced the RAF's violence for its ineffectiveness as a political strategy. The RAF mostly alienated those it meant to mobilize and, by provoking state repression, worsened the political climate in which all leftists had to operate. This negative verdict on the efficacy of RAF's violence implied a larger judgment on its legitimacy. Herbert Marcuse made this criticism with special force. In a 1977 editorial following the killing of Schleyer, Marcuse asserted that there exist circumstances in which the murder of the agents of repression, like Admiral Luis Carrero Blanco, the Spanish Prime Minister, assassinated in 1973 by Basque separatists, or hypothetically Hitler, truly changes the system, at least in its political manifestations, and mitigates oppression. He also argued that tyrant murder, Tyrannamord, such as that of the SS leader Heinrich Heydrich in Czechoslovakia in 1942, is justifiable on both instrumental and symbolic grounds by virtue of the tyrant's direct involvement in horrendous crimes. The RAF's violence clearly failed to meet these criteria. Though implicated in a capitalist system Marcuse deemed oppressive, figures such as Buback and Schleyer were hardly villains in any immediate sense, and their deaths could not conceivably help to topple the power structures of which they were a part. In a relatively stable, prosperous society such as the Federal Republic, the physical liquidation of individuals, including the prominent and the powerful, does not upset the normal functioning of the capitalist system. Rather, it strengthens its repressive potential without, and that is decisive, activating or bringing to political consciousness potential opponents of repression. Indeed, these people represent the system, but they only represent it. That means they are reproducible, exchangeable, and the reservoir for their recruitment is inexhaustible. Given this reality, the RAF violated what Marcuse called the law of revolutionary pragmatism that must guide socialist practice. Marcuse additionally rejected the notion that the structural guilt of capitalism's representatives necessarily translates into their individual culpability. He pointed out that the idea of structural guilt, taken to its logical extreme, makes workers the chief culprits in oppression, because their labor is singularly indispensable for the reproduction of capitalism. In its facile approach to questions of guilt, the RAF also violated the law of revolutionary morality, that in essence requires that the goal, free human beings, must already be evident in the means. Irving Fetcher was a liberal professor who, in the late 1970s, assumed the role of the Federal Republic's semi-official critic of the RAF. He consistently defended West German democracy and identified the numerous Denkfehler, errors of insight, that doomed the RAF's efforts. The RAF's misreading of Marxism was one such error. In Capital, Marx describes individuals as character masks, insofar as they personify and bear particular functions within a social division of labor. But for Marx, the notion of a character mask is an analytic, not an existential construct. It describes people only with reference to their socio-economic roles, not in their totality. Indeed, one RAF member later confessed that though his cell dutifully studied Marx and Kant, they had not understood what they read terribly well. Furthermore, individuals assume particular roles through pressure exerted by the division of labor, thus mitigating their responsibility for the roles they play. Fetcher protested, "One cannot kill a character mask, but only a living human being in his many-sided complexity. The terrorist who intends to kill a character mask outdoes with his crime the inhumanity of a system that he allegedly fights and wants to change." More radical voices accused the RAF of a deeper betrayal of socialist principles. The University of Hanover psychology professor Peter Bruckner, like Marcuse, vigorously supported New Left protest and was embraced by young radicals as an intellectual patron of their cause. Though not an advocate of armed struggle, he publicly criticized the treatment of RAF prisoners, warned of fascist tendencies in the Federal Republic, and, in a biography of Meinhof, situated her rage in relation to what he saw as the hypocrisy and failed potential of West German society. In 1972, at the age of 47, Bruckner was suspended from his university post after having been accused at the trial of the RAF's Karl-Heinz Ruland, who turned state's witness, of having lent RAF's leaders material support when they were in hiding. Bruckner was, however, deeply troubled by the left's violence. In 1974, he and Barbara Sichermann published reflections on the J2MS killing of Schmucker, which implicitly condemned the kinds of political murder more commonly practiced by the RAF and other guerrillas. Bruckner used the assassination to state a kind of first principle of political morality, that a human being is always an embodiment of hope, of expectation. To Bruckner, it is precisely this vision of humanity informed by freedom and possibility that justifies the killing of arch-oppressors like Heydrich. Far from embodying hope, they live as the death of others, as their hopelessness. This view of humanity should also preclude reducing people to categories and assuming dominion over their fate, as in the Schmucker tragedy. Bruckner decried the rhetoric used by both the J2M and its left-wing critics, the description of Schmucker as a traitor by his executioners, as a little pig, not worth killing by one group, and as a petit bourgeois, scarcely responsible for his transgression by another. For Bruckner, this kind of abstraction, deplorable in its own right, was quintessentially a quality of the left's adversaries, as the fascists, the state forces, the executive powers readily reduce humans to abstractions. We demand of the left, which lives by abstraction in its intellectualizing, not to abstract in this case. He left has, in contrast to the right, scruples about death, and knows the relationship between means and ends. Bruckner conceded that not all self-described leftists obeyed the principles he outlined. To Bruckner, it was Stalin who had above all practiced a lethal left Manichaeanism. Bruckner, like Fetcher, observed that Marx denounces capitalists only for the economic functions they perform, such that capitalist does not mean not human, and even less bull or pig. Yet Stalin, by equating one's economic function with one's identity, divided people into a world and counterworld, into a good portion and evil part, for whom there is truly no place in the world. Essentializing political conflict in this way, Stalinist Manichaeanism, is in reality racist, turns the class conflict into a race conflict. With their murders of traitors and capitalist pigs, the RAF and the J2M participated in Stalin's legacy, as well as in the inhumanity that defined the far right. To Johann Reich, writing in the left-wing Jahrbuchpolitik, the RAF's extreme violence was less the product of any ideological position than a consequence of the group's highly abstract and dualistic thinking. According to Reich, the RAF's worldview had from the start been reductive, dogmatic, and pseudo-theoretical. Its main premises were that things are simple, not complex, that imperialism was the chief enemy of humanity, responsible for virtually all of the world's ills, and that the Federal Republic, despite its apparent reformism, was in fact fascist. By virtue of these crude theses, the RAF fought against an opponent who, as the RAF imagines him, does not in fact exist. The RAF's premises drove the group's violence in two main ways. First, the RAF declared that all the crucial political imperatives concern practice, not theory. To close its founding manifesto, the RAF quoted Eldridge Cleaver saying, "Either you're part of the problem or part of the solution. There is nothing between." My opinion is that most of what happens in this country does not need to be analyzed any longer. Reich saw the guerrilla as a despairing attempt to realize in the individual the unity of theory and practice, insofar as he or she was to put into practice a revolutionary ideology whose main components RAF considered settled. Second, the RAF viewed resistance as a life-and-death struggle against an enemy that was absolute evil. Mains's judgment that one is either a pig or a man, with nothing in between, conveyed the RAF's inability to acknowledge anything other than extreme alternatives, resulting in an attitude of kill or be killed. To Reich, the group's demonization of the Federal Republic as fascist ultimately served to eliminate the psychic resistance to the murder of human beings. Mahler saw political murder as an extension of the RAF's uncompromising morality, which he defined the following way: "The world is terrible, unending suffering, murder, death blows. That can be changed only through violence, which also demands victims, but fewer than if the status quo persisted." The RAF's morality, in this rendering, contained a sacrificial logic that virtually required murder. RAF members, that is, participated as killers in what they saw as a continuum of death and suffering. Bader had in fact described hatred and the willingness to sacrifice, Opferwillen, as vital attributes of the revolutionary. For the left-wing scholar Wolfgang Kraushaar, the RAF's killing of Schleier's driver and his guards crystallized the group's bankruptcy. These murders, which the RAF did not even acknowledge in its communiques, served the purely practical goal of carrying out the kidnapping. Worse, the RAF implicitly asserted that by virtue of Schleier's status as a high-ranking economic official, his life was worth more than those of his subordinates. The RAF thus reproduced the class hierarchy that it meant to destroy. In addition, the RAF made Schleier's life equivalent to the freedom of 11 prisoners and so constructed a crude logic of exchange between human beings, a logic in which the lives of the drivers and guards did not count. In Kraushaar's judgment, with its proposed exchange of Schleier for the hostages, the RAF exceeded the purported inhumanity of the West German state. By treating the murders as an a priori breach of any possible exchange, the state categorically refused to buy into the RAF's system of equivalencies. The left-wing poet Erich Fried criticized the RAF's killings with greater nuance and some ambivalence. Following the murder of prosecutor Buback, he asked, "What should I say about a dead man who lay in the street? This piece of flesh was once a father full of love this piece of flesh believed he was doing right and did wrong this piece of flesh was a man who likely would have been a better man in a better world. What he had done in life would make my heart grow cold should my heart now be warmed by his death. It would have been better if such a man had not died the way he did it would have been better if such a man had not lived the way he did." With its description of the slain Buback as a piece of flesh, the poem may appear to participate in the RAF's baleful reduction of human beings to things. But Fried invokes the image only to qualify it in richly human terms. Buback is also a loving father who set out to do right. The core complaint is not against the man and his sins, but against the world and its sins, by which good men do evil. For Fried, both Buback's death and his life are tragic. To disdain the man does not mean to desire or celebrate his death. It means, rather, to disdain the world and to seek to change it. On one level, these criticisms disclose in the guerrillas a penchant for abstraction that permitted or even encouraged acts of victimization. Despite its professed fidelity to Marxism, the RAF failed to apprehend its society concretely or to develop a credible assessment of either the culpability of its victims or the efficacy of its violence. Instead, the RAF used blunt analytic categories to vilify the state and dehumanize its representatives. On another level, the criticism stressed the guerrillas' tendency to reproduce in themselves the negative qualities they imputed to their enemies and to the structure of their society. According to Marcuse, the RAF failed to embody the vision of new human beings, indulging instead in its own senseless violence. Detecting a parallel between the RAF and a historical variant of fascism, Fetcher charged that the RAF's attempt to attack capitalism by killing and kidnapping representatives of the economy or political life recalls in a fatal way the pseudo-concreteness of the so-called left Nazis. To Reich, the RAF struggle amounted to the fight of a terrorist elite against the power elite of the state apparatus, both of which were cut off from the masses. Kraushard described the RAF as ultimately another secretive organization that operated in the Federal Republic, like the Federal Police, the CIA, and the KGB. The central irony that haunted the West German armed struggle groups was that, at times, they mirrored precisely what they claimed to oppose. In that sense, their ostensibly radical resistance was self-defeating, beyond its failure as a strategy for political change. Taken together, the RAF and the Weathermen reveal the hazards of new left radicalism, if not of radical resistance in general. The Weathermen partly succumbed to, but mostly guarded against, the danger of mirroring qualities they saw in or projected onto their opponents. The experiences of both groups show that the aspiration to resistance provides no guarantee that one represents a genuine alternative to what one opposes. Furthermore, the very aspiration to total resistance, the presumption of the utter difference between oneself and the oppressive other and the desire to destroy that other, may actually obscure the affinities one shares with one's political enemy. The charge that the guerrillas mirrored their adversaries was not only made by those outside of the armed struggle. In 1978, Mahler and the former RAF member Jürgen Backer asserted that just as the left had responded with outrage to the massacre of civilians in Vietnam, so too should it condemn the RAF's killing of hostages and innocent bystanders. Those who perpetrate such acts, they charged, betray our ideals and themselves. Bauman described his renunciation of violence in the mid-1970s as the choice of love over terror. He concluded from his years in the underground, "For me, the whole time it was a question of creating human values which didn't exist in capitalism. And you'll be better doing that than bombing society and creating the same rigid figures of hatred at the end." In the mid-1980s, additional guerrillas in and out of prison broke with the RAF and issued stunning public criticisms of the armed struggle. These so-called Aussteiger, dropouts, roughly translated, confirmed much of what the RAF's critics had been saying for years. Siegfried Haag was captured in 1976, convicted of conspiracy to commit murder, and sentenced to 15 years in prison. In 1986, an interviewer asked if he now recognized that terrorism could cause unending suffering, because the victims also have families, lovers, friends. Haag replied, "My current thoughts run in that direction. That is, the experience that a violent act can always kill a human being, but that his death lies beyond the mere function that he performs." Baptist Ralph Friedrich went underground in 1977 and was for 3 years among the RAF's new hardcore. He left the group in 1980 and then lived in East Germany working in a paper factory with his partner and fellow RAF member Sigurd Sternbeck. In a 1990 interview, he conceded that although he had supported the Schleyer action, "Today it is naturally clear to me that one cannot so easily kill a man, even if he is one's political archenemy." Although he and Sternbeck totally rejected the killing of Schleyer's guards, he confessed feeling that "our souls still suffer the consequences." While not legally culpable in the murders, he acknowledged a moral responsibility, "for which I'd like to ask forgiveness from those directly affected." In 1985, Klaus Junschke, convicted of murder in 1977, led several prisoners in announcing their total separation from the armed struggle. Reflecting on the path of violence, he declared, "Today it is clear that this entire history is destructive, debilitating, that it destroys not only the lives of those who are engaged in the struggle, but also of those without guilt, that it deforms society, which should be changed to create more freedom and less suffering. They wanted parents without guilt so that they could be children without shame." Jörg Bopp, Die ungekannte Aggression, the unacknowledged aggression. West Germany was hardly unique among Western societies in having an insurgent youth movement develop in the 1960s. Nor was it unique in having an armed struggle movement emerge from the student and youth protests. In addition to those in Italy and Spain where violence raged, small guerrilla groups formed in France, England, Belgium, and the Netherlands. The West German conflict did, however, have a special intensity, owing both to the peculiarities of German history and to the ways in which various groups represented and responded to those peculiarities. The RAF radicalized the tendency of the West German New Left to see in its society signs of the persistence of fascism. Although it was far from being a unified and rigorously argued thesis, the Faschismusvorwurf, or charge of fascism, could express everything from Frankfurt School, inflected descriptions of late capitalism as a repressive totality to the view, revived from communist doctrine of the pre-war years, of social democracy as a form of social fascism, to the denunciation of the Vietnam War as genocidal, to complaints that police violence was neo-fascist. Young Germans even described the conservative sexual morality of their parents' generation as fascist. Believing that sexual repression was a chief cause of the Nazis' aggression, they promoted sexual liberation as intrinsically anti-fascist. Like other groups in the New Left, the RAF used the charge of fascism as a highly emotional language of condemnation, announcing the need for greater militancy. References to fascism abounded in its statements. A communiqué from the 1972 May Offensive denounced the SS praxis of the West German police. That issued with the bombing of the U.S. military base in Heidelberg claimed that the German people supported the action because they have not forgotten Auschwitz, Dresden, and Hamburg. The RAF likened the failure to clear the Springer building before its bomb went off to the burning of the Reichstag in 1933, thereby suggesting that both were designed to promote social chaos conducive to an assertion of power by the far right. At times, the RAF explicitly equated imperialism with fascism. In a 1972 statement, Meinhof insisted that National Socialism was only the political and military precursor to the imperialist system of multinational corporations. In the mid-1970s, the RAF sharpened its comparisons of the West German state to the Nazi regime. Most provocatively, the RAF likened the treatment of its prisoners to the Nazis' extermination policies. In 1973, Meinhof commented that the political conception of the dead section at Cologne is the gas chamber. My ideas of Auschwitz became very clear in there. Bader went so far as to charge that the treatment of RAF prisoners was more brutal than the tactics used by the Gestapo. Finally, guerrillas made reference to fascism in describing their victims, for instance, seeing von Drenkmann and Schleyer, both of whom had served under the Nazis and then rose to positions of prominence in the New Germany, as personifications of fascist continuity. In its mind, the RAF was fighting a new behemoth that bore traces of the old. Its expansive understanding of fascism linked the crimes of the German past with the conduct of the current government of the Federal Republic and the imperialism of the United States in a chain of more or less equivalent evils. To attack any of these was simultaneously to attack all of them. Much as the RAF thought it could attack capitalism by killing capitalism's representatives, it felt that it could sever the perceived continuity with the Nazi past by killing what it saw as the symbols of that continuity. When conceived of as a form of anti-fascism, RAF's killings were not only just, but heroic. In equating the current state with the Nazi Reich, the RAF simultaneously did battle with the present and the past. Behind this conflation of contexts lay a psychological motive stemming from the burden of the past experienced by Germany's post-war generation. Illuminating the psychohistorical dimension of the RAF's violence requires probing more deeply into the intergenerational conflicts of the 1960s and the broader psychopolitical landscape of post-war Germany. Historians generally concur that post-war Germany avoided systematically confronting its fascist past. Germans in the Western zones, standard narratives run, invested immense energy in rebuilding their country and in establishing West Germany as a bulwark against communism. These commitments, which served the imperatives of the present, encouraged the evasion of the past. Summing up the post-war mood, one historian wrote, "Like burned children, the majority turned their backs on an active political engagement after their stint with National Socialism. Instead of confronting the most recent past, as the 12 years of Nazi rule were commonly referred to, The Federal Republic was happy to settle into a general amnesia about this time and especially about the Holocaust. The past, in short, necessarily remained unmastered because it had never been seriously engaged as a problem. The psychologists Alexander and Margaret Mitscherlich, writing in the late 1960s, were among the first to address the issue of German denial. According to the Mitscherliches, post-war Germans exhibited a striking inability to mourn both the victims of Nazi Germany and the collapse of the Reich. At the heart of this inability lay the refusal to accept the loss of National Socialism as a collective fantasy that had given its followers a special sense of power and purpose. To the Mitscherliches, the identification of Germans with Hitler had been so intense that accepting his defeat and the demise of National Socialism threatened their identity in a radical way. Unable or unwilling to face this traumatic self-devaluation, Germans denied the past outright or adopted the attitude that bygones are bygones without occasion for remorse. Should Germans continue to repress the past, the Mitscherliches warned, National Socialist ideals might persist within the unconscious. Years later, the American scholar Eric Santner redeployed the Mitscherliches thesis in tracing the impact of the past on what he described as the psychopathologies of the post-war West German family. Santner asserted that the post-war generations had inherited the denial and repression of the past from their parents. Unlike the latter, however, they were conscious of and consciously troubled by that denial. As a result, they experienced qualities of melancholy and depression that their parents had avoided. In addition, because of their compromised pasts, the parents were not available to their children as totemic resources for the positive constitution of identity. Yet the parents remained indispensable to the process of identity formation. The post-war generations therefore suffered the double bind of having to identify with figures of power one also at another level needs to disavow. More broadly, they faced the challenge of developing a sense of identity as Germans in a context in which the cultural reservoir of national symbols and associations had been poisoned and provoked traumatic ambivalence. Testimonies by Germans born during or shortly after the Nazi era relate feelings of disappointment, demoralization, and disgust consistent with Santner's model. An especially poignant and strikingly relevant recollection reads, "I am as German as the members of the Baader-Meinhof gang. I belong to their age. We were ashamed of our country. We were told what happened, the marching, the books. The people we loved being driven out, Albert Einstein, Thomas Mann. Other people we had never heard of, those nameless millions who so silently went to the camps where their voices were gassed forever silent. This was no country to be proud of. We were also pained, lonesome kids amid adults who could not, must not ever be trusted. How could I trust my parent who, balancing me on their knees, sang Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles with me? Who would make me call after a man in the street, a man I didn't even know, Jew, Jew, who, with my father, once a high-ranking officer, would tell me they'd never heard of any camps, and who, when I asked him about the 6 million Jews that had been put to death, insisted that it was 4.5 million, the figure I had quoted, he said, had been made up by the notoriously deceitful Jewish media, 4.5 while my heart was counting 1 and 1 and 1. Santner, while capturing the agony of the post-war family, obscures the efforts of new leftists to shatter their parents' silence and force the issue of the past into public consciousness. Young radicals indeed used their parents not as role models but as negative icons, from whom one must at all costs differentiate oneself. That desire was acutely felt by those who eventually adopted or endorsed violence. Mahler, who grew up in the early 1950s, confessed that the Nazi past dictated that from an early age, he had to feel ashamed of being German. He explained, "The essential, highly personalized problem was this: how did your parents behave?" The question also had implications for us, namely, that whenever events occur that even in a distant way recall the 12 years, we must actively resist them. As Baader's lawyer, he described the 1968 Frankfurt department store arson as a protest, not only against German silence on the Vietnam War, but also against an entire generation that had tolerated the crimes of the Nazi period. Erward Vesper, the son of a mildly famous blood and soil poet who had extolled National Socialism, defended the arson by declaring that Vietnam is the Auschwitz of our generation. The Red Cell's member Hans-Joachim Klein derisively described the Germans as specialists when it came to genocide. To him, they should have been the first to start shouting about Vietnam. All the Germans, not merely a few leftists. They did nothing. Arguing didn't move them, pamphlets didn't convince them, they got used to broken windows. So there came a point when something new had to be found. The nexus of the fascist past, intergenerational conflict, and new left protest can be pressed further to help understand the political violence of the 1960s and 1970s. In the mid-1980s, the psychologist Georg Bopp sought to explain why West German new leftists turned on their elders and leveled the charge of fascist continuity with such vehemence. His intriguing analysis reveals in the new left a thicket of competing aspirations, rife with consequences it did not intend. Bopp identified in German new leftists a foundational desire to prove to themselves and to the world that they had overcome the failure of their parents. They served this desire by sharply reacting against anything they saw as recalling fascism. Yet Bopp contends that behind new leftists' revulsion at Nazism and their parents' involvement in it lay a disquieting fear that they had nonetheless internalized elements of their parents' experience. Opposition to fascist continuity only exacerbated this fear. According to Bopp, new leftists experienced their radical protest as a liberation from social taboos and internal restraints. Though exhilarating militant action produced in them a second, largely unconscious fear that they would not be able to control their newly unleashed aggression. With this aggression, they compounded the risk of reproducing the violence that they saw as defining both their parents' past and the current order. New leftists dealt with this fear by strengthening in their rhetoric the distinction between themselves and their adversaries. That entailed ratcheting up the Faschismusverwurf with self-defeating consequences. First, as new leftists denounced their opponents in even stronger terms, they escalated the intensity and the violence of their protests. This escalation only augmented their fear of taking on objectionable attributes of their enemies, resulting in another increase in the severity of their accusatory rhetoric. The effort to gain distance from the failures of the past thus turned against itself in a closed and vicious circle. Second, new leftists made increasingly reckless comparisons of the past and present. To Bopp, by slapping the label of fascism on any contemporary phenomenon to which they objected, they robbed fascism of its historical meaning and veiled the suffering of its countless victims. By indicting their parents' current failures through reference to the past, new leftists actually minimized the importance of that past. According to Bopp, this dynamic had its own psychological motive. Bopp discerned in new leftists a second desire that competed with their need to differentiate themselves from their parents. To Bopp, they wanted parents without guilt so they could be children without shame. Here he echoes Santner's notion of the double bind, wherein members of the post-war generation had the dual need to disidentify with and to affirm their parents. Bopp argues that new leftists' condemnation of the current political failures of their parents thus went hand in hand with their covert wish to absolve their parents of complicity with Nazism. The Faschismusverwurf, by extension, complemented their parents' desire to deny or avoid confrontation with the past. Bopp certainly paints with a broad brush. He ascribes universally held desires to West Germany's post-war generation and suggests implausibly that all new leftists made irresponsible comparisons between the present and the past. He also betrays little appreciation of how infuriating it may have been for young Germans to see their parents endorse a war of mass destruction in Vietnam, or of how militant opposition to the war may have represented a valid response to the Nazi legacy. Nonetheless, he exposes clear abuses of anti-fascist rhetoric by at least some activists, while providing a compelling complement to analyses of the psychopolitical currents of America's New Left. The RAF's armed struggle, as an extreme form of anti-fascism, deepened the ironies and contradictions experienced by the West German New Left as a whole. If the New Left sought to avoid repetition of the failures of the past, the RAF sought more aggressively to correct for and even redeem those failures. The RAF implicitly held that armed struggle against forces it deemed fascist would make up for the near-total absence of armed resistance by Germans to the Nazis. Within this compensatory logic, the RAF placed its victims in the roles of Nazi perpetrators. The RAF gave itself a dual image. In one guise, its members were figures of redemption, whose violence would not only relieve them of the burden of the past, but also break the larger chain of German guilt. They would prove, in their refusal to be good Germans, that Germany had overcome the failures of the past, insofar as at least a subset of Germans courageously responded to an enduring moral imperative to resist oppressive power. The RAF's armed struggle, in this light, appears a convoluted attempt to purify the nation as a whole. Its effort entailed, or even demanded, violence, rendering it also a psychologically complex form of blood sacrifice. In a second guise, the RAF assumed the role of the Nazis' victims. This elision was evident in the false equation of Stammheim with Auschwitz, of the abuse in prison of a few dozen ideological rebels with genocide. Jews and the other victims of Nazism thus functioned as the absent others, whom the RAF claimed as the ultimate source of the legitimacy of its actions. With this misguided empathy, the RAF appropriated and even exploited the suffering of the victims of Nazism it meant to honor. In both of these guises, the RAF and other violent German groups mirrored qualities they opposed not only in the German present but also in the German past. The danger of assuming the likeness of one's enemy, a danger hovering over all rebel movements, was far greater for German guerrillas than for their American counterparts, whose protest lacked this historical dimension. As agents of redemptive violence, German guerrillas engaged in acts striking for their cruelty. Cruelty and the demonization of the enemy are hardly specific to Nazism. To describe the RAF as Hitler's children is to invert RAF's anti-fascist discourse in another reductive comparison. A better understanding comes by way of Santner's assertion that the post-war generations inherited the psychic structures that impeded mourning in the generations of their parents and grandparents. Foremost among such structures is a thinking in rigid binary oppositions which forms the socio-psychological basis of all search for scapegoats. This inheritance took place despite new leftists' strenuous efforts to avoid the repression and repetition of the past. No direct lineage, therefore, runs from Hitler to the RAF. Rather, the RAF unselfconsciously repeated tendencies in the past, largely as a result of its efforts to confront and atone for that past. At times, the repetition was transparent. The West German armed struggle is punctuated by chilling evocations, beyond generic brutality, of the Nazis' own aggression. These include the firebombing by German leftists in 1969 of a Berlin synagogue on the anniversary of Kristallnacht in protest of Israeli policies, Meinhof's exultation in the massacre by Palestinian commandos of Israeli athletes in the 1972 Munich Olympics, and the separation of Jewish from non-Jewish hostages for the purpose of execution by the Palestinian and German Red Cells hijackers of a French airliner in 1976. The hijacking ended when Israeli paratroopers raided the plane in Entebbe, Uganda, with the raid's commander, 3 hostages, all 7 hijackers, and 20 Ugandan soldiers losing their lives. Palestinian hostility to Israel, however one may judge it, is connected to historically grounded political grievances. It is, therefore, one thing for Palestinians to engage in acts of aggression, terror, or war against Israel and Israeli citizens in what they see as a struggle for national liberation. It is quite another for young German leftists, separated from the Holocaust by only a generation, to rally enthusiastically behind and even participate in such acts. In instances, Germans explicitly presented Israeli Jews as modern-day Nazis. Such rhetoric, which perverts the relationship between German fascism and its Jewish victims, was especially virulent and disturbing when it accompanied acts of violence. An anonymous flyer issued with the 1969 synagogue bombing followed common criticisms of Israeli treatment of Palestinians with rhetoric denouncing Israel's fascist acts of horror against the Palestinian Arabs and use of Gestapo torture methods. After charging that the Crystal Night of 1938 is repeated daily by the Zionists, it concluded, "The Jews who were displaced by fascism have themselves become fascists who want to eradicate the Palestinian people in collaboration with American capital." Though less extreme, Meinhof's statement in praise of the Palestinian Black September commandos presented the Munich Olympics killings as the cutting edge of anti-imperialism. One whose anti-fascist character was only enhanced by taking place in West Germany. Fascist then, fascist now, was her claim. Troubling from anyone, such assertions are morally blind when coming from young Germans. Desperate to distinguish themselves from their parents' generation, new leftists only narrowed that distance by engaging in or applauding acts that were transparently anti-Semitic. This tragic irony was not lost on some guerrillas. Klein, who left the Red Cells in 1977, characterized his withdrawal from the underground as a return to humanity. When he left the group, he publicized and hence foiled a plot by Red Cells and Palestinian commandos to assassinate leaders of the resurgent Jewish communities of Frankfurt and Berlin. The abuse of Jews in the 1976 hijacking was decisive in his renunciation of guerrilla violence. For Klein, the action was Auschwitz all over again, barbarity pure and simple. In a world of so much real suffering, why promote unnecessary suffering? Silke Meyer-Witt. More personalized condemnation of the armed struggle came from Silke Meyer-Witt, a former RAF member, who combines political and moral judgment with a psychoanalytic language of repetition and acting out. The anger of many West German New Leftists was directed at the generation of their parents, not at their parents as such. This was conspicuously true of RAF's leaders. Ulrike Meinhof's foster mother was herself a left-wing activist. Gudrun Enslin's parents had opposed the Nazis and supported their daughter's involvement in the student movement. And Bader's mother, though rather apolitical, stood by her son while he was in prison. The RAF's leaders, in short, lacked the personal enmity toward their parents so characteristic of the German New Left. Such was not the case with Silke Meyer-Witt. When she was 12 years old, she discovered in the attic of her house memorabilia indicating that her father had been a member of the SS, a fact that he had concealed from her. Unaware at the time of the implications of her discovery, she asked him about it only several years later. As if in a parody of the post-war family, plagued by distrust and silence. His answers were evasive, prompting her to refuse to talk to him for 2 months. In 1969, Meyer-Witt attended the University of Hamburg, where she studied psychology and became immersed in student protest. Like so many others among RAF's second generation, she was drawn to the group through work in support of the prisoners. By 1977, she was part of the RAF's second tier, working in Amsterdam to secure cars, weapons, and safe houses. Called back to West Germany, she helped in the planning of Schleier's kidnapping. In 1979, she trained with Palestinians in Yemen, where she observed, "They were willing to fight for their people. For us, it was more like an intellectual effort. It was sheer group dynamic that kept us going. We were like robots." Overwhelmed with stress and fearing that in West Germany she would go to jail for nothing, for accomplishing nothing, she was sent by the RAF to East Germany, where with assistance from the East German authorities, she assumed a new identity and tried to live a life of quiet anonymity. Captured in 1990, she was tried for her involvement in the Schleier kidnapping and sentenced to 10 years in prison, of which she served 5. Prison proved cathartic. Reflecting there on her time in RAF, she concluded, "If you refuse to have a good look at who you are, you'll always repeat your actions over and over." To come to terms with my past, I've asked myself why I neglected my own moral standards even as I was envisioning social change. I learned how easy it is to listen to some ideology and to have an idea that gives you an excuse for anything. In trying not to be like my father, I ended up being even more like him. Terrorism is close to Nazism. I used ideology to legitimize myself the same as he did. Creating change requires courage, which I didn't have. That's why I ended up in the RAF. Not all former RAF members report having such intensely negative experiences, nor would most so seamlessly equate their struggle with what they struggled against. Meyer-Witt's commentary is nonetheless poignant as a set of insights into the degradation of her politics. In ethical terms, she attests to the dangers of ideology as a blanket endorsement for action, no matter how extreme. In psychological terms, she affirms how a strategy of disavowal may lead to the compulsive repetition of what one formally disavows. True courage, she concludes, is a function of self-reflection, self-awareness, and restraint, not to be confused with the dilution of one's commitment to justice. As if to make her bitter experience of some use to others, she returned to the field of psychology and then counseled the traumatized victims of war in Kosovo. In the conflicts of the former Yugoslavia, driven partly by crazed fantasies of conquest and collective redemption, she perceives echoes of the RAF's failed idealism. Witness again to its wreckage, she pleads. In a world of so much real suffering, Why promote unnecessary suffering? Chapter 6. Democratic Intolerance. The Red Army Faction and the West German State. For the government of the Federal Republic, the RAF was an intolerable threat and had to be eliminated at all costs. This entailed laws that made support for terrorist organizations illegal and that prohibited speech thought to encourage violence. Mobilization of great numbers of police, surveillance on a vast scale, harsh treatment of those suspected or convicted of violent acts, and restrictions on the RAF's legal defense. These measures and the fierce anti-terrorist rhetoric of politicians and the media created a climate of intense suspicion of dissidents in West Germany in the 1970s. What people remember about the era is typically not only the pervasive fear of terrorist violence but also the tremendous constriction of thought and feeling caused by heightened demands for loyalty to the state, enforced in part by repression. From a practical standpoint, the anti-terrorist measures both succeeded and failed. Police captured the RAF's founders relatively quickly, putting an end to an initial wave of violence. Those remaining in or joining the underground had to devote a large share of their energy simply to avoiding arrest. The state's anti-terrorist campaign, in short, limited the scope of the RAF's violence. Yet attempts to eliminate terrorism also helped to bring about new rounds of violence. Virtually all the major acts of left-wing violence in the mid-1970s sought the release of prisoners or revenge against judges, prosecutors, and police. Had the state's reaction been less severe, the RAF's armed struggle might neither have endured so long nor become so brutal. Criticism of the government was not confined to the far left. German jurists, politicians, intellectuals, and civil libertarians questioned the legitimacy of the anti-terrorism laws and denounced the mentality that had produced them. Such laws and the treatment of prisoners also attracted the concern of international human rights organizations, to whom the RAF broadcast allegations of abuse. In 1974, the French writer and philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, responding to a request by the RAF, interviewed Andreas Bader in Stammheim prison about conditions there. International committees investigated the death of Ulrike Meinhof. And for years Amnesty International included a section on the treatment of RAF prisoners in its annual report documenting violations of human rights throughout the world. Though international bodies often absolved the government of explicit wrongdoing, the state's response to terrorism fed an international image of the hässlichen Deutschen, ugly Germans, in whom authoritarian tendencies had persisted. Why did the state react so forcefully and at such great cost, given the RAF's small size and limited capabilities? Perceptions counted for more than whatever real danger left-wing violence posed. Like the RAF itself, the government was greatly influenced by Germany's past. Memories of the collapse of the Weimar Republic and the rise of Nazism led the founders of the Federal Republic to believe that if it were to survive, the new democracy had to be aggressively intolerant of those who threatened it. 2 decades later, the Republic's leaders regarded the RAF as just such an enemy, reminiscent of the fascist groups that had helped destroy the Weimar Republic. Defeating terrorism was so important because it spoke so powerfully to the raison d'etre and self-image of the post-war West German state. The government's more extreme anti-terrorist measures nonetheless violated democratic rights beyond what could be justified in the name of defending democracy. Some critics charged that it used the need for security and the example of the past to legitimize assertions of power unconnected to democratic ends. At its worst, they charged, the state itself became an agent of terror. Without you, the assassins would be helpless. Willy Brandt. With the first wave of armed actions in the early 1970s, the West German authorities determined that simply punishing individuals after the fact for specific acts of violence was an inadequate approach to combating terrorism. Terrorists, they reasoned, operate conspiratorially and rely for their existence on layers of tactical, material, and ideological support. To contain and eliminate terrorism, each layer had to be criminalized and incapacitated. Sections 129 and 129A of the Criminal Code, the strongest weapons in the legal arsenal against the RAF, provided mechanisms for doing so. Section 129 outlawed forming Grunden, being a member of ALS Mitgliedbeteiligung, promoting, werben, or supporting Unterstützen, a criminal association. Section 129A, which went into effect in October 1976, superseded Section 129 by punishing the same actions with respect to terrorist associations, distinguished by the serious nature of their alleged crimes. such as murder and attempted murder. Under Sections 129 and 129A, not only individuals who allegedly committed or conspired to commit acts of violence were prosecutable. Alleged supporters could also be punished, irrespective of their actual knowledge of or involvement in acts of violence. In one scholar's characterization, Section 129 permits the police to arrest individuals in the absence of any suspicion of any criminal activity. Going beyond guilt by association, Sections 129 and 129A established mere support for an association as the standard for culpability. Punishments could be severe. Sentences under Section 129 ranged from 6 months to 5 years imprisonment. Section 129A increased the maximum penalty for ringleaders, Rädelsführer, and chief instigators, Hintermänner, to 10 years. By the end of 1974, some 200 people had been arrested on suspicion of having aided the RAF. What constituted support for and promotion of a criminal or terrorist group was hotly debated. Prosecutors and judges interpreted the laws broadly. A 1978 ruling that codified applications of the law up to that point held that promotion meant not only the recruitment of new members, but also the strengthening of the association. By means of propaganda, the RAF's lawyers were indicted under Sections 129 and 129A for facilitating a communication system for their imprisoned clients and for supporting the RAF's hunger strikes. Prosecutors charged booksellers with supporting the terrorist groups whose texts they sold. People were even charged under the law for acts seemingly as harmless as writing pro-RAF graffiti on subway cars or distributing leaflets. In one case, a demonstrator had passed out a flyer with the demand to unite all RAF prisoners, dispersed at the time in prisons throughout Germany. The defendant claimed that he was merely advocating a change in state policy toward the prisoners. The judge held, however, that because the flyer used a well-known RAF slogan, it was a criminal expression of support for the group. The importance of Sections 129 and 129A went far beyond the law's actual use in the battle against left-wing violence. In addition to actual members of the underground, the laws targeted an archetypal, commonly denounced, and nearly mythic figure in West German anti-terrorist rhetoric, the sympathisant or sympathizer. The sympathizers were an imprecise category of alleged helpers and fellow travelers whom security forces, politicians, and the media considered an integral part of the terrorist threat. More an ideological construct than a description of an actual group, the notion of the sympathizer went to the heart of German anxieties about violence. Sympathizers were blamed for making terrorism possible by aiding those underground. That assistance could be tactical, in the form of safe houses, money, and weapons. Shortly after the arrest of Bader in June 1972, Interior Minister Hans-Dietrich Genscher insisted that RAF cannot exist without sympathizers. As the group itself says, the sympathizers are the water in which the guerrillas swim. They must not have this water. But assistance to the terrorists could also be ideological, conveyed through support for their methods, affirmation of their broad goals, or even simple agreement with aspects of their worldview. In this capacity, the sympathizers were thought to confer legitimacy on the terrorists and serve as a receptive audience for their acts. A cartoon in Der Spiegel, used to head a series on the Sympathisanten in 1977, gave graphic expression to this image of terrorism supporters. In the cartoon, a black-clad, gun-toting figure with the word terror on his chest traverses an abyss on a footbridge. Over him hovers a white angel labeled sympathizers. By the same token, fixation on the sympathizers all but confirmed that the literal threat to the nation's security posed by the handful of practicing terrorists was in itself small. The true danger was that the cancer of anti-state violence would spread, first to those within the RAF's immediate orbit, and then more broadly throughout German society. The amorphous ranks of the sympathizers constituted the front line, where the battle against terrorism would ultimately be won or lost. There is a sense, finally, in which the sympathizers' main offense lay simply in existing. Like the terrorists themselves, the sympathizers had, in the description of their accusers, neither fully assimilated democratic values nor been properly integrated into the norms of the post-war state. The sympathizer was thus an internal other, a shadowy expression of the failure of the West German state to command the basic allegiance of its citizens and complete the desired evolution toward democracy. preoccupation with, if not outright contempt for, the sympathizanten span the political spectrum. Sure, you are, it seems to me, even more responsible for the atrocities than the fanatics who pull the trigger of their automatic weapons. Why is that so? Without you, the assassins would be helpless. You furnish the stage set on which murderers appear as heroes. You provide the sustenance, equipment, and shelter without which the terrorists would have to abandon their absurd and bloody dreams of a civil war. What kind of people are you? You, who claim to be politically aware, don't realize that you are doing the bidding of the darkest forces of reaction, yes, of the neo-Nazis, rather than creating more freedom, pushing public opinion over the edge, beyond which there is only the abyss of chaos, a police state, or a dictatorship. Or is that what you really want? After appealing to Germany's youth to use its critical intelligence to reject, rather than promote, violence, he concluded, "To those directly aiding and abetting terrorism, I say again, stop every form of assistance before it is too late. Otherwise our country will become a living hell, where father mistrusts son, where neighbor suspects neighbor, where the state spies on its citizens, and where assassination and deadly violence rule the streets. Help us avert this nightmare. If you refuse, the nightmare may become reality." In Brandt's construction, the sympathizers were so pivotal precisely because they, unlike active terrorists, were not fully immune to appeals to reason. Their capacity for choice enhanced both their current guilt and the importance of their future actions. In their hands lay not only the direction of the terrorist conflict but also, remarkably, the fate of West German society. Brandt's status as a liberal social democrat with an anti-fascist background seemed less to limit than to shape his anger. For him, the sympathizers were so dangerous not because they were themselves reactionaries, as the foes of terrorism routinely charged, but because they threatened to unleash the forces of right-wing reaction. As with so many things in post-war Germany, this image of a nightmarish future summoned memories of the catastrophic past. Brandt envisioned a disaster to rival Weimar's tortured demise, and even the Nazis' reign of terror, if left-wing violence escalated. This intense concern with terrorism's alleged supporters had far-reaching consequences. First and foremost, it dictated that police cast their net of suspicion widely. The security forces paid closest attention to those groups considered most likely to produce new terrorists and their helpers: students, intellectuals, and disaffected youths. More generally, focus on the sympathizanten created a climate of suspicion and accusation. Intellectuals were prime targets. In mid-December 1974, a CDU official demanded that all Germans distance themselves both from terrorism and from the writer Heinrich Böll, who a few months ago, under the pseudonym Katharina Blum, wrote a book justifying violence. The media and the public, fully much as representatives of the state, fed this climate. Later in December, the moderator of a popular current affairs program declared on German television that he sympathizers with this left-wing fascism, the Bölls and Bruckners, and all the other intellectuals are not one bit better than the intellectuals who led the way for the Nazis. After visiting in 1974 with the prisoner Ulrike Meinhof to plead that she abandon her hunger strike, Berlin's Bishop Kurt Scharf earned the label the Baader-Meinhof Bischof. The pastor Helmut Gallwitzer, who, like Böll, denounced the RAF but criticized the violence of the state, was also condemned by the media as a sympathizer. The theorists of the Frankfurt School, so influential on the student movement, came under similar suspicion, even though they disclaimed the violence of left-wing radicals. At times, the entire discourse had a runaway, even absurd quality. Television's ZDF magazine denounced a Stuttgart theater director as a sympathizer for collecting money to pay for Gudrun Enslin's dental work while she was in prison. His actions prompted local police to call for a boycott of his productions. Bernhard Vogel, the CDU minister-president of Nordrhein-Westfalen, commented that a sympathizer could be anyone who says Baader-Meinhof Group instead of Baader-Meinhof Gang. Since the RAF's inception, some felt that the use of the term group granted it political legitimacy, whereas gang properly defined it as criminal. Even mainstream voices asked just where the frenzy of accusation might stop. Responding at the height of the terrorist crisis in 1977 to a CDU statement that he sympathizer is an accomplice. No better than the murderer, Der Spiegel asked. If that were so, then how many are there? 1,000 to 1,500 active helpers, as the BKA sees it, or 5,000 potential supporters. Thousands of university students who privately cheer terrorist acts. Perhaps tens of thousands who sympathize not with the acts but with the motivations for them. Or still more. Are sympathizers all those who protest against putative isolation torture and fair card increases today, for freedom in Chile, and tomorrow against God knows what? The magazine concluded that the spongy idea of the sympathizer had become little more than a rhetorical weapon in a primitive war of words. In the face of state and public hostility, some citizens worried that dissident views, be they affinity with the RAF's grievances or goals, criticism of the anti-terrorist response, or actual sympathy for the plight of RAF fugitives or prisoners, rendered them enemies of the state subject to prosecution. Critics of Sections 129 and 129A argued that the laws made punishable virtually any form of contact with members of organizations designated as criminal or terrorist, and potentially criminalized all political speech deemed threatening or even merely offensive to the state. Police conduct seemed at times to bear out the allegation that ostensible security measures sought in truth to harass, intimidate, and abuse dissidents. On March 5, 1975, shortly after the J2M released its kidnapped victim Peter Lorenz, police raided more than 50 dwellings of Berlin leftists, notably the houses of the youth collectives so popular among young radicals. In some of the raids, the police entered violently in the early morning hours, failed to show warrants, pointed machine guns at the frightened residents, some of whom were made to lie naked on the floor, and destroyed windows, doors, even when unlocked, radios, and other property. They made nearly 180 arrests but failed to turn up any evidence that the house's inhabitants had any connection at all to the kidnapping. Members of the Thomas Wiesbecker House, named after a Berlin anarchist killed by police, dismissed the police's claim of reasonable suspicion that Lorenz had been held there by his kidnappers. The house, its members pointed out, had been under constant surveillance since the moment of his capture. Seeing similarities with the fascist past, they asserted that whoever invoked his legally guaranteed rights would be forced against the wall by a machine gun. Who is not reminded by this of the methods of the Gestapo during the Nazi period? A young father, detained without explanation for 16 hours following a raid on his house, drew a subtler comparison to Nazi tactics. Noting that police targeted politically known residents, he protested that the arrests smack of the establishment of a camp for political undesirables. Even a representative of the centrist Federal Democratic Party in the Bundestag warned of fascist tendencies as she assessed the raids. The state also used the weapon of censorship against terrorism's alleged sympathizers. On November 24, 1975, police raided offices and private homes in Munich connected to the publisher Trikont Verlag to seize literature thought to promote terrorism. The chief object of the raids was Bami Bauman's newly published memoir Wie alles anfing. Police also seized copies of a manifesto of the Socialist Patients Collective and of a booklet published by the French group Gauche Proletarian, each of which had been available in Germany for several years. More than 1,600 books were confiscated, as were Trikont Verlag's business records and the printing plates for Bauman's text. Prosecutors justified the action under Section 140 of the Criminal Code, which banned expressions of approval of criminal offenses, and Section 131, which punished those who produced, disseminated, or possessed texts that glorified Verherrlichen violence of a gruesome or inhuman form. The raids set the stage for the passage of amendments to the criminal code designed specifically to ban literature supporting left-wing violence. Section 188A, which went into effect in April 1976, created penalties of up to 3 years imprisonment for anyone who disseminates, publicly issues, produces, owns, offers, stocks, announces, praises, or attempts to import or export a text supporting or encouraging others to commit specified crimes or acts threatening the existence or safety of the Federal Republic. Section 130A did the same for texts, instructing in the commission of criminal offenses. The raids on publishers and the new censorship legislation met with widespread and vehement objections. Prominent West German writers, artists, and publishers denounced these measures as assaults on freedom of expression. What happened yesterday to Trikont Verlag can happen tomorrow in any theater, warned Volker Schlondorf, the director of the acclaimed film adaptation of Bohl's novel The Lost Honor of Katharina Blum. The defenders of the besieged publisher were particularly indignant that the state would think that Bauman's book glorified violence. A textured and deeply honest work, We Alice Anfing chronicles Bauman's transformation from a rebellious working-class youth into a leading member of West Berlin's anarchist scene, and then its violent underground. Bauman also, however, describes his exit from a life of violence and his eventual renunciation of the armed struggle. Even before the Lorenz kidnapping and the von Drenkmann murder, Bauman had pleaded in Der Spiegel, "Comrades, throw away the gun." As evidence of Bauman's enduring support for violence, prosecutors cited such passages from We Alice Anfing as, "I still stand behind all the things I have done. Even the worst experiences were right in their time because otherwise it wouldn't have come to this point. That was your road, and you had to walk it." Seemingly oblivious both to existential subtleties and Bauman's ultimate message, they saw the book as only a threat. Bohl commented that the worst thing one can do is to ban Bauman's book. On the contrary, he felt that it should be recommended to youths, parents, clergy, and police to help them understand not only the social origins and appeal of violence but also its tremendous hazards. In repressing the work, the state seemed to assert that merely to discuss political violence was to promote it, and that to promote it was a crime. Who was doing the discussing was crucial in determining the tactics of prosecutors. On the day of the raid on Trikont Verlag, excerpts from Bauman's criminal book appeared in Der Spiegel, which naturally went unpunished. The new censorship laws intensified the charge that the state sought to criminalize the left by outlawing the ideas it devoured, debated, and even rejected. In August 1976, in the very first application of Section 88A, police raided 8 bookstores, seizing copies of the Revolutionary Cell's newspaper and other terrorist texts. The head of the Union of Political Bookstores in Bochum and Essen was arrested for violation of both the new law and Section 129A. Colleagues rallying in his defense warned that virtually all left-wing groups and projects can be criminalized under Section 88A, because it can punish discussions of everything from defensive violence to building site occupations to guerrilla actions. In 1977 to 79, 4 members of the Agitdruck Press, a radical print collective that produced an array of left-wing literature, were successfully prosecuted under Sections 88A and 129A for printing the newspaper Info BUG, Info Berliner Undogmatischen Gruppen. The paper, long an object of the right's ire, contained writings by guerrilla groups and debates on violence generally. The verdict held that the accused necessarily identified with the pro-guerrilla writings because they were aware of their content. Agitdruck insisted that it sought only to promote dialogue on the left about violence, which should in no way be equated with support for terrorism. The middle-aged publicist Walter Jentz observed while testifying for the defense as an expert witness that he courthouse in Mobit, a dreary place from a forgotten time, looks like a fortress. And the people inside, police with machine guns, guards at every corner, and lawyers who look like the bureaucrats from Franz Kafka's trial. Are there murderers here? People guilty of high treason. The young people he defended, guilty of publishing a newsletter, were sentenced to between 9 and 12 months imprisonment, in addition to the months they served as security risks following their arrest. Critics warned that censorship inhibited precisely the kind of dialogue that would permit the left and West German society as a whole to make sense of the current crisis. The most controversial censorship action spoke directly to this concern and raised the question of sympathy for the RAF with unequaled intensity. On April 25, 1977, the newspaper of the University of Göttingen chapter of ASTA, Allgemeiner Studierendenausschuss, a prominent national student organization, published Buback, Obituary, Buback, Ein Nachruf, by an anonymous author using the American Indian name Mescalero as a pseudonym. The Obituary, written shortly after the RAF's assassination of federal prosecutor Buback, contains some of the most incendiary lines in the history of the Federal Republic. Its author confessed, "Why shock following the shooting of Buback quickly emerged. I could not and would not and will not hide a feeling of clandestine joy." Members of the media denounced the statement as naked fascism and the product of a sick mind. Politicians suspended the funds of the Göttingen ASTA. The university rector demanded a retraction. prosecutors ordered investigations of the publishers for possible breaches of sections 130 and 140, and police, sometimes bearing machine guns, raided ASTA offices, assorted bookstores, and private homes to gather evidence. The Mescalero crisis escalated when, in June, 43 university professors and secondary school instructors, along with 5 attorneys and a university official, republished the offending article. The obituary, they insisted, provided a critique of the RAF's violence and intelligently questioned the norms establishing the acceptable range of thought and opinion. The obituary had concluded ambiguously, "Our goal, a society without terror and violence, if also not without aggression and militancy. Without justice, jail, and institutions, if also not without rules and regulations or better recommendations. This goal does not justify every means but only some. Our path to socialism, or, for me, anarchy, cannot be littered with corpses. Our violence, finally, cannot be like Al Capone's. Not authoritarian but anti-authoritarian, and for that reason more effective. To develop an idea and a practice of violence/militance which is joyous and which has the blessings of the masses, that is the task at hand." The University of Hanover's Peter Bruckner, already suspended once from teaching because of his alleged support for the RAF, took the lead in arguing the statement's merits. Public officials, especially Berlin's Senator for Science and Research Peter Glotz, rejected any favorable assessment of the obituary. Glotz felt it provided frightening insight into the moral, spiritual, and psychic makeup of a portion of the university population, and, observing the rash of pro-RAF graffiti and radical activism on campuses, worried that every fifth thinks something like Mescalero. In a letter in Die Welt, he demanded that the professors distance themselves from the statement or leave their posts. "Fight this state if you think that is necessary," he chided. "But don't do so while drawing a state pension." The professors refused to back down. Glotz's challenge to them was more than rhetorical. The Berufsverbot, passed in 1972, permitted the removal of civil servants, which included university professors, if they supported organizations deemed enemies of the Constitution. Invoking this measure, authorities once again suspended Bruckner from his professional duties. At stake in the battles over censorship was much more than the status of individual civil liberties, such as freedom of expression in the Federal Republic. These liberties were integral not only to the establishment of a constitutional state with legally guaranteed rights in post-war West Germany, but to the larger project of creating a genuinely democratic public sphere, a set of conversations and relations within civil society that were free from the encroachments of the state. That sphere, moreover, was a space for the kinds of critical self-reflection necessary for the healthy functioning of a democracy. In the 1970s, the state's critics charged that censorship, by preventing dialogue about difficult topics like violence, seriously weakened West Germany's public sphere and its vital democratic functions. The state and its defenders countered that a public sphere that sowed the seeds of its own destruction scarcely served the cause of democracy. No external power existed to break this stalemate, in which each side claimed to be the true champion of democracy. Pragmatic considerations ultimately settled this conflict of principles, at least insofar as the fate of particular anti-terrorist policies was concerned. By focusing intense criticism on the state itself and further polarizing West German society, Sections 188 and 130 proved so counterproductive that they were rescinded by the Bundestag in 1981. Demagogues in lawyers' robes. Roland Friesler, president of the Nazi Volksgerichtshof, People's Court. The journalist Gerhard Maas prefaced a booklet authored by the RAF's principal attorneys, who had been thrown off their cases just before the start of the long-awaited RAF trial in May 1975, with the lament, "Germans have no talent for criminal defense. They much prefer to accuse, and most of all to judge." The RAF's attorneys were in an unenviable or even impossible position, one at the center of the controversies over the legal battle against the RAF. They were pledged to defending clients who boasted of having committed acts that the state defined as serious crimes, and who did not recognize the legitimacy of the court that set the rules within which the attorneys had to operate. The attorneys thus faced a dilemma. To reject those rules was to imperil their ability to be of any service to their clients. To accept the rules was to risk alienating their clients so thoroughly as to render any coordinated defense impossible. The state's overall strategy created the greatest problems. On the one hand, prosecutors and judges treated the RAF's actions as conventionally criminal offenses whose political motives were irrelevant to the case. The RAF was therefore barred from using the courtroom to put U.S. imperialism, the West German state, and the criminal justice system itself on trial, as it had wanted to do. On the other hand, the state appeared to use the RAF's politics as a reason to abridge, deviate from, and even dispense with the standards of due process governing normal criminal trials. Faced with this double bind, the lawyers were virtually precluded from mounting any defense, and even to work with the RAF was to risk being suspected of criminal activity. Some of the earliest and most controversial anti-terrorist laws targeted the RAF's attorneys and the group's legal defense more generally. In 1972, the attorney Otto Scheele was removed from Enslin's defense on suspicion that he had smuggled a note of hers out of prison. A court eventually reversed Scheele's exclusion, ruling that it lacked statutory grounds. The Bundestag soon provided legal means for the removal of lawyers. In December 1974, it passed the so-called Lex RAF, a series of laws focusing on the legal defense of suspected terrorists. The passage of the laws, which amended the Code of Criminal Procedure, Strafprocessordnung, was no small event in the history of the Federal Republic. Since the inception of the Republic, there had been no significant changes in the criminal code, which Justice Minister Hans-Johann Vogel called the Magna Carta of the Rechtsstaat, until the early 1960s, when a process of liberalization began that brought the steady expansion of the rights of the accused and the powers of their attorneys. The Lex RAF represented the first time the code had been altered to restrict those rights and powers. One provision of the Lex RAF, defender exclusion verdiadigerosklaus, made it possible to remove defense attorneys from their cases and suspend their professional privileges if they were suspected of having participated in the crime forming the basis of the investigation, or of having committed any act that in the case of the defendant's conviction would be aiding and abetting, impeding the process of the law, or concealing a crime. Suspicion of endangering the security of the state, and misusing right of contact with imprisoned clients were additional grounds for exclusion. The police, the prosecutors, the court, and the ethical court of the German bar could all initiate the exclusion, which the regional or federal court then ordered. Actual evidence was not required for the removal of attorneys. Suspicion was sufficient. Another law within the Lex RAF barred lawyers from having more than one client in a single trial, thereby hindering the RAF's plan to mount a joint political defense of itself as a unified group. Given its strong collective ethos and insistence that the identity of the individual guerrilla was inseparable from that of the group, the RAF regarded this as an egregious constraint, one that denied it its fundamental self-understanding. Subsequent laws permitted the inspection of materials passed between clients and their lawyers and expanded the means by which lawyers, under Sections 129 and 129A, could be linked to terrorist organizations. Police periodically raided lawyers' offices as part of criminal investigations. The state made frequent use of its newly expanded legal arsenal. In March, April, and May of 1975, the attorneys Klaus Croissant, Kurt Gronwald, and Hans Christian Strobel were removed under the verdiadigerosklaus provision from the defense of Bader, whose trial, along with those of Enslin, Raspy, and Meinhof, was to begin in late May. The defendants participated in a single proceeding in the Stammheim courtroom but technically stood trial as individuals, with separate attorneys. In June, Croissant and Strobel were actually arrested under Section 129 for alleged support of a criminal association, and their law offices were raided. Gronwald was barred from professional service under the Berufsverbot in June, with the ruling upheld under appeal in December. The lawyers appointed by the court to serve in Croissant's, Gronwald's, and Strobel's places lacked the trust of their clients and had little time to prepare for the complex trial. At the commencement of the trial, Bader had no lawyer of his choosing. He and the other defendants variously ignored, berated, and demanded the dismissal of the compulsory defenders. When the hunger-striking defendants became too weak to attend day-long court sessions in September 1975, the court invoked another provision of the Lex RAF, Section 231, permitting the continuation of the trial in the absence of the defendants, since they had, in the opinion of the court, voluntarily made themselves physically unfit. This measure struck at the heart of the grievances of the prisoners, who insisted that far from being voluntary, the hunger strikes were the only means left to them to improve prison conditions they equated with torture. As a result of the law, passed in anticipation of the RAF proceedings, the most important trial in West Germany's history other than the prosecutions of former Nazis proceeded not only without proper defense counsel but, at times, without the defendants themselves. The state claimed that the purpose of the laws targeting attorneys was to hinder the ability of the RAF to commit additional crimes, and to weaken the networks of support considered indispensable to its continuing vitality. Concerns about the attorney's conduct were hardly without merit. The RAF lawyers ran the so-called info system, through which they smuggled messages between prisoners and to the outside world. With the meticulously run system, RAF inmates were able to maintain an internal hierarchy, engage in coordinated actions such as hunger strikes, and to some extent orchestrate the activities of their supporters. In deeper ways, the RAF's lawyers played a critical role in sustaining the group's public voice. In the mid-1970s, the attorneys, the committees against torture they ran, and legal aid centers such as Rote Hilfe were the main vehicles through which RAF propagated its ideology, publicized its battle against prison conditions, and developed support, however limited, among the public. In an important sense, the RAF existed as a political group by virtue of the lawyers' mediation. Finally, and most dramatically, new guerrilla cells formed from within the lawyers' offices. Croissant's law practice was a virtual hotbed of illegal activity. In the 1960s, Croissant had been a successful inheritance lawyer in Stuttgart. In 1971, his junior partner, Georg Lang, began bringing political clients, including RAF members, to the firm. Croissant quickly transformed into a radical, deeply committed to defending the far left. Lang went so far as to provide safe houses and logistical support to RAF members still at large. After being arrested and released on bail in 1974, he vanished, insisting in a letter to the Supreme Court that only in the underground was it possible to carry on the anti-fascist struggle. Lang was later sought in connection with the Buback, Ponto, and Schleyer murders. The RAF attorney Siegfried Haag joined the underground in 1975 and became a leading figure in the RAF's second generation. He assembled the commandos who raided the German embassy in Stockholm in May. Among them was Wolfgang Hausner, who several months earlier had reported to Croissant by order of the court after serving a 3-year sentence for building bombs. Hausner killed 2 people in the raid and was himself fatally wounded. Elizabeth van Dijk, also an assistant in Croissant's office, helped plan the action. While working for Rote Hilfe in Frankfurt and then for Croissant in Stuttgart, Hans-Joachim Klein was secretly a member of the Red Cells. He chauffeured Sartre when he visited Bader in Stamheim in December 1974. A year later, Klein participated with the notorious international terrorist Carlos in the bloody attack on an OPEC meeting in Vienna. In light of these activities and affiliations, the RAF's attorneys claims that suspicion of them was spurious, essentially political, and revealing of a new fascism smacked at times of disingenuousness or outright duplicity. This did not mean, however, that RAF members were not entitled to fair trials, that specific charges against the lead attorneys had any foundation, or that legislation targeting the attorneys was legitimate from the standpoint of commonly accepted judicial principles. Investigators never established that Croissant or other of RAF's principal attorneys conspired to commit any violent acts or knew of the violent plots of their colleagues and associates. Nor was there hard proof that RAF inmates used the info system to plan or order violence outside of prison. In the absence of such proof, RAF's lawyers argued that the attacks on them had little to do with national security. Their true purpose, the lawyers claimed, was to weaken the RAF, to prevent a political trial, and to further empower the state by weakening Germans' constitutional rights. The reasons various prosecutors and judges gave for excluding or detaining RAF attorneys fueled these claims. Croissant was barred from Bader's defense on suspicion of supporting a criminal association, Section 129, simply because he had encouraged the RAF's hunger strikes, at one point called for a 3-day sympathy hunger strike, and facilitated an interview conducted by Der Spiegel with RAF prisoners. The judge ruled that these actions enhanced the RAF's cohesiveness as a criminal organization and ability to perpetrate or inspire additional acts of violence. Federal prosecutor Buback indicated that the attorney's mere use of the terminology of left extremism, such as isolation torture brainwashing, key words in the RAF's campaign against prison conditions, could be grounds for their removal. Groenewold was indicted for writing legal briefs in support of the hunger strikes and for financing the info system. According to the indictment, the system allowed the self-understanding of the prisoners as urban guerrillas, their battle readiness, and their feeling of group identity to remain unbroken. Strobel, in Stefan Ost's characterization, was barred solely on the grounds that he described his clients as comrades, called himself a socialist, and had viewed his work as a political defense. Comments plainly offensive to the government could be sufficient for legal action. In August of 1977, Croissant's associate Armin Neurla stated recklessly that the situation of political prisoners in the freest German state at this moment worse than in the Nazi prisons. One was also then beaten, tortured, killed, and experimented on with drugs, but not isolated with scientifically perfected methods. Days later, Neurla was arrested for alleged support of a criminal organization. The RAF's attorneys answered attacks on them by appealing to the professional duties of a defense lawyer and defending their right to hold dissident beliefs. Any responsible attorney, they insisted, necessarily experiences some degree of empathy with his or her clients. Given that the RAF justified its violence on political grounds, the lawyers felt that they had to adopt its political vocabulary and arguments to properly represent the group. That the lawyers in fact shared some of their clients' views, they felt, should not be grounds for their disqualification. The lawyers also argued that the info system was crucial for developing an effective defense. Furthermore, given the prisoners' isolation, the lawyers were virtually the only ones in a position to publicize the prison conditions to which their clients were subject. Both professional and ethical imperatives commanded that they support the hunger strikes. Finally, the attorneys disputed that RAF members in prison constituted an active terrorist association of the sort described by Section 129A. With this charge, the state could legally justify the removal of attorneys, the inspection of documents they and their clients exchanged, and the total isolation of prisoners under the contact spare. As evidence of the prisoners' criminal intent and capabilities, judges cited writings by imprisoned members arguing the political merits of a guerrilla war strategy. The RAF's lawyers protested that the mere articulation of the concept of the urban guerrilla is not a crime. The lawyers, in short, charged that the state equated competent advocacy with complicity and legal representation with criminal propagandizing. They made this case not only within Germany but also to the international community, where they found some support. In 1975, nearly 200 American lawyers, among them former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark, criticized the Verteidigungsausschuss. A group of European lawyers, judges, and professors went so far as to contend that attacks on the RAF's legal defense were reminiscent of Nazi justice. To the RAF's lawyers and supporters, the parallels were unavoidable. Croissant charged that the Verteidigungsausschuss had a fascist character and compared actions against the RAF's attorneys to the Nazis' assaults on left-wing attorneys as demagogues in lawyers' robes. Hardly any domestic issue had generated such controversy and heated discussion in the Federal Republic as the legal measures for fighting terrorism. The political scientist Bernhard Rabert commented, "The backers of such measures consistently held that the maintenance of law and order was the precondition for the enjoyment of democratic rights and of freedom generally. The state, moreover, had a duty to protect its citizens' most basic rights, to life and to freedom from physical danger. Anti-terrorist measures were therefore expressions of the fundamental identity of the Rechtsstaat and its core obligations. Such measures gained their legitimacy from being designed and executed within the framework of the law. Freedom without security ends sooner or later in chaos. Security without freedom ends just as surely in dictatorship," the SPD subsequently explained. "Only the consistent protection of legal principles in the face of the enemies of our lawful order gives our state its true strength and superiority. Arbitrary state force will only precipitate more violence. Our democratic constitution and a societal order based on the social contract and on justice are the best guarantees of internal security." Critics of the anti-terrorist measures worried that the alleged imperatives of security would imperil and even eclipse freedom, whatever the promises of constitutional propriety. One common charge was that state agents disregarded legal constraints on their conduct and denied citizens their rights, even as they claimed to be protecting them. This was the main criticism, for example, that the humanistic union made of the police actions following Lorenz's kidnapping. A union representative warned of the special danger posed when those charged with upholding the law themselves become agents of lawlessness. In the West German context, the arbitrary or superlegal exercise of state power inevitably invited comparisons with the violence of the Nazi SA or Gestapo. Yet there was another fear, one raised specifically by anti-terrorist legislation, that was more alarming: that the state would revise and manipulate the law such that the law itself became an instrument of oppression. In this scenario, there was no recourse internal to the law for reeling in state power. The laws themselves were the problem. To challenge such laws, assuming they were judged constitutional, one had to appeal to an external set of legal norms such as international human rights laws. This is precisely what the RAF tried to do, both to justify its violent acts and to protest the alleged abuse of its imprisoned members. And this is precisely what the state forbade, at least in formal terms, when it excluded as irrelevant any sustained talk of violations of international law either by the United States in its war in Indochina or by the West German state in its treatment of the RAF from the courtroom. The legality of the state's conduct did not deter but rather renewed and reshaped comparisons with Nazism. Though the Nazis, as critics pointed out, had gained power partly by means of lawless brutality, when in power, the party systematically rewrote Germany's laws to establish its absolute authority and to make it legal to terrorize the population. In light of this second fear, the legislation permitting the continuation of a criminal trial in the absence of the accused takes on added significance. With the hunger strikes, the prisoners sought to use their bodies to mark a discursive outside to the law, even while they were in the state's clutches. Their enfeeblement through starvation would dramatize and, they hoped, force some favorable response to their charge of being subject to legally sanctioned torture. The courts repeatedly found that the special handling of the prisoners was justified on security grounds and did not constitute excessive punishment. In one case, however, prison doctors refused to force-feed a hunger-striking prisoner because they thought the practice inhumane. The prisoner was then transferred to a facility with a more cooperative medical staff. But even more, the halting of their trial on account of their weakened condition would call into question the legitimacy of the laws arrayed against them by forcing a momentary breakdown in judicial procedure and the legal machinery more broadly. Not without reason did the RAF attorney Kurt Groenewald defend the prisoners' use of their bodies in hunger strikes as the exercise of a fundamental human right. By permitting the absence from the trial of the defendants, the state asserted that there was no outside the law. This was the case even when they were excluded from the law's paradigmatic arena, the courtroom, which serves as a space for mediated exchanges between judge, prosecutor, defendant, counsel, and witnesses. With this exclusion, the essential arena of the law became, or reverted to, the prison as a space of total confinement and the monologic authority of the state. The contact ban law here takes on added significance as well. It was no longer simply a mechanism for exclusion. By denying the prisoners any private contact with the outside world, the contact spare also assured the impermeability of the law's boundaries and the prisoners' total integration within them. Even seeming breaks in those boundaries could be illusions. The prisoners subject to the contact ban in Stammheim apparently rewired stereo systems in their cells to communicate with one another via a crude intercom. But evidence suggests that the authorities knew of and even encouraged this practice so that they could electronically monitor the prisoners' conversations. Democracy is not at everybody's arbitrary disposal. Those who reject its basic elements must not be given the power to do away with it. Willy Brandt. The state's anti-terrorist measures sought most immediately to prevent or at least limit political violence. Whether they ultimately served or undermined these goals is debatable. The deeper question concerns why the state perceived left-wing violence as so threatening and mobilized such extraordinary resources in combating it. Reflection on the monopoly of the use of force, or Gewaltmonopol, a ubiquitous term in West German discussions about political violence, provides initial insight into the state's perceptions and motivations. The Gewaltmonopol concept comes from Max Weber, who described the state as a human community that, successfully, claims the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory. Though the state has other attributes, this exclusive grant of physical force is what makes it, in essence, a state. And though other institutions or individuals may use violence, they may do so legitimately only by the permission of the state. The state remains the sole source of the right to use violence. Having described the state as a relation of domination, supported by means of legitimate violence, Weber then considered the inner justifications and external means by which the state commands obedience. Historically, that authority has derived primarily from fidelity to tradition or devotion to a charismatic leader, both of which tend toward despotic rule. In modern times, however, a common source of legitimacy has been legality, which Weber defined as the belief in the validity of legal statute and functional competence based on rationally created rules. For many modern states, the rule of law reigns supreme, though elements of charismatic or tradition-based authority may persist. Complementing Weber's analysis, one can assert that for democratic societies, the validity of rules is itself rooted in popular consent, principally some version of the social contract, as the ultimate basis for the state's legitimacy. The Gewaltmonopol of a democratic state exists by virtue of this foundational consent. Political violence, in its very existence, contests the state's monopoly of legitimate violence. Those who commit acts of political violence, unlike conventional violent criminals, claim that their violence is legitimate and that of the state illegitimate on political and moral grounds. Typically, left-wing challengers of state power in ostensible democracies contest that the state's sovereignty is genuinely popular. They therefore retain democracy as a criterion for legitimacy, while disputing that the existing order is truly democratic. Unlike other dissidents, those practicing violence are not content simply to mount an ideological critique of the state's authority, to obey state-defined norms of legitimate protest, or to engage in restricted violations of the law, as in the case of nonviolent civil disobedience. The radical nature of violence as a form of dissent lies in the appropriation of force, which in practice challenges the state's legitimacy as a whole. In the 1960s and 1970s, no self-styled guerrillas in advanced industrial societies posed significant military threats to their governments. But in Weber's model, political violence in any quantity is provocative and, in principle, impermissible, insofar as it constitutes a breach or rupture in the state's singular authority. The attorney Ulrich Preuss put it bluntly, "The greatest political crime is to call into question the state's monopoly of force. That is high treason." In structural terms, this challenge or crime was every bit as much a quality of Weatherman's violence as of the RAF's. Yet reflection on the category of the Gewaltmonopol was almost entirely absent from American discussions of political violence in the 1960s and 1970s. In Germany, by contrast, the guerrillas themselves, government officials, and numerous analysts invoked the idea. Peter Bruckner, for example, described the radicality of the J2MS execution of a traitor after he had been convicted by a self-described People's Tribunal by asserting, "Legal sovereignty and physical force are integrally linked. When groups arrogate unto themselves legal jurisdiction, they take away from the state a piece of its monopoly of force. It is no longer only the state that jails, prosecutes, and shoots." Defending the state's security measures in 1976, the SPD insisted that the democratic Rechtsstaat acts on behalf of its citizens. Its Gewaltmonopol must therefore be defended against all who challenge it. Only the lawful state can provide law and order absolutely and for everyone. In criticizing the prosecutions of the RAF, Preuss contested the validity of the state's Gewaltmonopol. Since the state, in his view, used its force mainly to protect the rights of private property and the property class and not to guarantee the material well-being of all, it lost its claim to universality. The Gewaltmonopol was therefore an instrument of class rule, and the legal system, backed by the force of the state, could deliver only class justice, class injustice. Differences in political culture help to explain the absence of the idea of the Gewaltmonopol from American discussions and its strong presence in German dialogue. In U.S. politics, pragmatism dominates, and political actors rarely articulate the theoretical assumptions that inform their behavior. Theory generally plays a subdued role in the commentary of pundits and even in academic political analyses. It is not surprising, then, that Weber's formulation did not resonate in the United States, despite its relevance to the violence there. In Germany, the left was highly engaged theoretically, as is evident in the detailed analyses produced by Rudi Dutschke and other New Left leaders, the voluminous reflections on capitalism, democracy, and social protest of Bruckner, Habermas, Negd, and other established intellectuals, and the extensive efforts of the RAF to articulate an ideological basis for its violence. Moreover, mainstream politicians and journalists were often conversant with political theory and drew on it in their discourse. Yet German concern with the question of the state's Gewaltmonopol reflects more than just styles of political speech. The roots of this concern lie in Germany's historically vexed relationship to democracy and its experience with fascism. Contrasting the political climate in the United States and West Germany further prepares discussion of what drove German anxieties. In the United States in the 1960s, racial and economic strife, division over the Vietnam War, and generational conflict, all of which took on a violent cast, prompted a crisis of legitimacy, experienced by many as the fear that the center would not hold. Political assassinations and the periodic explosions of civil unrest fed Americans' sense of terrifying uncertainty. Some activists completely lost faith in American democracy and turned against virtually all conventional forms of authority. Meanwhile, in response to protest and to domestic turmoil generally, the state relied on repressive measures to preserve order and existing power relationships. Though it did not have a legal arsenal for combating protest equal to West Germany's, its powers were substantial. The FBI and local police made extensive use of surveillance, undercover agents, covert forms of political and psychological manipulation, and, especially when dealing with racial minorities, outright violence to combat dissent. When such measures were illegal, security agencies often simply broke the law and worked to conceal their activities from oversight bodies. At an extreme, state agents engaged in murder, as in the case of Fred Hampton, to silence subversives. In response to such egregious assertions of state power, radicals accused the U.S. government of being authoritarian and even fascist. Public officials denounced protesters in equally strong terms. At the moments of greatest violence and division, the country may have seemed headed for civil war. Yet only for very brief periods and in limited circles did Americans seem to doubt the ultimate stability of their political institutions. In the perception of its opponents, protest violence threatened civil peace more than it did the legitimacy of the American state and the principles for which they felt it stood. For millions, the radicalism of the 1960s and early 1970s was a more or less distant reality, which held no appeal, affected their lives only indirectly, and did not challenge their fundamental faith in their country's future. Though social protest movements in West Germany in the 1960s and 1970s proved highly polarizing, West German society as a whole did not experience anything like America's structural conflicts. Yet West Germans, in the face of comparatively modest tensions, felt intense and enduring insecurities about the identity and stability of their democracy. This insecurity was raised with singular force by the RAF, who simultaneously provoked a security crisis, a constitutional crisis, and, most significantly, a crisis of confidence over what it meant to be a democratic society. The deepest roots of this last crisis lay in the German past, or how West German society defined and integrated the lessons of the past. Here also lay the core logic of the state's response to terrorism. An important construct to emerge in the post-war period from Germany's historical experience was that of Streitbare democracy, militant or partisan democracy. The basic mandate of militant democracy was aggressively to defend against threats to democratic rule. Its exponents defined democracy broadly so as to include the protection of individual liberties, rights of political participation, and minority points of view. The Weimar Republic, as much as the Nazi state, functioned as a reference point for conceiving the means and ends of the militant democracy. In the wake of the war, an anti-totalitarian consensus emerged among elites in the western zone of Germany in direct reaction to the Nazis' destruction of democracy. But in the perceptions of some, Weimar's constitution and broader political culture had facilitated the rise of fascism both by failing to solidify democratic values and by being too democratic. Post-war critics decried the value relativism, Wertrelativismus, of a pluralism that gave extremist groups room to gain strength, culminating in Hitler's seizure of power by largely legal means. Weimar's constitution, to its West German detractors, had resulted in a democracy that was weak, dysfunctional, and incapable of defending itself. The violence in the 1920s and early 1930s of the paramilitary groups of the far right and left typified the inability of the Weimar state to solidify its Gewaltmonopol and, hence, establish the legitimacy of its rule. Under the slogan Bonn ist nicht Weimar, the architects of the Federal Republic sought to sanctify democratic principles and institutionalize safeguards against anti-democratic ideas and movements. The West German Constitution explicitly affirmed the dignity of man and established inviolable rights of its citizens. This Werkgebundenheit, or unified commitment to democratic values, aimed to correct for Weimar's Wertrelativismus. To protect democracy from internal threats, the Constitution permitted the banning of organizations deemed to be enemies of the Constitution, even if they did not engage in conventionally criminal activity. The far-right Sozialistische Reichspartei and the Kommunistische Partei Deutschlands, KPD, were banned under these provisions in 1952 and 1956, respectively. Tellingly, the primary West German security agency combating political threats is the Bundesamt für Verfassungsschutz, or Office for the Protection of the Constitution. Following the war, the SPD leader Carlo Schmid captured the underlying spirit of such measures when he said, "Wherever there is a belief that democracy is indispensable for the dignity of human beings, democracy is more than a purely utilitarian construct. When one has the courage of this belief, one must also have the courage of intolerance toward those who want to use democracy to destroy democracy." The priorities of Streitbare Demokratie inspired subsequent West German laws. The Notstandsgesetze, proposed in the 1950s and passed in 1968, expanded the state's powers during times of national emergency. The Berufsverbot demanded that civil servants be loyal to the Constitution and not participate in organizations, even those not officially banned, deemed a threat to the Constitution. Chancellor Willy Brandt, reflecting on the Berufsverbot after leaving office, conveyed how West Germany's founders drew on the past in conceiving the post-war democracy. Whether was right or wrong, you must look at this in the context of the way in which we believed ourselves called upon to prevent a repetition of Weimar. Weimar had been ground to pieces between the large National Socialist Party and a large Communist Party. When we started over, we picked up on a phrase that one of our major authors, Thomas Mann, coined while he was in exile. We wanted a forceful, militant democracy, as he called it. I'm sure he would disagree with some of the measures taken today, so I do not want to claim him as the author of specific measures, but only of the underlying intellectual concept. This was the concept as many people described it when the Basic Law was written. Democracy is not at everybody's arbitrary disposal. Those who reject its basic elements must not be given power to do away with it. The implications of militant democracy for the conflicts precipitating political violence and for the terrorist drama itself were profound. In the 1950s, the courage of intolerance served as a rationale in West Germany for the exclusion from political life of communists, feared as agents of internal subversion who might do the secret bidding of the Soviet-dominated DDR. The most concrete expression of this fear was the banning of the KPD, though informal means of censure played an important role in restricting the spectrum of acceptable opinion. According to Bruckner, post-war enthusiasm for democracy quickly degenerated into a view of communism and fascism as two sides of the same totalitarian coin. To Bruckner, such anti-communism suspended a critical engagement with communism. It was not the result of such an engagement. Later, the courage of intolerance informed state and public hostility to the budding New Left. The marginalization of the radical opposition, whether through police actions or public defamation, contributed to the growing sense among the young that a systemic alternative to the existing order could neither be articulated nor pursued from within the established political order. The RAF's violence was, in part, a radical expression of this pessimism. The courage of intolerance, by limiting the space of sanctioned political opinion and conduct, contributed to the emergence of the very extremism it meant to prevent. In addition, the principles of militant democracy encouraged the portrayal of new left radicals as enemies both of the state and of democracy, who threatened to plunge West Germany back into chaos or even dictatorship. The RAF, the federal government's bête noire, was declared an absolute evil. Given the imperatives of militant democracy, its destruction mandated the use of extreme measures. Those measures grew more insistent as the RAF became more aggressive. The culmination of the RAF's violence in the kidnapping of Schleyer, the murder of his guards, the hijacking of the Lufthansa plane, and the shooting of its pilot in the fall of 1977 elicited the state's most severe response. For more than 6 weeks, the hapless Schleyer was at the center of a war of both wills and nerves between the RAF and the government. The German autumn reached a tragic crescendo for both sides with the deaths of Schleyer and the RAF's leaders. The memorial service for Schleyer was elevated into an active state, in which politicians extolled his sacrifice and reiterated their resolve to fight terrorism. Bundespräsident Walter Scheel's address, though an extraordinary response to an extraordinary sequence of events, captured the main themes of the entire battle against the RAF. They are not only the enemies of democracy, they are the enemies of every human order. Bundespräsident Walter Scheel. As Bundespräsident, Walter Scheel was more a symbolic than a substantive leader. The federal chancellor, Helmut Schmidt of the SPD, held primary executive power and ultimate responsibility for shaping anti-terrorist policy. Yet, on the occasion of Schleyer's funeral, Scheel was called upon to provide more than symbolic leadership. Speaking before an audience of mourners that included Schleyer's family, leading politicians, and the heads of key industries, he rose to the challenge. Scheel came to Schleyer's funeral in Stuttgart on October 25, 1977, not only to praise his life but to justify it, not only to condemn the terrorists but to argue against them, not only to declare the legitimacy of the West German state but to articulate its virtues. More than a eulogy, his speech was an important, highly public and sharply polemical moment in the geistige Auseinandersetzung, the intellectual struggle with terrorism. Security measures alone had proven inadequate. Twice the RAF, decimated by arrests, had managed to regenerate itself, and other guerrilla groups had formed, suggesting the existence of sustained support for violence among at least segments of the population. In the wake of Schleyer's death, calls abounded for complementing the militärische Auseinandersetzung, fought with police and military commandos, with a geistige Auseinandersetzung, whose goal was to induce, rather than coerce, loyalty to the state by convincing all Germans of the worth of their democracy and the need to defend it. Though participating himself in this intellectual struggle, Scheel also articulated its limits. Like the RAF, Scheel presented Schleyer as a symbol, but he transformed Schleyer from the negative icon of capitalist oppression his captors had seen him as into a positive symbol of West Germany's virtues. Scheel stated that though Schleyer had represented employers' interests, he had also cared about the conditions of workers. The terrorists had, therefore, killed no ice-cold capitalist, but rather a representative of capitalism with a human face. Scheel also lauded Schleyer as the embodiment of the merits of democratic pluralism and, more deeply, of the political and moral legitimacy of the Federal Republic. In his dealings on behalf of German industry, Schleyer had been an honorable adversary who had never violated the rules of the game. A representative of an open society, committed to the reasonable balance of interests. Generalizing Schleyer's example, Scheel declared that we all affirm democratic conflict, the conflict of opinions and arguments. But this conflict is based on respect for the convictions of one's opponents. Terrorism, according to Scheel, was inherently undemocratic, insofar as it used violence to compensate for the failure to gain power through legitimate means. The resort to violence, moreover, necessarily demonstrated the poverty of the cause it intended to serve. Speculating that Schleyer and his captors must have engaged in political debates, Scheel said, "He fact that the terrorists could end this debate only with naked violence shows on which side the better argument lay." Scheel also paid tribute to Schleyer by presenting him as a sacrificial object. Though Schleyer's family had persistently pleaded that the government release the prisoners to save his life, Chancellor Schmidt stood by his decision, made immediately following the kidnapping, not to make any deal with the RAF. With this decision, Schmidt virtually ensured that Schleyer would be killed. In practical terms, Schleyer's death prevented the freeing of convicted terrorists who might again have engaged in violence, as several of those released in the 1975 exchange for Lorenz had done. By 1977, they stood accused of committing 9 murders since their release. Addressing the Bundestag the day after Schleyer was confirmed dead, Schmidt stressed this negative precedent in defending his refusal to make the exchange. Schleyer had died, in short, so that others might live. Equally important, Schleyer's fate gave rise to unprecedented unity in the Federal Republic. as groups spanning the ideological spectrum rallied in support of the Chancellor, in condemnation of the RAF, and in affirmation of democracy. Setting aside partisan differences, the representatives on the all-party crisis staff, advising Schmidt, unequivocally backed the policy of no compromise with the RAF. The SPD, Schmidt's party, explained that it is necessary, whatever ideological and political differences exist, to outlaw terrorists, to give demagogues the cold shoulder, and to show that the democratic community is stronger than cold-blooded murder. Know what we are defending, our liberal and socially legitimate Rechtsstaat, which our citizens have built from the rubble of war and tyranny. Not without reason are the terroristic murderers described as Hitler's children. They would shoot their way to a new fascism if they could. The Bundestag did its part by passing the contact ban law in just 5 days. By far the fastest a bill had ever been ratified in West Germany. The media lined up behind the Chancellor as well, consenting to a news blackout about the kidnapping to hinder the ability of the kidnappers to communicate with the public or send coded messages to terrorist cells. An outpouring of support also came from groups within civil society. The Council of Evangelical Churches insisted in an official statement that murder and extortionary violence can have no justification in a democracy, and urged that the terrorists seek God's love to free themselves from hatred. A union of German bishops, asking what have we done or let happen as a society, answered that Germany had devalued the dignity of life, allowed its universities to become breeding grounds for violence, and permitted some in the media to make a laughingstock of our state and its constitution. In a public statement, over 100 university professors, as if answering those who had republished the Mescalero letter, announced their unequivocal rejection of violence as a means of political struggle. An association of writers upbraided the terrorists. They are no leftists. They haven't read Marx. When no revolutionary situation exists, what they are doing is merely kicking up a fuss. Is a state that makes possible and protects freedom, justice, and peace. Trade unions were equal. Those of IG Metall warned that terrorism throws citizens into fear and hysteria. Once before, political adventurers have exploited such a climate. The TV union charged, whoever supports the violent criminal or even sympathizes with him is an enemy of the democratic Rechtsstaat and, in that, an enemy of workers and unions. It concluded by paying special thanks to the police. Schiele, taking stock of this extraordinary chorus, pronounced that the unified embrace of the duty to uphold democracy has strengthened our democracy. Within the logic of sacrifice, Schleier's death nourished the democratic collective by strengthening the Werkgebundenheit at its core. In the name of all German citizens, Schiele begged Schleier's wife and children for forgiveness. In this apology, received by Schleier's wife with stoic gratitude, lay the event's deepest symbolism. The holy union of the Schleier family had been shattered so that the bond of the nation might be renewed. Schiele reserved his strongest language for the terrorists. There is truly nothing that these young people respect, that they honor, that they hold as holy. They laugh at such words. They are proud that they murder, rob, and blackmail. They are free of every inhibition, every taboo. They have trashed the value of 2,000 years of culture. What kind of grimace of freedom stares at us? It is the freedom of malice, the freedom of destruction. They are not only the enemies of democracy, they are the enemies of every human order. This enemy is naked barbarism. These lost young people not only threaten democratic freedom, they are the enemies of every civilization. The RAF's actions were immoral, blasphemous, monstrous, and the freedom the RAF represented had nothing to do with liberation. It was rather the freedom of total license. Contemptuous of democracy and norms generally, the terrorists had excluded themselves from the nation as a community based on the affirmation of democratic values. The pluralist imperative that political opponents be fought through rational debate did not apply in their case. The paramount challenge was to arrest and convict them. One can discern in Schiele's language-coded references to the past. His talk of the RAF's naked barbarism and nihilistic transgressions implicitly equated the RAF's terrorism with Nazism, which had indeed violated every humane value. This negative construction of the RAF suggests a positive view of West Germany as part of the age-old project of civilized culture. Schill betrayed no recognition that a German state just 30 years earlier had, much more plausibly than RAF, trashed the value of 2,000 years of culture. That Schleyer, whom he lauded as a noble Democrat, had been an SS Hauptsturmführer in the service of the monstrous Reinhard Heydrich, the Third Reich's genocidal proconsul in Czechoslovakia, or that anyone or anything associated with Nazism might have survived in the personnel, institutions, or ideology of the post-war state. In Schill's discourse, the conversion from totalitarianism to democracy had been total. The battle against the RAF, presented this way, affirmed West Germany's desired identity, not only as thoroughly democratic but also as resolutely anti-fascist. Schill then addressed issues of guilt and how best to combat terrorism. The RAF's ends, he felt, could no longer be separated from its gruesome means, making any form of support for the group indefensible. Those who provided tactical assistance he judged as guilty schuldig, as the terrorists themselves. The ranks of those who were complicit, mitschuldig, included those who offered gestures of support, even as small as painting pro-RAF graffiti, and those who, in word and writing, openly support the terrorists while personally rejecting the use of terroristic violence. Ideally, such people could be persuaded of the illegitimacy of violence. Failing that, the state must resist with the full severity of the law. Schill targeted the alleged sympathizers within the professorate, charging that they were not qualified to instruct our children, and should therefore be subject to the Berufsverbot. He concluded by restating his understanding of the essence of democracy. Those who recognized the human dignity, even of the terrorists, had grasped the meaning of democracy, whose life elixir was critique. Illegitimate critique, however, had nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with democracy. The courage of intolerance must therefore be summoned to vanquish the deadly intolerance of the terrorists. Schill's speech, however impassioned, is full of tensions and contradictions that go to the heart of the controversies surrounding the state's campaign against the RAF. Schill asserts the importance of pluralism but says that those who fail to recognize its value should be denied the right of political participation. The democratic community thus defines itself through exclusion and undermines its claim to universality. He identifies the dignity of man as the foundational principle of democracy, only to denounce the RAF as virtually inhuman. Though rational debate is the favored means for winning back its sympathizers, the law is poised, should they prove incorrigible, to rid the public sphere of their poisonous ideas. And since sympathizers reveal themselves largely through words and not deeds, the glare of surveillance must carefully inspect the speech of Germans for signs of disloyalty, with the state alone empowered to separate legitimate from illegitimate critique. Suspicion, surveillance, censorship, confinement, condemnation, exclusion. Such were the core elements of the state's battle against the RAF. From the state's standpoint, these tactics represented only the regrettable necessity of sometimes having to use unsavory means to preserve democracy. Any state, the Federal Republic's defenders argued, has the obligation to provide for its citizens' safety, and any democratic state, faced with terrorism, would necessarily have to balance the imperative of security against the protection of civil liberties. Why, the state's defenders protested, should West Germany be held to a different and higher standard as it tries to strike a fair balance? Other Western European democracies at least had on the books laws similar to those in West Germany that drew so much criticism. The discomfort of seeing such laws in action, to extend the argument, was ultimately a result of the extraordinary threat terrorism posed, and not a sign of the law's illegitimacy. The German past, to the state's backers, only enhanced the need to err on the side of security. To fail to do so would be to ignore the grim lesson of the Nazi experience. Finally, certain arguments of the radical left appeared to echo the state's own premises. Most dramatically, Marcuse had advocated his own version of the courage of intolerance, in arguing that tolerance should be actively withdrawn from the enemies of true democracy. This intolerance, to be effective, had to extend to the stage of action as well as of discussion. Even thought and opinion. Though Marcuse meant for the political right to be the object of repression, the means he promoted were strikingly close to those the West German state applied against the radical left. Furthermore, Marcuse called for intolerance against regressive movements before they become active, lamenting that, if democratic tolerance had been withdrawn when the future leaders started their campaign, mankind would have had a chance of avoiding Auschwitz and a world war. Even the historical examples summoned in defense of intolerance were the same. To preface a study on left and right-wing terrorism in Germany, Bernhard Rabert quotes Edmund Burke's dictum that all that is necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. Within this Burkean frame, Rabert implies that combating terrorism was essentially a matter of democratic vigilance, preventing the evil of evil men. Yet militant democracy and its underlying ethos have limits as explanatory frameworks for the state's war on terrorism, both in their tendency to excuse and their inability to fully explain. Rabert, for example, pays scant attention to the harm that good men may presumably do in the purported service of democracy, and he nowhere mentions the possibility that democracy's defense, taken up by men both good and bad, might serve as a pretext for state action driven by anti-democratic impulses. To critics of the state's response to the RAF's violence, militant democracy blinded its exponents to just these dangers. War is only the utmost realization of enmity in politics. Carl Schmitt, the political philosopher Wolfgang Kraushar, was one such critic. In his 1977 essay on the Schleyer crisis, 44 Tage ohne Opposition, 44 Days Without Opposition, he charged that, with the death of Schleyer, the authoritarian maxim that a state can only be a state when it has the opportunity to defend itself against an enemy was alive again. To Kraushar, the Federal Republic's battle against terrorism had less to do with preserving democracy than with asserting state power, making the proto-fascist legal scholar Carl Schmitt, not Thomas Mann or any other Democrat, the authentic theorist of the state's conduct. According to Schmitt, different spheres of human activity are governed by distinct criteria, expressed in dualisms. Morality, for example, concerns itself with the distinction between good and evil, aesthetics with that between the ugly and the beautiful. Politics, in Schmitt's view, deals essentially in the distinction between friend and foe. Political entities are constituted by this elementary antagonism, which escapes moral, ideological, and all other normative considerations. The political foe is simply the other, the alien, and it is enough that he is, in a particularly intensive sense, existentially something other and alien, so that in the case of conflict, he means the negation of one's own existence and therefore must be guarded from and fought off. Under normal circumstances, the nature of politics as antagonism is subdued or concealed. The truth of politics becomes apparent in moments of emergency, when, in William Sherman's paraphrase of Schmitt, the existence or life of an entity is severely threatened. Since politics defies normativity, and all crises are sui generis, no norm is applicable in times of crisis. A crisis is by definition a normless exception. Crisis demands, above all, a decision that cannot be based on any a priori norm and that requires no external justification. What is important is simply that a decision be made. All authentically political experiences are therefore rooted in conflict and have a decisionist core. In addition, sovereignty rests in the person who decides on the exception, rendering Schmitt's philosophy a fundamentally authoritarian one. Schmitt's contempt for liberal constitutionalism and democratic parliamentarism results from his conviction that true political action cannot be derived from principles, the operation of reason or debate. In Kraushar's view, the state's actions in the Schleyer crisis exemplified Schmittian logic. The state seized upon the RAF as an absolute adversary, consistent with Schmitt's definition of the enemy as entirely alien or other. The actual threat the RAF posed was less important than the view of it as an existential threat to the Federal Republic's identity, starkly evident in Scheele's speech and in the contact ban, which marked the RAF as a contaminant so strong that it demanded absolute quarantine. In Kraushar's judgment, the state's essential goal during the crisis was to reestablish itself as capable of acting, handlungsfähig. Chancellor Schmitt counted this, along with saving Schleyer's life and apprehending his captors, among the state's highest priorities. In cruder terms, Schmitt sought to prove, in his words, that a democratic state is not a shit state that has to put up with everything. Yet saving Schleyer's life proved incompatible with the imperative of strong state action. Schmitt's refusal to negotiate and his use of the GSG-9 virtually sealed Schleyer's fate. The Chancellor's course of action thus took on the quality of the Schmittian decision as a tragic choice, in which sacrifice is unavoidable. By choosing a military solution, the Militärische over the geistige Auseinandersetzung, He seized the true meaning of politics as life-and-death conflict and of war, in Schmidt's phrase, as the utmost realization of enmity in politics. According to Kraushar, the GSG-9 killer commando emerged as the true representative of a theory of armed struggle, and hence the ultimate purveyor of Schmittian politics. Kraushar also found troubling the public acclaim that Chancellor Schmidt received. By taking a hard line during the crisis, Schmidt successfully answered the charge by the right that the SPD government, despite its strenuous anti-terrorist efforts, had been weak and indecisive in dealing with the RAF. International suspicion of Germany in the post-war years and the constraints placed on its military made Schmidt's triumph even more satisfying. What the people had to do without for so long, they seemed to finally get: a couple of enemies and a little honor. A prominent journalist proclaimed that, with the freeing of the hostages in Mogadishu, the German people could at last celebrate a military action of which the rest of the world approved. The state was able to act as a selfless savior in a time of need, perfectly staged as the GSG-9 freed the terrified hostages. This scene, in Kraushar's view, reactivated latent German longings for a paternalistic or even authoritarian state. By agreeing to a partial blackout of coverage, the press made public criticism of the government's handling of the crisis virtually impossible. Finally, Kraushar argues, the extraparliamentary and arguably extra-constitutional powers that Schmidt and his crisis staff assumed set a dangerous precedent, in which Schmittian state reason, Staatsreason, dominated constitutional reason, Verfassungsreason. Even within a parliamentary setting, the passion for security seemed to prevail over democratic deliberation. The introduction of anti-terrorist laws, such as the Lex RAF in 1974, had given rise to more or less conscientious debates in the Bundestag about the wisdom of altering the criminal code to restrict civil rights for the sake of national security. But at the height of the Schleyer crisis, those legislators who sought merely to raise such issues with respect to newly proposed laws were treated with suspicion and even contempt by their colleagues. The brief discussion in the Bundestag preceding the passage of the contact ban law illustrates how cramped the conversation had become. Amid the clamor of support for the law, Manfred Koppig of the SPD, one of only 5 representatives to cast a no vote, stepped forward to declare, "I resent that some have made irresponsible attempts to paint anyone indiscriminately as a sympathizer who addresses the problem of terrorism, not on the basis of popular passion but rational deliberation." In the face of jeers by his fellow legislators, such insolence, "What an outrage," Koppig continued. "Since your reactions show how hard it is for you to listen to arguments, let me state here unequivocally. As a social democrat, I oppose murder, terrorism, and every form of violence in a parliamentary democracy. The RAF has created the necessary climate for the forces of reaction in our country to tear down what has been painfully built up over the years, namely, democratic institutions and constitutional rights. But not wanting to see the terrorists drive our society, I am also against any curtailment of constitutional rights. Doing away with basic constitutional principles does not save lives, but it does create conditions under which peaceful, democratic development in a constitutionally grounded state is imperiled and human rights are threatened. The fight against terrorism is not won by emergency laws but by the resolute application of existing law coupled with adherence to constitutional principles and an unflagging devotion to creating greater social justice. That is why I appeal to all union members, university professors, writers, and journalists. Stand up for civil liberties, no matter how difficult it is. Don't be intimidated by the climate of repression deter you from fighting for the principles of reason and human decency. You are not alone in this fight. I also call on the judges. Guard your independence. I appeal to all who stepped forward in the 1960s to fashion a better, more humane world. To stand together and not to forget what once united us. Beneath Koppig's beleaguered pathos lay a damning contradiction. The fight against terrorism was often presented as a defense of democracy, defined in terms of rational deliberation and an ethic of mutual respect. But here, democracy's quintessential deliberative body, the parliament, seemed barely able to tolerate honest debate. Kraushar presents a very different image of the state's conduct than that of militant democracy, as well as a completely different interpretation than Schiele's of exactly the same events. So divergent are their accounts that they seem evidence of what Baudrillard calls the uncontrollable eruption of reversibility constitutive of terrorism, in which protagonist and antagonist, and just and unjust action, seem to shift places in dizzying oscillations. To Kraushaar, the state ultimately reacted to the RAF not as a clear and present danger to democracy, as Schiele had argued, but as a super-ideological opponent serving the state's need to defend its power as such. They also held opposing views of the place of German history in the terrorist conflict. To Schiele, the outpouring of support for Schmidt represented the unified embrace of democracy and, by implication, a decisive rebuke of the authoritarianism of the past. To Kraushaar, it amounted to a coercive conformity of opinion reminiscent of the past, made worse as the media failed its democratic role as informer and critic. Here again, Schmidt's theories deepen his cynicism. According to Schmidt, uniformity or homogeneity are the essential elements of national identity and political strength. The unity exhibited during the crisis, seen through a Schmittian lens, appears less democratic pluralist than it does folkish. The very fact that Schmidt's theories, widely regarded as providing a philosophical justification for Nazi jurisprudence, can plausibly be applied to aspects of West German anti-terrorism throws into question the sufficiency of militant democracy as a response to the past. Schmidt's view of the truth of politics is neither necessarily true nor, certainly, desirable. One might well dispute that the normless logic of friend and foe can fully dominate struggles between adversaries such as the RAF and the Federal Republic, whose conflict was clearly ideological. Dialogue, debate, and compromise remain political virtues, irrespective of Schmidt's cynicism. Nor does Schmidt's paradigm necessarily illuminate the meaning of the German autumn to the extent Kraushaar suggests. One could disdain the RAF as a threat to democracy and not simply as an enemy in the severe Schmittian sense. Furthermore, not all Germans longed to feel national or martial pride. West German rearmament had in fact given rise to widespread protests in the 1950s and 1960s. And though critics of the state may have been quiet during the tense days of Schleier's kidnapping, they neither ceased to exist nor remained silent forever. In this light, Schmidt's analysis is best viewed as one theory of politics among many that is valuable for understanding certain aspects of political conflict at certain times, not politics as such. Kraushaar implicitly concedes the limitations of Schmidt's theory by advocating constitutional over state reason. A pure Schmittian view would hold that constitutionalism is always a futile attempt to give politics a normative foundation. By extension, Kraushaar neither definitively explains the state's response to terrorism nor makes the notion of militant democracy irrelevant for understanding that response. Rather, he discloses the precariousness of militant democracy as a political ethic, insofar as it may slide into or serve as an alibi for decisionist, authoritarian, or folkish impulses. A view of the state as itself a threat to German democracy need neither participate in Schmittian cynicism nor come from the radical left. Noting that there was in the 1960s and 1970s neither a mass anti-democratic party nor mass misery, Eyring-Fetcher rejected out-of-hand claims that the RAF threatened the post-war democracy in the same way that fascists had endangered the Weimar Republic. Writing in 1977, he charged that the single, truly real danger lies in the hysterical reaction and hidden agenda of some reactionary politicians who use terrorism as an excuse for suspending the social democratic and liberal course of reform and building an authoritarian state. A social psychological perspective compounds the irony of the state's response to the RAF. Georg Bopp, who revealed a psychological subtext to the actions of young radicals, provides a complementary portrait of the New Left's more vociferous opponents. According to Bopp, they projected their guilt feelings onto the student revolt and made it the scapegoat of their own failure. By opposing the left fascists and anti-establishment radicals, without any personal risk to themselves, they sought to make up for the absence of anti-fascism before 1945. In their defense of democracy, the perpetrators and accomplices of the SS state saw themselves as resistance fighters and bathed in the illusion that they were now winning a struggle that they had in fact never begun. The people believed they were rushing to the barricades, when they were only limping along the path of ignoble revenge. In Bopp's formulation, state and public opposition to the New Left was partly a form of compensatory anti-fascism directed against a displaced object. Guilt, not an abiding commitment to democracy, drove the condemnation of young insurgents. The courage of intolerance, in short, masked ignoble revenge. Anti-terrorism, as an especially intense form of hostility to the left, deepens the implications of Bob's analysis. As the terrorist conflict escalated, a vicious psychopolitical cycle set in. Guilt over the past fed the aggression of terrorism's staunch opponents, making them by degrees again like that which they insisted they had never been. Repressive measures used to combat terrorism, in turn, strengthened the left's charge of fascist continuity. This charge, which highlighted the involvement or complicity of Germany's elders in the Nazi past, only compounded their unacknowledged guilt and dislike of the radical left. By these complex twists, the very desire of the state's defenders to escape from, compensate for, or redeem their failures in the past led to new forms of denial and even the repetition of undesirable elements of that past. Conclusion. Jean-Paul Sartre described the animating spirit of the 1960s as the liberation of the sense of the possible, captured by the French students of May 68 in the slogan L'imagination au pouvoir. Sartre credited the Vietnamese above all for this global emancipation of the imagination. He marveled. Who would have thought that 14 million peasants would be able to resist the greatest military and economic power on earth? And yet, this is what happened. Radicals in the advanced industrial world drew inspiration from the Vietnamese in believing that revolution was possible in their own countries. To the weatherwoman Naomi Jaffe, the Vietnamese showed that America's power wasn't infinite, that if you organized a strong people's movement, then military might wasn't the last word. Their resistance was an incredible ray of hope that lit up brilliantly the 60s and 70s for many of us. The Weathermen and the RAF participated in the idealism of the 1960s that defied conventional wisdom as to what was possible. In their minds, their leap into violence would help bring down an imperialist system whose collapse meant nothing less than the emancipation of humanity. Personal courage and an active sense of solidarity with liberation movements worldwide were to play a pivotal role in realizing this utopian vision. In an era of great dreams, theirs were among the most grandiose. They were also destructive. Both Weatherman and the RAF converted the tantalizing sense of possibility into a dogmatic insistence on the imminence of revolution, the emphasis on militancy into the denigration of critical thinking and the glorification of violence, and an ethic of solidarity into a mistaken sense of the parallels between the First and Third Worlds. The Weathermen's excesses were most often rhetorical, and the greatest harm the group did was to itself. The RAF both hurt itself badly and left a trail of victims. Shadowboxing the apocalypse, wandering, the land, the Grateful Dead, My Brother Esau. Lyrics by John Perry Barlow. The armed struggle movements in the two countries dealt in very different ways with their political failure. The Weather Underground organization's exit in the mid-1970s from the historical stage that it had briefly occupied was variously graceful, awkward, and volatile. The 1970 townhouse explosion marked a lasting shift in the group's politics and tone, strongly evident in Weatherman's internal culture. Gone, by and large, were the brutal self-criticism sessions, the bizarre sexual practices, and the bullying efforts to suppress doubts and disagreements. Circumstances alone forced the cultivation of a more trusting and supportive environment. With 3 members dead from the townhouse explosion and federal indictments hanging over the group, the Weathermen had to rely on one another as never before for their safety, security, and sanity. But beyond this pressure, they recognized that their politics were inseparable from how they treated one another. In the early 1970s, Scott Braley, burnt out from years of activism, took a 3-month leave, during which he traveled the California coast just to get his bearings back. Lesbian collectives formed in which Weatherwomen explored the connection of issues of sexuality to their broader politics. And the drafting of Prairie Fire, the politics of revolutionary anti-imperialism, the group's major political statement of the 1970s, was a truly collaborative project involving all layers of the organization. The WO's relationship to the left changed as well, with the group tempering the isolating arrogance of its early days and building relationships where and when it could. Simply surviving as a clandestine group was a great challenge, which required the procurement of false IDs for each of the 4 dozen or so underground members, the use of elaborate codes and decoys to arrange meetings, frequent shifting between safe houses, and the raising of money. To do all this, as well as to stay in minimal touch with heartbroken family members, the weathermen relied on hundreds of helpers, among them sympathetic doctors who, at great risk, provided free care to the weathermen. Some were believers in the underground, while others were veteran activists who may have been ambivalent about or outright rejected armed struggle but remained loyal to individual weathermen and respected the members' resiliency. Professor Jonah Raskin, the former husband of an underground weatherwoman and a courier for the group, found himself arguing against the weathermen when he was with them and vigorously defending the group to critics on the left. The WO's decision to reach out to other leftists was as much a political as a pragmatic one. In late July 1974, 5,000 copies of the 185-page Prairie Fire appeared in coffee shops, bookstores, and other places where activists gathered in more than 40 cities. The culmination of extensive debate, Prairie Fire inaugurated the WO's effort to build a legal arm and establish itself as a proper Marxist party. Announcing that without mass struggle, there can be no revolution, without armed struggle, there can be no victory. The weathermen stressed the need for political education and conventional organizing and embraced a range of progressive initiatives. The group now described its bombings as armed propaganda, whose intent was to arm the spirit and stir the imagination, not to instigate a guerrilla war. Prairie Fire's tone matched its softened message. A left-wing newspaper in Madison praised the statement for its tact, intelligence, and enthusiasm, joking appreciatively that pages go by without one belly of the monster metaphor. The Prairie Fire organizing committees, FOX, created in a half-dozen cities following the statement's release, soon had several hundred activists working above ground to advance the WO's new political vision. On the strength of its revised message, the WO built a broad range of contacts that spanned from Tom Hayden, now eager to establish himself on the left wing of the Democratic Party, to the Symbionese Liberation Army, which burst onto the national scene with its kidnapping in 1974 of Patty Hearst, an heir to the Hearst media fortune. The weathermen finally recast their relationship to America. In part, they immersed themselves more deeply in the counterculture by growing their hair long, eating vegetarian food, and seeking periodic refuge in communes throughout the country. A related aspect of their journey was an evolving romance with the American landscape, whose lush, out-of-the-way places provided sanctuary and calm. The weathermen, in short, came to see the underground as a free space, in which they could both lose and find themselves, while discovering, as fugitives, often taking low-wage jobs at the margins of the official economy, Americas they had scarcely known. The worlds of poor, undocumented workers, of petty criminals and drifters, of people of all kinds escaping their pasts in dramas of self-reinvention. Avoiding radical hotspots like Berkeley, where the risk of detection was high, the underground weathermen came to understand intimately, perhaps for the first time, the texture of the lives of those they sought to emancipate. As the 1970s ground on, the WO saw both its survival and its continued, if sporadic, armed actions in largely symbolic and even mythic terms. The great theme of Prairie Fire was that the struggle must continue, both in light of and despite the U.S. defeat in Vietnam and Nixon's demise following the Watergate scandal. Weatherman saw both as reflection of an empire in crisis, which also threatened to give leftists a premature sense of victory. To maintain the underground in a period of retreat was to keep hope alive. The theme of hope was even stronger in the 1975 movie Underground by Emile D'Antonio, Mary Lampson, and the acclaimed filmmaker Haskell Wexler. The film, filled with long tributes to the African American and Puerto Rican struggles, served as a visual counterpart to Prairie Fire, and the weathermen participated in it largely to advance their political goals. The film shows U.S. helicopters tumbling into the South China Sea, while the voices of underground weathermen, interviewed in a Los Angeles safe house, explain that the WO is only a tiny group. The clear message is that what seems utterly impossible today, as a Vietnamese victory once did, may be possible in some near or distant tomorrow. The film ends with a Native American watching the sun rise over a sprawling plain, while a song proclaims, "There's a new day coming." The WO logo, a rainbow with a lightning bolt through it, then fills the screen. With such imagery, the weathermen cast themselves as the movement's itinerant warrior heroes, wandering the land to avenge the government's misdeeds and will the revolution. It was a time when a lot of people needed romantic notions to sustain them, Russell Neufeld, above ground in the 1970s, explained. Assessing their impact years later, former weathermen stressed the symbolism of both their actions and their very existence. The group, they claim, managed to pierce the government's aura of invincibility, to show that the FBI didn't always get its man. To prove, in Gilbert's description, that if you can't so easily overthrow the state, you at least can fight City Hall, including by knocking out its windows. Robert Roth, who saw while underground the satisfaction with which many people reacted to news of the WO's bombings, concluded that the group provided hope in being something the establishment couldn't control. Yet the new weather myth in many ways belied the reality. Life underground could be tedious, lonely, and oddly depoliticizing, as participation in public forms of activism held great risk. Though less rigidly hierarchical, the group remained committed to democratic centralism, and the leaders retained a great amount of power over the others. And though the group became more receptive to newer political currents like feminism, it still treated with suspicion anything that might challenge the preeminence of its revolutionary anti-imperialism. Most important, the WO had difficulty defining its purpose, and the function of violence especially, in an era of declining radicalism. On one level, it aspired to revitalize the left, chiefly by correcting for its dismissal of the working class and now embracing, if largely rhetorically, workers' struggles. Support for Third World rebellion remained a constant. In a statement that would have been unthinkable when it formed, the group announced in 1975 that the task for revolutionaries was to organize the working class to seize power and establish socialism. In addition, the group now criticized violence based on the Foucault theory, such as that of the Symbionese Liberation Army, for assuming that the existence of guerrilla struggle in and of itself politicizes the masses. Yet whatever prestige the group had on the left was based largely on its militancy. It was the group's illegality and violence that distinguished it, in the last instance, from a host of other radical groups committed to party building. The WO publication Osawatomie, the central organ of the group's own party-building efforts, employed a rather canned analysis of capitalism's contradictions and used the science of Marxism-Leninism to develop correct politics guided by the correct line. With such language, ideology of the sort that had wrecked SDS returned with an accumulating vengeance. At the same time, some weathermen feared that too great an emphasis on above-ground work would betray what they felt was the Weather Underground's ultimate purpose as a clandestine armed struggle group. The WO thus continued in the mid-1970s to engage periodically in armed actions, such as the bombings of the ITT headquarters in New York City in September 1973, a protest against the US-backed coup in Chile, of an office of the Department of Health, Education and Welfare in San Francisco in March 1974, a strike against welfare policy, and of the headquarters of Gulf Oil in June 1974, punishment for operations in Angola. Moreover, some weathermen felt that they, as white radicals, had an obligation to support African American and Puerto Rican armed struggle groups like the BLA and FALM. The great concern, in Braley's words, remained, "If the black movement is doing this level of struggle, who are we to do less?" As a result of this view, the WO likely provided some form of assistance to other armed groups, and certainly described its own bombings as acts of solidarity with the militant struggles of people of color. Finally, the WO continued to speak in the strident language of the guerrilla, even as it urged moving beyond a guerrilla strategy. Prairie Fire declared revolutionary war to be the only path to the final defeat of imperialism. Later, the WO professed revolutionary love of the Symbionese Liberation Army, despite the SLA's murder of Oakland's African-American superintendent of schools and other wanton crimes, and despite other WO statements critical of the group. As it cast about for a new theory of violence, the WO itself begged the question of just what purpose its violence served. By 1975, the group had rejected not only the Foucault model of armed struggle but also that of war against fascism and of retribution. The group acknowledged that the United States was far from fascist, and that it was utterly naive to believe that the revolution is contending for state power now. Regarding retribution, the WO rejected trying to match what it saw as the cruelty of the system with cruelty of its own. The WO was left, then, with only the vague sense that the revolution will need both open and clandestine movements. peaceful and armed struggle, which were to interact through some unspecified dialectic. Weatherman Larry Weiss concluded in the early 1970s, "I don't know what it means to make a revolution, but I know blowing up bathrooms isn't it." Nothing in the intervening years made the WO's bombings any more revolutionary. The legal situation of the WO in the mid-1970s added to its political uncertainty. Since the townhouse explosion in 1970, apprehending the Weathermen had been a high priority for the FBI. As of October 1971, 8 of the 14 people on its 10 most wanted list, among them Dorn, were New Left or revolutionary types. The FBI counted, all told, 16 Weathermen as highly sought fugitives. The Bureau had its near misses, such as in March 1971 when it raided a San Francisco apartment just after the Weathermen, tipped off by helpful neighbors, had vacated it. The Weathermen proved extremely elusive. In an internal memo, the FBI explained that they are intelligent and highly organized. Their extremely sensitive security consciousness has to date virtually precluded the possibility of agent infiltration. The memo also noted that the Weathermen did not seem susceptible to financial approach. A $100,000 reward offered in connection to the 1971 Capitol bombing produced nothing. The FBI was additionally distressed that 2 members chose to stay underground even after federal indictments were lifted against them in 1973. One Weatherman, Howie Mochtinger, was arrested in September 1973 but quickly jumped bail to rejoin the underground, defiantly explaining his decision in a letter to a radical newspaper. The FBI took all this as an expression of the WO's continuing dedication to the violent overthrow of the U.S. government and contemptuous assessment of law enforcement. In 1973, conceding its failure, the Bureau established the Special Target Information Development (SPECTRE) program, in which agents went deep undercover in pursuit of Weathermen and other radicals, with no guarantee of protection from local arrests and prosecutions. The cover was in fact so deep that some SPECTRE agents seemed to become their disguise and even empathize with the objects of their hunt. Krill Payne, posing as a drug dealer, took and sold large amounts of drugs as he toured the semi-secret radical enclaves of the American Northwest and Western Canada, a haven for draft resistors. In his journeys, he met many people who might have been confused and self-destructive but hardly seemed political threats. Payne virtually abandoned his mission when he found a fugitive couple deep in the Canadian wilderness, living simply, braving nature, and raising their child far from the corruptions of American society. He wondered what possible good could come from their arrest and left the family in peace. Legal developments dramatically changed the situation of the Weathermen. In October 1973, government attorneys requested that the federal indictments against the Weathermen for weapons possession and bombing plots, going back to 1970, be lifted. An FBI memo explained that prohibited forms of surveillance by another government agency had been used in preparing the indictments, and that it was therefore in the best interests of the national security not to pursue prosecutions. It appeared that the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, or the National Security Agency, responsible for the electronic intercept of foreign communications, or both, had conducted illegal investigations. Both agencies, barred from nearly all forms of domestic spying, did not want their operations exposed. 2 months later, the federal conspiracy and riot charges stemming from the Days of Rage were withdrawn because searches had been conducted without proper warrants. The dismissals were a stunning rebuke of the state's security apparatus, coming at a time when the CIA and FBI were under intense scrutiny for decades of extralegal behavior. Later, federal prosecutors brought criminal charges against top FBI officials for their investigations of the Weathermen, showing that for years the Bureau had conducted surreptitious searches, called black bag jobs, of the homes of relatives and acquaintances of those underground. As a consequence of the dismissals, many Weathermen were no longer federal fugitives. Though the majority still faced various state charges, these were relatively minor, such as unlawful flight from prosecution from alleged misdemeanors. Moreover, prosecutors had a strong incentive to be lenient to anyone who surfaced voluntarily, because harsh punishments would deter others from leaving the underground. Some Weathermen, remarkably, were no longer sought on any charges whatsoever. By August 1974, the FBI counted only 21 of an estimated 39 members as fugitives. This revised legal situation created new options. Chiefly, the Weathermen could turn themselves in, suffer only minimal repercussions, and continue working as revolutionaries above ground. This is just what the group contemplated with its strategy of inversion, whose basic idea was to have some members surface and become leaders of a revitalized radical left. Others would remain underground, sustaining clandestine networks and, perhaps, limited forms of armed struggle. In early 1976, the underground Weathermen and the PFOCs organized the Hard Times Conference in Chicago, which brought together 2,000 or so activists from a variety of groups and causes and sought to develop a common platform and create an umbrella organization for American radicals. Bitter disputes broke out at the conference, however, with the groups of color accusing the white organizers of limiting their roles in essentially racist ways. The PFOCs felt manipulated by the underground members, and the WO overall appeared to grossly overestimate its prestige on the left. Following the disastrous conference, divisions within the WO deepened. Some members objected to what they saw as the abandonment of the revolution implied by inversion. Braley explained, "Even though it was clear that the overall political situation had changed, I had defined my life as doing armed struggle, and even debating that seemed like a betrayal. Over time, an insurgent faction, based largely on the East Coast and favoring a renewed commitment to violence, challenged the WO's longtime leaders, Bernardine Dorn, Jeff Jones, and Bill Ayers. The authorities added to the tension by continuing their harassment of friends and family members, and by aggressively investigating the PFOCs. These stresses came to a head in late 1976, when the group collapsed in a torrent of recriminations. The terms of the debate were rigidly ideological, recalling the mind-clogging rhetoric amid which Weatherman had been born. The tone was acrimonious, even hysterical. Rival factions accused one another of crimes against the people, betrayal of the revolution, white supremacy, and male supremacy. The leaders, who had long enjoyed great power, were now savaged by the rank and file. Some prominent Weathermen issued severe, self-debasing recantations eerily reminiscent of the language of the purges under Soviet communism. By the time the dust cleared, alliances and friendships had been shattered. A whole subculture was in ruins, and the Weather Underground had fallen into oblivion. Over the next several years, the great majority of Weathermen turned themselves in, prompting local news stories that read like the final obituaries of a withered radicalism. After negotiating deals with prosecutors, typically probation, some jail time in select cases, they then turned their energy to the difficult task of rebuilding old relationships, a sense of political purpose, and, for some, a basic sense of self. Soon they reintegrated themselves into normal life, raising families, developing careers, and sustaining their activist commitments around the issues, such as fighting racism, imperialism, and economic inequality, that had always motivated them. Their professional lives, in all cases I have found, have some broad social value, whether education, various forms of political advocacy, or service to disadvantaged communities. A few Weathermen, however, remained intent on continuing the armed struggle. Even as the WO was crumbling, new groups like the May 19th Communist Organization were formed to reconsolidate the forces of the far left and reinvigorate the armed struggle. All the while, the United Freedom Front, UFF, a small WO-like organization based in New England with roots in SDS, bombed state and corporate buildings, robbed banks, and eluded capture. Soon European-American anti-imperialists, as many white revolutionaries now called themselves, were building new alliances with members of African-American and Puerto Rican armed struggle groups. In addition to the traditional assaults on state and corporate property, these new coalitions, under a variety of names, facilitated daring prison escapes, chiefly of fallen and BLA prisoners, and engaged in revolutionary expropriations, in plain language, armed robberies of banks, to fund their activities. One such heist on October 20, 1981, in Nyack, New York, went terribly wrong, resulting in the shooting death of a Brinks security guard defending an armored truck containing $1.6 million. Two police officers who had stopped a getaway truck containing the money were also shot dead. David Gilbert was driving the truck, and Kathy Boudin was the passenger. The two were immediately arrested. Later that day, police captured two others who had fled in a second car. Judy Clark, a former weatherwoman, and the former Black Panther, Sam Brown. In the days and months that followed, more participants in the robbery were arrested, among them Kawasi Balagun, formerly Donald Weems, a major figure in the Black armed struggle. Investigators gathered crucial information, such as the location of safe houses and names, about the surviving underground network. Nearly all the Brinks defendants, whose trials took place in 1983 and 1984, declined to mount conventional defenses and instead used the court proceedings to denounce America for centuries of plunder, exploitation, and violence. Most were given consecutive life sentences for multiple counts of murder. Remarkably, some highly sought fugitives, among them former weathermen and BLA members, continued to commit robberies and bombings. In the mid-1980s, however, a spate of arrests, including members of post-Brinks cells and of the UFF, all but decimated the underground. By 1986, with most suspects captured, the armed struggle movement originating in the 1960s had come to a virtual end. Those sustaining armed activities into the 1980s were as convinced as ever of the oppressiveness of the American state and the value of violent resistance. But their politics seemed irreparably out of joint with the times. Their actions an afterimage of a radicalism that had lost resonance within the political culture. They now fought to survive prison, to come to terms with their choices, and to sustain meaningful forms of activism. In the face of often fierce resistance from prison administrators, they have worked to improve health care and education in the prisons, to organize peer counseling on issues of HIV/AIDS, and to provide legal assistance to other inmates. Their incarceration has given rise to a small, if spirited, movement on behalf of America's self-described political prisoners, or even prisoners of war, whether from the Black Power, Puerto Rican independence, anti-imperialist, or Native American movements. Campaigns around individual inmates, some of whose cases go back to the late 1960s, have galvanized public concern around such issues as the death penalty, the activities of the U.S. Navy in Puerto Rico, and the proliferation within the American prison system of special control units, also called super maximum security facilities. In such units, which hold thousands of inmates nationwide, conditions that the RAF bitterly described as torture and human rights organizations condemned, chiefly extended periods of total isolation, have become routine, underscoring the powerful differences in the penal philosophies of the two societies and the further degeneration of U.S. prisons into places of great abuse. Some former weathermen, motivated by political conviction and personal loyalty, are active in advocacy for the prisoners. Roth explained, "How can we have a movement that is worth anything if it doesn't have a component that will work not only to support those in prison but also to free them?" For years, efforts to do the latter appeared to go nowhere. But in 1997, the Los Angeles Black Panther Geronimo G. Jaga, formerly Geronimo Pratt, was released from prison after 27 years when his murder conviction was overturned. 2 years later, and after years of demonstrations and appeals, 11 Puerto Rican prisoners were freed under a grant of conditional clemency by President Bill Clinton. None had been convicted for involvement in acts of murder, and they generally were serving sentences many times longer than their actions, such as the possession of firearms, would dictate in normal, non-political cases. And on his last day in office, President Clinton used his pardon power to free 2 former weatherwomen, Linda Evans and Susan Rosenberg. Conversely, the U.S. government has continued to hunt and prosecute fugitives from the 1960s and 1970s. Notably, 5 former SLA members were convicted in early 2003 for the death of Myrna Upsall, killed in a 1975 bank robbery while she was depositing a church collection. Most recently, in August 2003, Kathy Boudin was granted parole after serving 22 years for her involvement in the Brinks murders. She had eventually entered a guilty plea on a single act of murder and was sentenced to 20 years to life. The parole board appeared both impressed by her work in prison to expand access to education and health care and moved by her testimony. Boudin expressed great remorse over the loss of life and described her participation in the robbery as a massive error in judgment rooted as much in her personal weaknesses as in her politics. Elaborating, she echoed early critiques of Weatherman's vulnerability to a politics of proving and to white guilt. At the time of Brinks, Boudin still saw armed struggle as a way to help the poor and oppressed. But, with anguished hindsight, she confessed, "I feel I was there to prove to myself that I was somebody who was committed. I said to myself every day, I am an important person, because I am not just going to rejoin middle-class society." This self-assurance masked profound self-estrangement. She continued, "It was unreal. I wasn't an important person, and I was doing nothing on a day-to-day level actually related to the things I really care about," as being underground severely restricted her political activities. Defending to the parole board her claim that she knew almost nothing of the details of the robbery, and simply waited in the getaway car as instructed, she explained, "I thought as a white person involved in supporting essentially a black struggle that it was wrong for me to know anything." This ignorance, she felt at the time, represented the highest level of commitment. Now free, she has a new world of opportunities to serve the people and the causes she cares about. Efforts to free other prisoners, some of whom claim they were framed, have been the cause for the coalescence of a kind of community of armed struggle veterans, their comrades from years back, and a growing number of young activists. At periodic events, they praise and celebrate the struggle, pay tribute to those still incarcerated, distribute literature written by the prisoners, and organize legal and political strategies for their release. The urban guerrilla in the form of the RAF is now history. 1998 RAF communique. Unlike Weatherman, the RAF remained active throughout the 1980s, during which the emphasis shifted from near-exclusive concern with its imprisoned members back to opposition to imperialism. In June 1979, after a nearly 2-year lull in armed actions, an RAF bomb narrowly missed killing NATO commander Alexander Haig in Brussels. What was left of the June 2nd movement, crippled by arrests, folded into the RAF in early 1980. In 1981, the RAF bombed the headquarters of the U.S. Air Force in Ramstein, Germany, injuring 24 people. The following year, the RAF issued the strategy paper The Guerrilla, Resistance, and the Anti-Imperialist Front, which explained the rationale for its recent actions and its attacks to come. The RAF then built an alliance with the French group Action Direct, with whom it engaged in a deadly bombing of a NATO school in 1984 and the assassination of a French general the following year. The Red Cells remained active as well, seeking to link their violence to such popular movements as opposition to nuclear energy, the deployment of cruise missiles, and attacks on the rights of asylum seekers. Between 1984 and 1987, the numbers killed, 25, and wounded, 367, in guerrilla attacks surged to new highs not seen since the mid-1970s. Armed struggle, by the mid-1980s, appeared to be a permanent feature of West German political life, carried out by a host of clandestine cells and supported by a loose network of radical bookstores, legal collectives, independent militants, and semi-legal groups like the Autonomen, who used low-level violence as a street tactic. If anything, the armed struggle movement, broadly defined, had grown since the 1970s both in size and sophistication. 4 years, the Bundeskriminalamt diagrammed the RAF's organizational structure in pyramidal form. By the end of the 1980s, it showed 4 levels. At the top were the commandos, estimated at between 15 and 30 people, who lived under false names and engaged in attacks on persons. Below were the illegal militants, and then the members of the militant RAF environment, Militantes RAF Umfeld. Thought to number in the hundreds, they provided logistical support and sometimes engaged in lesser acts of violence such as attacks on property. At the base were the 2,000 or so people in the legal RAF environment, responsible for agitation and propaganda through such things as advocacy for the prisoners. To the guerrillas, the persistence of the armed struggle had a political basis. None of the injustices the RAF had originally targeted had been eliminated, dictating that violent resistance continue. Equally important, the survival of the guerrilla movement reflected its continuing denial of political realities. Despite their populist rhetoric, the RAF and the Red Cells remained insular subcultures. Their voluminous statements, though claiming to address past failures and changed conditions, mostly recirculated crude axioms asserting the evils of imperialism and the heroism of the guerrillas. As the RAF committed brutal acts of violence in the mid-1980s, its already limited support eroded further. In August 1985, in a forest near Wiesbaden, The group killed a 20-year-old American soldier, Edward Pimentel, so that it could use his ID to infiltrate and attack a U.S. airbase in Frankfurt. That attack, committed by the George Jackson Commando, came the same day, killing a U.S. serviceman and a soldier's wife. Even groups like the Autonomen denounced the killings as cynical, politically counterproductive, and without moral justification. A year later, the RAF killed Gerald von Braunmühl, a liberal voice in West Germany's foreign ministry. His brothers shamed his killers by publishing an open letter in the left-wing newspaper Taz. In it, they paid tribute to their brother's humanity, condemned the RAF's communiqué, which justified the act in leaden slogans, and challenged the RAF to explain how their brother's death conceivably advanced its cause. The RAF never responded. The brothers also gave money they had received from a literary award for the letter to the legal defense of the RAF prisoner Peter Jürgen Buch, convicted of multiple murders for his role in the killings of Ponto and Schleyer. Pointing to irregularities in his trial, Buch maintained his innocence and rallied international support to have his case reheard. One of the von Braunmühl brothers personally appealed to the Bundespräsident for Buch's pardon. In 1992, Buch ended his audacious lie by confessing that he was, in fact, guilty and announced, "I have brought shame on myself." With his declaration, the RAF reached a new ethical low. The state, for its part, continued to hunt down, arrest, and at times kill RAF fugitives. Stefan Wisniewski was captured in France in May 1978, becoming the first RAF member to stand trial for the murder of Schleyer. Several months later, 2 fugitives died in firefights, followed by the lethal shooting in 1979 of Elizabeth Van Dyke, wanted in connection with the 1975 Stockholm embassy raid. Between 1982 and 1984, police captured 9 leaders of the RAF's active commandos. The news for the state was both good and bad. With the arrests, it had seemingly incapacitated another of RAF's generations. But the RAF's attacks in the wake of the arrests showed how quickly the group could regenerate itself. The harsh treatment of RAF prisoners continued as well, prompting additional accusations of isolation torture and hunger strikes. In a 1981 strike, the RAF's Sigurd Debus died, pleas for compassion from family members, and international censure of the Federal Republic. In 1981, 10 individuals were indicted under Section 129A simply for painting slogans supporting the hunger strikes. Amnesty International highlighted the drawn-out cases in annual reports on human rights abuses. As the conflict ground on with seemingly no end in sight, members of the German public criticized both the RAF and the state anew. The violence of the 1980s and the reaction it provoked entrenched more deeply a pattern of conflict that had been established in the mid-1970s. One that had as much to do with the poorly processed fascist legacy as it did with the justifications each side gave for its conduct. The state's struggle against terrorism was far from being a simple expression of the desire to protect democracy. The RAF was very different in its goals, methods, and capabilities from the fascists of the 1920s and 1930s, and Bonn was not nearly as unstable as Weimar. Yet neither was the anti-terrorist campaign evidence of the systematic Fascisierung of West Germany. On the contrary, West Germany grew more open and democratic in the 1970s and 1980s, evidenced by the increasing acceptance of public protest. The flowering of progressive movements such as environmentalism, feminism, and peace activism. The left's enjoyment, with the emergence of the Green Party, of unprecedented influence within the political establishment, and even the partial acceptance of low-level violence, such as ritually occurs on May 1st, when radicals and police do street battle in major German cities. Those leftists frustrated in the 1980s with the resiliency of capitalism might well have complained more of repressive tolerance. The acceptance of non-threatening forms of dissent, described by Marcuse as the greatest barrier to radical change, than of naked repression. The eventual easing of the conflict was an uneven process, driven by both local and global circumstances. The first opening came with the call in the late 1970s and early 1980s by RAF prisoners, their attorneys, and some Green Party politicians for amnesty for longtime inmates. The premise behind amnesty was that the conflict had, in essence, been a civil war. When a war is over, amnesty advocates reasoned, captured combatants are released. Nearly all of those prisoners calling for amnesty voiced criticisms of armed struggle or repudiated violence outright. Amnesty, some argued, would be a crucial part of a broader, sorely needed reconciliation, a working through of the terrorist trauma as itself an effect of the trauma of the past. For the longtime RAF inmate Klaus Junschke, such a reconciliation ideally demanded that both sides overcome the German inability to mourn. He insisted, RAF members must recognize that all those they killed because of their roles in the state and the economy were human beings, over whom relatives cried and mourned. The other side must acknowledge that the RAF prisoners also have their dead to mourn, friends whose deaths have been considered of lesser importance. In the late 1980s, although it did not grant a comprehensive amnesty, the government nonetheless began releasing key prisoners before they had completed their sentences. The first release came in 1988 when Nordrhein-Westfalen's Minister-President Bernhard Vogel granted a pardon, Begnadigung, to Junschke, serving a life sentence for murder. At the time, 16 RAF members were serving life sentences. Other so-called Aussteiger dropouts, who forswore armed struggle, were soon granted pardons. The inmates sought their freedom above all, while the state could claim their recantations as a political victory, one that promised to weaken the RAF by deterring potential recruits and forcing divisions between the prisoners and those still underground. But beyond self-interest, both sides recognized the benefit of diffusing a conflict that had been a destructive stalemate for years. In 1989, Soviet communism fell, followed quickly by the collapse of the East German state and the reunification of Germany. The dissolution of communism was a blow for the RAF. The actually existing socialism of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc, however imperfect or even anathema from an authentic socialist standpoint, had at least demonstrated that a systematic alternative to capitalism was possible. With communism's fall, the RAF's hope of instigating a socialist uprising in Western Europe became even more remote. The demise of the DDR threatened the RAF in a more immediate sense. Starting in 1978, RAF members had received military training and logistical support from the DDR, and from 1980 on, RAF fugitives had found refuge there, resettling with the help of East German authorities. Now West German police aggressively pursued former guerrillas in the territory of the former DDR, arresting 10 highly sought fugitives in 1990, among them Suzanne Albrecht, Ponto's main killer. Nearly all had long abandoned the guerrilla life as a condition for their asylum. The DDR had required that they pledge not to engage in violence, and now sought leniency. Their arrest brought the risk that in exchange for lighter sentences, they might share information that could aid in the capture of members still at large. Indeed, Albrecht turned state witness, and the trials of these new captives led to both additional arrests and the prosecution of RAF prisoners for additional crimes. In April 1991, shaken by the arrests and adrift in a post-communist world, the RAF tried to reassert its relevance by assassinating Detlev Roeder, the head of the True Hand organization, who had been broadly responsible for liquidating or privatizing thousands of unprofitable enterprises in the former DDR, resulting in massive job loss and bitter protests. Yet rather than marking a new phase in the RAF's armed struggle, the assassination was virtually its last gasp. In a stunning declaration, the Aprilerklärung of 1992, the RAF announced that it had suspended violence against representatives of business and the state. Such assaults, it suggested, no longer served a political purpose, mandating a ceasefire while it reassessed its identity. In August, the RAF issued a discussion paper titled, "We Must Search for Something New." In the wake of the Aprilerklärung, a dizzying series of recantations, debates, deals, schisms, arrests, trials, and releases followed, culminating in the end of the RAF. As the RAF was contemplating its ceasefire, the state was developing a new plan for freeing inmates. The so-called Kinkel Initiative, named for the federal justice minister, announced in early 1992, allowed for the release of imprisoned guerrillas if they had severe health problems or had served 2/3 of their terms, or at least 15 years of life sentences. For longtime prisoners were soon freed, followed by a flood of others. Crucially, the state softened the tacit requirement that those freed renounce armed struggle. Among those released was Irmgard Mahler, a member of RAF's first generation convicted for the 1972 bombing of the U.S. Army base in Heidelberg, who had been held in Stammheim at the time of the 1977 prison deaths. After 22 years in prison, Mahler was finally let go on December 1, 1994. Mahler endorsed the RAF ceasefire, but she consistently defended the group's early bombings, expressed no fundamental regrets over her political choices, and never wavered in her insistence that Bader, Ensslin, and Raspy had been murdered in Stamheim, and that government agents had tried to kill her too. The release of prisoners was, however, far from a seamless process. Many Germans questioned whether convicted murderers should go free. Some inmates, by contrast, felt the Kinkel initiative did not go far or fast enough, and that it continued to reward those with a conciliatory attitude while punishing alleged hardliners. They argued that behind the maneuvering of politicians eager to claim that they had put an end to the terrorist conflict, the iron will of the state security apparatus continued to be enforced in the prisons with unbroken intensity. Finally, even as the state released prisoners, it pursued new prosecutions for crimes long past. Much of the inmates' anger was directed at the RAF itself. Some prisoners had tried since the early 1990s to broker their freedom for the negotiated resolution of the conflict. The 1992 ceasefire, they claimed, was an initial step toward this end. But some in the underground apparently failed to follow through on the plan, choosing instead to leave the option of more armed assaults open and the prisoners in the lurch. By 1993, most prisoners had broken with the RAF, with some claiming betrayal. Yet other inmates accused these of betraying the armed struggle, and as some in the underground sided with each prison faction, the dispute became a drama of almost Byzantine complexity. The bitterness of those remaining in prison was palpable. Helmut Pohl had been incarcerated since 1984 for his involvement in the 1981 Ramstein bombing. Asked in 1996 whether the RAF had not moved away from a narrow militarism to a more probing and inclusive dialogue, he answered, "Yes, but only when it fit with their political concept. That's why these discussions always failed." I think the fundamental mistakes made by everyone, from groups on the radical left in general to the RAF itself, was that we weren't based enough in reality and were too obsessed with ideology. There were meetings, papers, concepts, discussions, events, campaigns, but they weren't reality. The white European left, and the German left in particular, was more clever than anyone. No one read more or talked more than the left here did. But that's not politics. Aimed at the stagnant discussions of the 1990s, his comments could equally apply to much of the debate over armed struggle since the RAF's inception. In March 1998, the RAF finally disbanded, declaring in a communiqué, "The urban guerrilla in the form of RAF is now history." Assessing its nearly 30-year existence, the RAF both admitted grave errors and defended its basic impulses. The fascist past still figured heavily in the RAF self-appraisal. Despite everything we could have done better, it was fundamentally correct to wage resistance to the continuity of German history. Those who struggled in the Jewish resistance, in the communist resistance, were right to struggle. They were the few glimmers of light in the history of this country since 1933. The RAF broke with German tradition after Nazi fascism, a struggle whose praxis rejected the conditions in the ruling state and attacked the military structures of its NATO allies. Attempting to eke from its history some inspiration for the future, the RAF insisted that calling the system into question was and still is legitimate, so long as there is dominance and oppression. With poetic optimism, the statement concluded, "The revolution says /I was /I am /I will be again." Within a year of the statement, only a handful of guerrillas were still incarcerated, and the long arc of the conflict appeared to be at its end. Germany's collective task was now somehow to assess its meaning and ultimate cost. Some affiliated with the armed struggle remained unimpressed by the RAF's attempt at closure, charging that the final communiqué had come way too late and only weakly confronted the RAF's failures. Till Meyer, released in 1998, asserted that by 1989 there was no basis any longer for the RAF to exist. In truth, she felt the armed struggle should have been abandoned in 1977. Rolf Clemens Wagner, still imprisoned in 1998, derisively rejected the RAF's parting claims, insisting, "There never was revolution here, there is no revolution here, and there will not be one here in the foreseeable future. That is the continuity of history, the reality we must face." The German urban guerrillas suffered from a surfeit of history. Their burden, in a sense, was history itself. They tried to compensate for the relative absence of German resistance to Nazism, but in their obviously intense confrontation with the past, they sought an unacknowledged escape or redemption from it. And seeking liberation from the past, they repeated undesirable dimensions of that past, contributing to another extended episode of trauma, another case of Tod und Traurigkeit, ending with regret on all sides. In this way, the West German armed struggle experienced its ultimate continuity with the German past. One way or another, this darkness got to give. The Grateful Dead, New Speedway Boogie. Lyrics by Robert Hunter. Weatherman's and the RAF's armed struggles clearly did not succeed in creating revolutions. It is possible to read in that failure something more than the intrusion of reality upon an audacious fantasy, or the resilience of a powerful imperialist system, or the predictable consequence of a false political turn. Their failure signaled the broader collapse of an orientation to revolution that helped define the 1960s. To Renate Remek, Ulrike Meinhof's foster mother, the totalizing rage and liberatory longings Ulrike felt amounted to social ethical utopian ecstasy, a contourless vision of the coming time. As her words suggest, 1960s radicals were driven by an apocalyptic impulse resting on a chain of assumptions. That the existing order was thoroughly corrupt and had to be destroyed, that its destruction would give birth to something radically new and better, and that the transcendent nature of this leap rendered the future a largely blank or unrepresentable utopia. This idea of the creative power of destruction had appeal worldwide. The passion to destroy is a creative pleasure, French students proclaimed. Destroy that which destroys you, Germans urged. The Black Panthers often spoke enthusiastically of a final, violent showdown with white America. A radical newspaper titled reports of Weatherman's bombings. Our humble task is to organize the apocalypse. A communiqué accompanying a bombing by the Volunteers of America declared, out of the bankruptcy of America will come a new country and a new people. And as if to welcome a cataclysmic confrontation, a Berkeley newspaper printed on its cover California Governor Ronald Reagan's message to student demonstrators. If it takes a bloodbath, let's get it over with. The optimism of American and West German radicals about revolution was based in part on their reading of events, which seemed to portend dramatic change. They debated revolutionary strategy, and their activism in a general way suggested the nature of the liberated society to come. But they never specified how turmoil would lead to radical change, how they would actually seize power, or how they would reorganize politics, culture, and the economy after a revolution. Instead, they mostly rode a strong sense of outrage and an unelaborated faith that chaos bred crisis, and that from crisis a new society would emerge. In this way, they translated their belief that revolution was politically and morally necessary into the mistaken sense that revolution was therefore likely or even inevitable. The quixotic quality of revolution led to piercing tensions for those who turned to violence. Robin Palmer confessed, even though in my essence I was a weatherman, in my quintessence I said, it's all bullshit, we're never going to take state power. He speculated that was the yippee in him, the taste for the absurd, that permitted him to commit bombings while ultimately doubting that revolution was possible. Palmer also buoyed himself with the desperate thought, if the winter of our bombing discontent is here at last, can spring be far behind? The demise of the New Left's last, highest ambition of revolution, one pushed to its limit in armed struggle, was followed by the near-total abandonment in the developed West and large parts of the world of revolution as a structure of longing, desire, and faith. The revolutionary 1960s may therefore be seen as a threshold for the establishment in the decades following of a postmodern condition, virtually defined by the exhaustion of utopian energies. Jean-François Lyotard, in a seminal postmodern text, described the totalizing impulse behind utopian quests for final solutions as a dangerous fantasy to seize reality. Slavoj Zizek characterizes the desire for a new man and a new world, beyond antagonism or contradiction, as a fundamentally fascist longing. Such sentiments were reflected, not in the disappearance of progressive movements, some thrived as never before, but by the move of activists away from the grand project promising to change the world, to the more modest goal of changing at least parts of the world in small but meaningful ways. Russell Jacoby, lamenting this shift, recently observed a utopian spirit, a sense that the future could transcend the present, has all but vanished. At the height of postmodern quietism, it was tempting to look back at the radical 1960s and ask, where have all the angry young men and women gone? For all their volatile conceit, 1960s activists took as the task of their lives nothing less than the complete remaking of their societies along lines both fairer and more just. Weatherman and the RAF, within this appreciative gaze at the era's activism as a whole, recede behind a more robust image of the 1960s in terms of their world-changing optimism. The anti-globalization movement that took shape in the United States, Western Europe, and other parts of the developed world toward the end of the 1990s seeks to address the inequities of the world economy in ways strikingly parallel to the militant radicalism of the 1960s. The phenomenon of anti-globalization calls for, or even demands, a new look at 1960s protest, especially its violent edges. Now, as then, the core perception is that the prosperity of the few presupposes the exploitation and misery of the many. The catalyst for this awareness is not a single, galvanizing event, like the Vietnam War, but the grinding persistence of staggering levels of poverty, disease, and despair in a world capable of dramatically diminishing them. And now, as in the 1960s, the conclusion is that true justice must be global justice, making international solidarity the paramount value. Militancy has made a comeback as well, evident in the spirited protests in recent years at meetings of the leaders of wealthy societies and the institutions they control. Such demonstrations, which form a new geography of global activism, have once again showed the power of telegenic confrontational protest to command attention and, in cases, dramatically alter the terms of political debate. With this new militancy has come a revitalized language of commitment and courage, of how cops are and what the experience of jail is like. At the margins, a politics of smash capitalism has also reemerged, as has some interest in Weatherman and the RAF, potentially seen as distant sources of contemporary radicalism. Yet this new movement, for all its utopian promise, also recalls the weaknesses of 1960s radicalism, from the substitution of slogans for analysis to the granting of a shallow mystique to street fighting, and even to a reckless fascination with more serious forms of violence. Weatherman and the RAF, as this new tide of radicalism rises, may indeed become relevant for the cautionary tales they embody. There are, finally, the changes of circumstances and perspective wrought by September 11, 2001. Past armed struggles against the American empire, however different in intent and kind from recent terrorism, may now appear in a harsher light, revealing how cultures of resistance can devolve into cults of violence. By the same token, the response of the U.S. government to 9/11, from a resurgent militarism to an attitude of suspicion of or hostility toward much of the world, to a cheapening of the lives of others in the purported effort to protect those of one's own, has spawned renewed criticisms of America's overreaching power and imperial arrogance. Domestically, the restriction of civil liberties in the name of national security and the accompanying fear of state repression, evident in the increasing hostility of police toward demonstrators and harassment of foreign-born activists, have vividly raised for America issues West Germany struggled with in the 1970s and 1980s. In these added lights, the experiences of Weatherman and the RAF may appear, at least in part, as volatile expressions of a continuing conflict over the status and meaning of America, its military, economy, institutions, values, culture, and influence in the world. The stories of Weatherman and the RAF, when seen as part of this larger, enduring narrative, have as yet no real end.